You still have control over a number of Schmidt's loyal followers, don't you? Josh asked, his tone measured as he turned to Oilia. Oilia tilted her head, then nodded. Yes, quite a few remain, though not all. The Austrian coup hadn't involved every Hydra agent under Schmidt's command. Many were kept in the dark, some out of loyalty, others out of ignorance. And when the dust settled, they had become prisoners of circumstance. Most of them were now under the control of Oilia's Austrian-Bavarian faction, yet to be handed over to the Allied forces. It was only a matter of time. After all, these men would serve a purpose, as scapegoats, especially when the topic of concentration camps surfaced. Under both Schmidt and the infamous Little Mustache, camps had sprung up across occupied territories. Austria had its share, and while many among the coup's participants were complicit in some way, the narrative had now shifted. With the Eagle's Nest plan complete, these once despised figures were suddenly on the right side of history. They could not be allowed to bear the blame, so someone else had to, and that someone would be the captured loyalists. The same pattern had emerged after the war in Josh's world. Tyrants and their cronies vanishing into obscurity while pawns took the fall. I need 2 individuals from the research division. High-ranking ones, Josh said casually. Oilia narrowed her eyes. What? Josh rolled his eyes. Is that something you need to ask? Didn't you graduate from Hydra Academy? You're giving me orders now, she said, incredulous. What does it look like? Josh leaned back in his chair, his tone oozing arrogance. Oilia laughed bitterly. Because of this little collar, you think you can command me? Josh raised an eyebrow. Isn't it enough? You promised. After the plan was done, you'd remove it. The Eagle's Nest operation is over. Are you breaking your word now? She snapped. You're right. Josh nodded solemnly and reached for the switch on the remote. Wait, don't. I'll do it. Oilia shouted in panic, closing her eyes in dread. But instead of shock, she heard a click, the collar unlocking. Her eyes flew open, and she felt her neck with trembling hands. It was gone. Freedom. And yet, for some reason, she felt strangely empty. She shook the feeling away. Don't think I'll thank you just for that. If you want my help, I expect some kind of benefit, she huffed. Josh didn't respond. She looked up and saw him staring at her with a mocking smirk. What's that look for? You're the one asking me now, she said, indignant. Before she could say another word, her vision blurred and her body gave out. She collapsed to the floor, limbs unresponsive. She was awake, but paralyzed. What did you do? She gasped, fear taking over. Take a guess, Josh murmured, crouching beside her, lifting her chin. Mr. Kane, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me, she pleaded, trembling. Josh ran a finger along her cheek. If I threw you into District 11 right now, what do you think would happen? District 11. The name alone filled Oilia with dread. Even in modern times, it was a place of ruin and cruelty. A helpless woman dumped there? It wasn't hard to imagine. She shook, eyes wide with fear. No, please don't. I'll do anything. Josh finally stood and pressed another button. Control returned to her body. Oilia gasped, moving her hands over her skin, relieved beyond words. That loss of control, it was worse than the shock collar. But how had he done it? She didn't know. The 1940s were primitive when it came to brain science. The chip Yuri had implanted was far beyond her comprehension. She couldn't even begin to imagine it. In Josh's world, even by the 21st century, humans hadn't colonized the moon. Yet Yuri had nearly built an empire there. Mr. Kane, I understand now. Whatever you need, just say the word. I'll carry it out without hesitation, Oilia said, now standing straight, her voice subdued. Josh nodded. Good. But like you said, loyalty deserves rewards. He opened a drawer and placed a small black box on the table. No need, Mr. Kane, really. I'll work without it. Oilia said quickly, panicked. Josh snorted. What? You think I'm the kind of boss who doesn't reward good work? And no, of course not, she stammered. Then take it. She took the box with trembling hands and slowly opened it. Inside were 4 syringes, 2 green, 2 red. The green ones are beastification serum, same kind Aldo used. The red ones are upgraded versions of Bright Light. They'll boost your mind control abilities significantly. Addictive, Yes, but manageable. As long as you stay loyal, you'll have access to more. Ophelia's eyes gleamed. With those serums and her talents, she could even dare to step into Red Skull's lair. Josh may be a devil, but he was a devil with power, and that made submission easier to swallow. Now go. Give me the people I asked for. Quickly, Josh commanded. He didn't need their actual knowledge. He needed their testimony. Yuri would handle the rest, brainwashing them to believe whatever story Josh wanted the allies to hear. Yes, right away. Ophelia saluted and turned to leave. Then she paused. Her eyes fell on the collar lying on the floor. She walked back, picked it up, and knelt before Josh. In a soft voice, she said, "Master, would you put it back on me?" Josh blinked. His brain momentarily short-circuited. What the hell? This woman was dangerous. A few days ago, I reported this to General Eisenhower. General McJennings said in his usual matter-of-fact tone, seated across from Josh at the 1st U.S. Army headquarters. But he already knew. Apparently, the entire matter has been handed over to the Strategic Science Corps. Also, he asked me to personally thank you. Josh blinked. What? He already knew? What did that mean? General McJennings elaborated, noticing Josh's puzzled expression. Turns out, during Schmidt's large-scale retreat, the Howling Commandos were deployed for pursuit. Though Schmidt ultimately escaped, they captured his top scientist, Arnim Zola. After interrogating him, they learned about Schmidt's superweapon plans. My guess is, unless something goes terribly wrong, Captain America and the Strategic Science Corps are already inside Schmidt's stronghold. Josh was speechless. He'd poured weeks of effort into preparing actionable intelligence, trying to shape the future. Yet somehow, history had self-corrected. Despite the altered timeline and accelerated events, everything had still unfolded just as in the original narrative. Frustrating? Yes. Pointless? No. While his effort hadn't changed the result, at least it hadn't interfered either. Still, Josh's main concern now was whether Steve Rogers could succeed like he had before. Personally, Josh would have preferred a full Allied encirclement of the Alps instead of another decapitation strike. But the dice had already been rolled. Anyway, McJennings said, breaking Josh's train of thought, quit worrying. They'll get the job done. You've got more pressing decisions. You coming with me to Austria or heading to Germany? Josh looked up. Austria? You're going? Yeah, McJennings confirmed. Renner's coup succeeded, but Austria is still unstable. Resistance groups are active, and the Allies need to step in. The Russians have already rolled into Hungary, so we're being deployed to reinforce Austria. The rest of the Allied armies are pushing north to Berlin. Though let's be honest, at this rate, we won't reach Berlin first. The Siberian Bears are faster. Unlike the historical Yalta Conference agreements, there was no pre-negotiated division of territory. In this version of the world, Hydra had absorbed most of Eastern Europe and Western Russia. Now, with the collapse of Hydra power in Austria, Hungary, and Romania, those territories were splintering, their forces fleeing or fighting for survival. The Russians saw opportunity. After positioning some legions to block Hydra remnants in Hungary, they sent their armored divisions through the Pomeranian plains toward Berlin. Just a few dozen kilometers from the border, Berlin was in their sights. The Allies might not reach Berlin first, but they were claiming more territory overall. Josh leaned back, lips curving into a thoughtful smile. Of course I'll go to Austria. Germany's still contested, and any post-war division will take time. Besides, it's time I returned to my homeland. Truthfully, homeland was a stretch. It had been home to the original Josh's body, but not to the soul inhabiting it. Still, he had reasons to go. One of them was Neuschwanstein Castle. Before departing for Europe, he had half-jokingly promised Margaret Heed by the fairy tale castle as a gift. Now, with Schmidt's fall and money flowing from war profiteering, it didn't seem so impossible. And while Disney would never officially admit it, the iconic Cinderella Castle was clearly inspired by Neuschwanstein. Maybe Josh could even sue them for royalties. On second thought, forget the lawsuit. Better to just buy Disney outright. Back then, Disney was only worth a few tens of millions. A joke compared to its future valuation and pocket change for Josh. But castles and companies weren't his only motivation. Austria still held the fractured remnants of Hydra. Thanks to Oilia, now fully loyal to him, Josh had learned a great deal about Schmidt's faction. Hydra hadn't disappeared, it had fractured. There were three primary groups now. The first faction consisted of capitalists and industrialists, mostly from Austria and Bavaria. They had turned against Red Skull and backed Renner's coup. Now, they were angling to reshape Austria in their image, becoming the new ruling class. The second faction was made up of aristocrats and small-scale elites, traditionalists who remained loyal to Hydra's ideals, but not to Red Skull. They still hoped to reconnect with the Hydra Council and restore order under a new hierarchy. The third faction was comprised of Red Skull loyalists, lower officers, and soldiers who had stayed faithful until the bitter end. Most had been captured, killed, or scattered into guerrilla cells. Their threat was fading fast. Josh's goal was to absorb the first two factions. If successful, it would give him the leverage to take over Red Skull's seat in the Hydra Council. Yes, Josh Kane, transmigrated war profiteer, was planning to join Hydra. Why not? He wasn't a superhero. He didn't believe in truth or justice. The only real ideology that moved him was power. Hydra wasn't his enemy. In fact, their global ambitions aligned surprisingly well with his own. If he could manipulate America's strength, its military-industrial complex, and now a post-war Hydra network, he could reshape the world. Some might say that made him a villain. Please, Josh had killed, smuggled, trafficked, and exploited war economies. He was already a villain in the eyes of history. The cape-wearing idealists could keep their morals. Josh preferred results. And who's to say Hydra would even keep the name? In a few decades, Hydra could easily be rebranded. Nine Coil, maybe, has a nice ring to it.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Mid-September 1944, outskirts of Vienna. Swish, 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 swish. A massive army was marching imposingly down the road. Only, this imposing army wasn't the Allies, it was the captured Hydra Corps. Allied soldiers marching in vehicles, armored cars, and tanks on both sides of the road looked at this spirited army and, for a moment, began to doubt who the defeated side really was. Look at these guys, even after being defeated, they still march with pride. General McGinnis said, swaying slightly in the front passenger seat of a jeep, speaking to Josh, who was seated in the back. American military officers liked to sit in the front passenger seat out of habit, so there was no hierarchy implied by seat positions as in typical political settings. Josh and his party had flown with General McGinnis to a battlefield airport on the outskirts of Vienna. Escorted by guards, they were heading into the city. On the way, they happened to encounter this Hydra Corps unit of about 100,000 prisoners being escorted by the Allies. Has the Allied side decided how to handle these POWs? Josh asked, watching the unit with a thoughtful look. Of course. According to General Eisenhower's orders, these prisoners will first be screened by the newly formed Austrian Provisional Government to identify the Austrians. The rest will be sent to the Rhine camps, General McGinnis said casually. Why? You interested in them? Of course I am. A well-trained, orderly group like this would make excellent factory labor, don't you think? Josh said with a slight smile. Ha ha ha, classic capitalist talk. But I like it. If you're serious, I'll put in a word. Though you can't take all of them, half should be no problem. But we're talking tens of thousands, can you handle that? Don't cause any trouble, McGinnis asked. To the American military, whether German or Hydra POWs, it didn't really matter. Their fate was ultimately decided by high-ranking officers. Though the fighting had been fierce, apart from Jewish people, there was little deep hatred toward Germans, mostly just burdens. Before time traveling, Josh had once read an online article claiming that nearly 5 million POWs were held in American-built Rhine camps, and 750,000 died in just 3 months. The article was well-written and included citations, so many believed it. But where did that 750,000 figure come from? It originated from the 1989 book Other Losses, an investigation into the mass deaths of German prisoners at the hands of Eisenhower by Canadian author James Back. And who was Back? Not a statistician or historian, just a Canadian novelist. When the book was published, it caused an uproar in Western World War II historical circles. Soon after, many historians pointed out the book's flaws, mainly that Back counted released prisoners as dead, so the real number was only in the tens of thousands. A with ring above new beta. After the war, wealthy and connected Germans often paid to ransom family members. Occupying forces also needed cheap labor, so many of the mysteriously missing prisoners were simply released through employment or ransom, just like what Josh was doing now. From the US military's perspective, this eased supply burdens and generated income. Why not? And it wasn't just the US fudging numbers, the Soviets had similar issues. Online rumors claimed the Soviets captured 4 million Germans, of which 2 million died in Siberia. But what was the truth? Nearly half of those 4 million were troops from Axis satellite states, who were mostly released or converted into puppet state armies after re-education. Only about 2 million were German or Austrian, and although many were held longer and used as labor, the death toll never reached 2 million. But propagandists simply subtracted those 2 million early releases and added them to the death toll to smear the Soviets. More reliable data came from German sources, showing 400,000 to 500,000 POWs died or failed to return post-war, with only 300,000 plus dying in Eastern Europe and a little over 100,000 in Western Europe. And most of those in Western Europe weren't killed by Americans, but by the French, Belgians, and Dutch who had been brutalized by the Nazis during the war. I can definitely handle it. I'll just need some time. Until then, General, I'll need to borrow some manpower from you, Josh said with a smile. Managing tens of thousands of POWs without incident would be a nightmare for most people, but for Josh, it was very doable. He just needed to pick high-ranking officers with enough influence and send them to Yuri for some training, then everything would be under control. The only issue might be housing. But I believe Ms. Oilia will help me with that, right? Josh turned to Oilia beside him. Of course, Mr. Kane. It's an honor as an ally, Oilia responded with a smile. McGinnis watched the back and forth and clearly noticed the change in their relationship. But he just shrugged and didn't dwell on it. Young people, these things happen. And just like that, with a few words, the fate of tens of thousands of POWs was decided by Josh and McGinnis. As they spoke, their convoy slowly entered Vienna. Upon entering the city of music, Josh's ears were filled with Beethoven's symphonies, not a hallucination, but actually from 7 or 8 tuxedoed performers on the roadside. Where is the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts? Josh suddenly asked Oilia, looking at the performers. In the city center, Oilia answered, confused by the question. What, Josh, are you into art? McGinnis asked curiously, turning around. Oh, not really. I just think that when it comes to this world war, the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts might be half to blame, Josh said with a smirk. This internet joke of the future had never been heard in this era, so both of them were baffled, but even the driver perked up his ears. Josh smiled and explained the origin of the joke. Immediately, General McGinnis burst into loud laughter. Mid-September 1944, outskirts of Vienna. Swish, 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 swish. A massive army was marching imposingly down the road. Only, this imposing army wasn't the Allies, it was the captured Hydra Corps. Allied soldiers marching in vehicles, armored cars, and tanks on both sides of the road looked at this spirited army and, for a moment, began to doubt who the defeated side really was. Look at these guys, even after being defeated, they still march with pride, General McGinnis said, swaying slightly in the front passenger seat of a jeep, speaking to Josh who was seated in the back. American military officers liked to sit in the front passenger seat out of habit, so there was no hierarchy implied by seat positions as in typical political settings. Josh and his party had flown with General McGinnis to a battlefield airport on the outskirts of Vienna. Escorted by guards, they were heading into the city. On the way, they happened to encounter this Hydra Corps unit of about 100,000 prisoners being escorted by the Allies. Has the Allied side decided how to handle these POWs? Josh asked, watching the unit with a thoughtful look. Of course. According to General Eisenhower's orders, these prisoners will first be screened by the newly formed Austrian Provisional Government to identify the Austrians. The rest will be sent to the Rhine camps, General McGinnis said casually. Why? You interested in them? Of course I am. A well-trained, orderly group like this would make excellent factory labor, don't you think? Josh said with a slight smile. Ha ha ha, classic capitalist talk. But I like it. If you're serious, I'll put in a word. Though you can't take all of them, half should be no problem. But we're talking tens of thousands, can you handle that? Don't cause any trouble, McGinnis asked. To the American military, whether German or Hydra POWs, it didn't really matter. Their fate was ultimately decided by high-ranking officers. Though the fighting had been fierce, apart from Jewish people, there was little deep hatred toward Germans, mostly just burdens. Before time traveling, Josh had once read an online article claiming that nearly 5 million POWs were held in American-built Rhine camps, and 750,000 died in just 3 months. The article was well written and included citations, so many believed it. But where did that 750,000 figure come from? It originated from the 1989 book Other Losses, an investigation into the mass deaths of German prisoners at the hands of Eisenhower by Canadian author James Back. And who was Back? Not a statistician or historian, just a Canadian novelist. When the book was published, it caused an uproar in Western World War II historical circles. Soon after, many historians pointed out the book's flaws, mainly that Back counted released prisoners as dead, so the real number was only in the tens of thousands. A with ring above new beta. After the war, wealthy and connected Germans often paid to ransom family members. Occupying forces also needed cheap labor. So many of the mysteriously missing prisoners were simply released through employment or ransom, just like what Josh was doing now. From the US military's perspective, this eased supply burdens and generated income. Why not? And it wasn't just the US fudging numbers, the Soviets had similar issues. Online rumors claimed the Soviets captured 4 million Germans, of which 2 million died in Siberia. But what was the truth? Nearly half of those 4 million were troops from Axis satellite states, who were mostly released or converted into puppet state armies after re-education. Only about 2 million were German or Austrian, and although many were held longer and used as labor, the death toll never reached 2 million. But propagandists simply subtracted those 2 million early releases and added them to the death toll to smear the Soviets. More reliable data came from German sources, showing 400,000 to 500,000 POWs died or failed to return post-war, with only 300,000 plus dying in Eastern Europe and a little over 100,000 in Western Europe. And most of those in Western Europe weren't killed by Americans, but by the French, Belgians, and Dutch who had been brutalized by the Nazis during the war. I can definitely handle it. I'll just need some time. Until then, General, I'll need to borrow some manpower from you, Josh said with a smile. Managing tens of thousands of POWs without incident would be a nightmare for most people, but for Josh, it was very doable. He just needed to pick high-ranking officers with enough influence and send them to Yuri for some training, then everything would be under control. The only issue might be housing. But I believe Ms. Oilia will help me with that, right? Josh turned to Oilia beside him. Of course, Mr. Kane. It's an honor as an ally, Oilia responded with a smile. McGinnis watched the back and forth and clearly noticed the change in their relationship. But he just shrugged and didn't dwell on it. Young people, these things happen. And just like that, with a few words, the fate of tens of thousands of POWs was decided by Josh and McGinnis. As they spoke, their convoy slowly entered Vienna. Upon entering the city of music, Josh's ears were filled with Beethoven's symphonies, not a hallucination, but actually from 7 or 8 tuxedoed performers on the roadside. Where is the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts? Josh suddenly asked Oilia, looking at the performers. In the city center, Oilia answered, confused by the question. What, Josh, are you into art? McGinnis asked curiously, turning around. Oh, not really. I just think that when it comes to this world war, the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts might be half to blame, Josh said with a smirk. This internet joke of the future had never been heard in this era, so both of them were baffled, but even the driver perked up his ears. Josh smiled and explained the origin of the joke. Immediately, General McGinnis burst into loud laughter. On a street-side cafe in Vienna, a group of giggling children ran past Josh as he enjoyed his coffee. If not for the English and German chatter from off-duty American soldiers and local citizens at the surrounding tables, Josh might have thought he was back in the United States. With no Battle of Vienna in this timeline, no brutal looting by the Soviets, and no division by the 4 Allied powers, Vienna and all of Austria really had suffered very little from the war. Combined with a naturally small population, apart from a few particularly scarce goods, there was none of the material shortages seen in France or Britain. The atmosphere was rather peaceful. This also meant Josh had no opportunity to profit from selling basic supplies here. Fortunately, Josh had foreseen this situation. When he came to Vienna, he didn't bring Lyndon at all. After leaving a few warehouse loads of goods, he had him stay in Paris to sell slowly. Just then, a car stopped next to the cafe. A stylish and beautiful woman stepped out, drawing a chorus of whistles from nearby American soldiers. The woman clearly was used to such behavior and paid them no mind. After all, Austria, like Italy, had now transformed into a member of the Allies. Though it was unlikely to be granted victor nation status, it was definitely seen as a victim of the war. With ample resources and a military that still retained some strength, Austria didn't even truly need American troops except to deter potential Soviet threats. So, after repeated warnings from their officers, American soldiers stationed in Austria generally didn't act too wildly. And as the woman sat down beside Josh, all the whistles and noise immediately stopped. Most of the American soldiers nearby had come from Paris and were under the First Army, so they all recognized Josh, an influential national businessman and guest of their commanding officers, and naturally wouldn't risk offending him. You seem to be in good spirits today, Mr. Kane, the woman greeted Josh as she sat beside him. She was none other than Oilia. Although she had long since fully submitted to Josh, that was a secret between them. Publicly, they still maintained a cooperative relationship. So in such public settings, using terms like master was, of course, out of the question. Miss Oilia. How's business lately? How's the work subduing Hydra going? Josh smiled and put down the newspaper. Josh hadn't gotten directly involved in the integration of the Hydra faction. He left that task entirely to Oilia. After all, he wasn't familiar with the situation in Austria and barging in might cause problems. Handing it over to an insider like Oilia was the best choice. All Josh needed to do was control this Madam Hydra. Business is very good, the work's going well. There were a few minor issues, but with your support, they were easily resolved. Also, I'm planning to start a club to help expand the business, but I haven't decided on a name yet. Do you have any suggestions, Mr. Kane? Oilia smiled charmingly as she leaned toward Josh. Just like how the Nine Council's public face was a sports and social club, this new Hydra group needed a public front as well. They couldn't just call themselves Hydra, or the Allies would crush them immediately. Let me think. Got it. Let's call it Ouroboros, Josh said after a moment of thought, a name popping into his mind. Ouroboros, the serpent that eats its own tail. The name is Greek, but the symbol isn't limited to Greek mythology. It appears in more than 40 mythologies worldwide, including Norse, Jormungandr, Egyptian, Apophis, Indian, Shesha, and Mesoamerican, Quetzalcoatl, all portrayed in the form of a tail-devouring snake. Its true origin is untraceable, but regardless of the myth, the Ouroboros symbolizes immortality, completeness, infinity, the world, and wisdom. Ouroboros, huh? I understand, said the well-read Oilia after contemplating the name, quickly grasping its significance and nodding in agreement. But as the two were discussing the new organization's name, a commotion suddenly arose in the distance. Josh and Oilia both frowned and looked over, spotting the noise coming from a group of American soldiers. Vito, go find out what's going on, Josh said to Vito, who was sitting at a nearby table. Vito nodded and got up to ask around. He returned a moment later. Boss, I got the scoop, it's about Captain America. They defeated Red Skull. Vito reported. Oh, then why don't they look happy? Josh asked, pointing at the noisy but grim-faced soldiers. Although he asked, a suspicion had already formed in his heart despite all the changes he had made. Had Cap still ended up frozen? Even though they won, from what they're saying, it seems Captain America was killed in action. Vito confirmed Josh's suspicion. Do you know any more details? Like how exactly he died? Josh asked with a frown. Sorry, boss. That's all they know, that he died. They don't know the specifics, Vito replied. To the 1st Army HQ, Josh ordered after thinking it over. These soldiers might not know, but General McGinnis, commander of the 1st Army, definitely would. Yes, boss. Vito quickly ran to start the car. Half an hour later, Josh's group arrived at the 1st Army headquarters on Vienna's western outskirts. The soldiers and officers of the 1st Army were all familiar with Josh, so they let him through without delay. After the guards announced him, Josh soon met with General McGinnis. You're asking about that? Well, technically it's military classified, but I don't think it's a big deal to tell you. Saying Captain Rogers was killed might not be accurate. His body was never found, said McGinnis after hearing Josh's question. What do you mean? Josh asked, puzzled. From the information I have, Captain Rogers pursued Schmidt deep into the Hydra base. When reinforcements finally arrived, there was nothing there except the cosmic cube, McGinnis answered. Josh was stunned. Nothing but the cube? So Captain America wasn't killed, he was missing? Wait, crap. Could it be that both Cap and Red Skull got teleported by the cosmic cube? After several days of extensive inquiry, although there was still no concrete evidence after all, there hadn't even been a single eyewitness at the time. According to Josh's judgment, it was highly likely that Captain America had truly been teleported away by the cosmic cube. As for where he was teleported to, that couldn't be determined. Although in the original storyline, Red Skull was sent to the planet Vamir to serve as the guide to another Infinity Stone, the Soul Stone, Josh believed that the Soul Stone shouldn't require two guides. So even if both were teleported together, the likelihood of them appearing together on Vormir was very low. As for Captain America being teleported away, Josh felt a mix of regret and relief. The regret came from the fact that, while he and Cap weren't exactly close friends, they were at least acquaintances. The relief was simple. Though not yet formally recognized by the Council of Nine, Josh had essentially become the head of a Hydra branch and a latent enemy of Captain America. It wasn't that he was afraid of Cap, but it still felt a bit uncomfortable to have a familiar person suddenly become a mortal foe. This outcome was just fine. After a moment of reflection, Josh didn't dwell too much on the matter. As for the cosmic cube, once he truly gained control of the Council of Nine, that would no longer be a problem. The next day, in a valley west of Innsbruck in western Austria, a luxurious motorcade slowly entered a small town nestled there named Oberstag. The townsfolk curiously observed the convoy. Because this town was remote, the war had barely touched it, and it was rare for any military or bigwigs to come by. So the sudden appearance of such a luxurious convoy naturally seemed quite strange. Although it was a small town, since Austria was once the core part of the once world-class Austro-Hungarian Empire, the roads were well built, allowing the convoy to move through the town with ease. After several twists and turns, the motorcade finally stopped in front of a small house with a courtyard on the town's northern edge. The arrival of the convoy drew the attention of a large dog in the yard, which immediately barked twice in warning. As the cars stopped, Josh, wearing an overcoat, stepped out of one of them. Following behind him was Oilia, dressed in classical attire. As soon as he got out, Josh spotted the dog in the yard and his eyes lit up. It was a robust Alpine Spirit, the Swiss national dog, a Saint Bernard. Famous for protecting travelers crossing the Alps, the Saint Bernard was beloved not only in Switzerland but in all regions surrounding the Alpine mountains. Being a naturally gentle breed, aside from barking a few times to warn them and watching them warily, it didn't show any signs of aggression toward these uninvited guests. This is your childhood home? Looks like it already has new owners, Oilia said as she looked over the small building and asked Josh. That's normal. When we left, my father sold this place. As for who he sold it to, I'm not too sure, Josh replied. Indeed, this small town, this house, was Josh's original body's hometown. Roughly 20 kilometers north of this town was the Bavarian town of Schwangau. There, two castles faced each other across a mountain. They were the famous Old and New Neuschwanstein castles, once inhabited by King Ludwig II of Bavaria. That's also why Josh had suddenly developed a craving to see Neuschwanstein Castle before coming to Europe. As a child, living here, he had often gone hunting in the border forests on horseback with his father, and while at it, admired those two beautiful castles. Now, Josh had come to take over those two castles. Ownership of the castles had originally belonged to the Bavarian state government, but in the late stages of World War II, Bavaria was first swallowed by the Hydra Corps, and now occupied by Austria, so naturally, ownership had fallen into Austria's hands. During his time in Austria, Josh used a series of methods to acquire the ownership of the two castles almost for free. But don't think Josh really got a bargain here. The old Neuschwanstein castle was fine. It was a completed structure, only needing minor repairs to be livable. But the new Neuschwanstein castle was still an unfinished building. In the late 19th century, that Bavarian king spent a full 6.2 million marks to construct the new Neuschwanstein castle. That was during the reign of Frederick III, using silver marks. At that time there were both gold and silver marks, not the almost worthless modern marks. In German regions, mark was not only a currency unit but also a unit of mass. One Prussian mark equaled 223 grams. That meant 1 mark equals 223 grams of silver, roughly over 4 taels. By Qing dynasty standards, that would be 6 taels. So 6.2 million marks equaled about 37.2 million taels of silver in Qing terms. And how much did that old witch Empress Dowager Cixi spend building the summer palace around the same time? Just over 10 million taels of silver? That means King Ludwig II of Bavaria was even more extravagant and foolish than Cixi. As a result, the royal family declared him insane and dethroned him, and he mysteriously died a few days later. When he died, due to his excessive extravagance, not only was the Bavarian royal treasury drained, but he also left behind a debt of 15 million marks. No wonder that even by the 1960s, Bavarians still cursed him as a madman and regarded the construction of the new Neuschwanstein castle as foolishness. But Ludwig had nothing to do with Josh. What mattered to Josh was that when Ludwig died, the new Neuschwanstein castle wasn't even completed. It only had the outer shell finished. Of the 360 rooms in the new castle, only 14 were fully completed. In the original timeline, it wasn't until the 1990s that the Bavarian state government gradually started restoring and finishing it, and by then, the castle was bringing in tens of millions of marks or euros in revenue annually. For Josh to finish the castle, under normal circumstances, it would take at least $8 to $10 million. Luckily, he had just gotten tens of thousands of free laborers from General McGinnis. Not a bad time to put them to use. Thanks to Germany's excellent basic education system, many of them had engineering knowledge, and at the very least could serve as manual labor. For these POWs, Josh just had to feed and clothe them, which immediately cut labor costs to the bare minimum. But since they were still being processed and screened in the POW camps, it would be a while before they were brought here. So Josh wasn't in a hurry to take over the castles. Instead, he came to visit Oberstag, this old home of his. And while Josh and Oilia were talking, the current owner of the small house, alerted by the barking and the commotion of the convoy, had already come out of the house. Walking out from the house was a middle-aged man with a kind face. Seeing this man, Josh frowned slightly, because he had a vague impression of him, but it was likely a memory from the body's original owner. "You are, Josh? Josh Kane." As Josh was pondering, the other man gave him a once-over and then called out Josh's name. "That's right, it's me, your Uncle Randolph." Being called like that, Josh also recalled this man was his father's friend, once a hunter living at the foot of the Alps outside the town. He and Josh's father were friends, and he had even held Josh as a child. So, his father had sold this place to him. "Oh, my, you've grown so much over these few years. You've come back from America? And your parents, and these people are?" Seeing the now grown-up Josh, the man referred to as Uncle Randolph was delighted, immediately asking a series of questions. "Oh, they're my subordinates. The war is over, and since I happened to come to Europe on some business, I thought I'd drop by for a visit. As for my parents, it's a long story." Josh shrugged. "I see, oh right, let's not stand out here. Come on in and have a seat, I just brewed some tea." Hearing Josh's words, Randolph seemed to sense something and quickly changed the subject, inviting Josh inside. Josh didn't decline since he had already come. Not going in would seem rude. So he entered the house with Oilia and Vito, while the others remained outside to stand guard. The interior of the house was decorated in a very typical European style: sofas, a fireplace, a radio, and so on. Following his memory, Josh noticed that almost nothing had changed about the furnishings. Near the fireplace, there was even a dog bed where a Saint Bernard lay, along with 4 puppies. The Saint Bernard that had barked at them earlier followed them in and stood guard beside the other Saint Bernard and the puppies. Clearly, the 2 dogs were a pair. "You must have noticed, the furnishings here are exactly as they were when you left, because I always thought that maybe, once the war ended, you all might come back one day. See, I was right," Randolph said as he invited them to sit while preparing tea. Josh and Oilia sat on the sofa, while Vito dutifully stood 5 paces behind Josh. Seeing Vito's behavior, Randolph looked a little surprised but quickly understood clearly, Josh's status now was far from ordinary. "You're too kind, Uncle Randolph. There really was no need for all this." Josh was quite surprised that Randolph hadn't changed a thing over the years. From this alone, it was clear Randolph was a friend worth having. His father had made a good friend, unfortunately, one he would never see again. "It's nothing. I live alone and don't have any special preferences. Whether things changed or not didn't matter to me." Come on, try this. I went through a lot to get this premium green tea from the Far East. They say it used to be reserved for emperors. I wonder if it suits your tastes. Randolph placed 2 porcelain cups in front of Josh and Oilia, then poured in the clear tea from the pot. Of course it does. Josh wasn't too surprised. After coming to Austria, he discovered that unlike the English and Americans' love for black tea, Austrians had a more eclectic taste: fruit teas, herbal teas, green tea, black tea, rooibos, a type of shrub from South Africa, and even white tea. Among them, green tea was actually more popular than black tea. The only difference was that Austrians didn't steep their tea, they boiled it. Mainly because, like many other Europeans, they didn't have the habit of drinking hot water, so they never boiled plain water separately. Josh picked up the cup and took a gentle sip. The familiar fragrance of green tea lingered in his mouth, making him pause slightly. This is Longjing? Josh asked in surprise. Although boiling the tea had slightly damaged its flavor, as a tea enthusiast from Jiaying in his past life, he could still recognize the familiar taste, and it seemed to be of high grade. A with grave new epsilon. Oh, you've been to that eastern country? Your Chinese is very good. Randolph was also surprised because Josh had said Longjing in precise Mandarin. No, not really. But I live in Chicago, there's a Chinatown there. I learned from some Chinese friends. Josh casually deflected. I see. Randolph didn't question further, nodding and then asking, so, what about your parents? Food poisoning. They passed away 2 years ago. Josh wasn't really sad, but he pretended to be somber. I see. That's truly unfortunate. But it seems you're doing well now. Your parents must be very proud of you in heaven. Although Randolph had already suspected that the Kane couple had met some misfortune, hearing it confirmed still made him sigh. By the way, how long do you plan to stay this time? If you'd like, I can sell this house back to you at the original price. Sell it back to me? Why? Josh asked, puzzled. Well, before the war, I was planning to travel and see more of the world, maybe live somewhere else. But then the war broke out. Your father didn't want to serve the little mustache man and had to leave quickly, but couldn't find a buyer in time, so I took it over temporarily. Now that you're back, I think returning the house to you is the right thing to do. Besides, I don't think you're short on money. Randolph explained, ending with a slight tease. Such a luxurious motorcade, a beautiful female assistant, and bodyguards. If he couldn't afford a countryside house, that would be strange. I see. Of course I'd be happy to buy it back. Josh nodded. Although he hadn't planned on reclaiming the house, since the offer was made, there was no reason to refuse. It wouldn't cost much anyway. He could hire someone to take care of it, and once he became more well known, this place could be considered a childhood residence or something. As for living in it, no need. Neuschwanstein Castle wasn't far. Why stay here when he had such a great place? So the two of them finalized the deal in just a few words. Josh wasn't short on cash and offered a price well above market value, which Randolph agreed to immediately. But both Josh and Oilia could tell that Randolph's quick agreement wasn't because of the high price, rather, he didn't care much about money at all. This naturally piqued their curiosity. So, Uncle Randolph, where do you plan to go next? Knowing Randolph intended to leave Austria, Josh asked. I plan to go to Norway and have a look. Randolph replied. Norway, huh? That's a great place. Josh nodded. Unlike his original world, in this one, even the God King praised Norway and chose to fall there. In the future, Thor would lead the surviving Asgardians to establish new Asgard on Earth in Norway. How could it not be a good place? By the way, what about these puppies? Are you taking them too? Josh looked at the 4 puppies playing beside their mother and asked, a bit tempted. Haha, so you've taken a liking to these little fellows? I was planning to take them with me, but if you like them, they're yours. Just be sure to treat them well. They are all of the purest Saint Bernard bloodline. Randolph laughed at Josh's expression, and pointedly mentioned the purity of the bloodline. But Josh clearly didn't pay attention to that part, nor did he realize that truly purebred Saint Bernards had basically gone extinct in the 19th century. The Saint Bernards that came after were all crossbreeds with large dogs like Newfoundlands and Great Danes. His knowledge of Saint Bernards was limited to the name and a few legendary stories. A convoy slowly drove along the mountain road, entering the vicinity of Neuschwanstein Castle. At the end of the road stood Neuschwanstein Castle. However, since the entire castle was situated on a cliff, the road led to its side. One had to circle around to reach the front gate. But just as the convoy reached the end of the road, 2 machine gun bunkers appeared at the junction. Not far behind the bunkers, in front of the castle, several jeeps and military trucks were parked. Who are you people? Seeing the convoy approach, a U.S. soldier emerged from the machine gun bunker, weapon at the ready, and stopped the convoy. From the bald eagle patch on his shoulder and the spade symbol on his helmet, it was clear that he was a member of the U.S. 101st Airborne Division, Easy Company. It was simple why Easy Company was here. When the Return to the Eagle's Nest operation was launched, Josh had already given a heads up to General Taylor. As long as the main strategic objective of the Return to the Eagle's Nest operation was completed, troops were to be dispatched to secure this location. Even though the Eagle's Nest itself didn't hold high strategic value, due to the symbolic nature of the operation, it still became one of the Allies' targets for occupation. The 2nd Battalion of the 506th Regiment, where Winters served, was responsible for the task. And since Neuschwanstein Castle was located less than 100 kilometers from the Eagle's Nest and wasn't a strategic stronghold, it was relatively easy to occupy. Thus, General Taylor smoothly issued the order to the 506th Regiment to take Neuschwanstein Castle as well. Colonel Sink, commander of the 506th Regiment and well aware of Josh's relationship with Winters and Aldo, naturally assigned the mission to a certain unit, no explanation needed. After verifying some documents and papers handed over by the front vehicle's bodyguard, the soldier spoke briefly to him. Then the two of them walked over to the vehicle Josh was in. "What's going on?" Vito, seated in the front passenger seat, immediately got out and asked. "Boss, Sergeant Martin here says the main gate of the castle has been blown up and is currently impassable. We'll need to enter through the side gate." The bodyguard from the front car explained. John Martin. At this point, Josh rolled down his window and asked the American soldier. Upon hearing the name Sergeant Martin, Josh already knew who he was. Although he was familiar with Easy Company, Josh didn't know everyone. There were over 100 of them. But he did have an impression of a few soldiers, and he had indeed met this John Martin a few times at the Rainbow Club in London. "Yes, Mr. Kane." Sergeant Martin saluted happily, clearly pleased that such a prominent figure remembered him. Although Josh wasn't in the military hierarchy, most of the soldiers in Easy Company knew of this important man. "You just said the main gate was blown up. What happened?" Josh asked, naturally concerned since this place was about to become his property. "Well, sir, when we arrived, the castle had been occupied by a Hydra research unit. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen, but they were stubborn. They blew up the gate to try to resist using the terrain. We didn't have many breaching methods at the time, but that very night, our company commander infiltrated the castle alone and eliminated most of the Hydra soldiers resisting inside. God knows how he pulled it off." Martin explained vividly. Josh suddenly understood it had to be Aldo who used the beast transformation serum he'd given him. Otherwise, there was no way he could have stormed such a heavily defended castle solo and killed dozens of Hydra soldiers. Thankfully, only the gate was destroyed, and the main structure remained intact. But, why was there a Hydra base here? "Thanks for the information, Sergeant Martin. Is now a good time to take me to see Aldo?" Josh asked. "Of course, sir. Please follow me." Sergeant Martin nodded, called out briefly to the three comrades remaining in the bunkers, then led Josh and his group toward the castle's side gate. Through the side gate and winding through the castle's complex corridors, they finally found Aldo on the second floor, writing something. "Josh, I've been waiting for you. It's great to see you." Seeing Josh arrive, Aldo quickly got up and gave him a bear hug. "I'm glad to see you too. I heard you stormed into a tiger's den and single-handedly took down the Hydra soldiers stationed here. That's seriously impressive." Josh patted his shoulders and said with a laugh. "Hey, others might not know what's going on, but you do." Aldo shook his head and said in a low voice. Then he glanced at Oilia behind Josh and asked, "Why is she here too?" "Haha, let's not talk about that for now. I brought a lot of good stuff from Vienna all in the car. Send someone to get it," Josh said. "Oh, that's great news. There'd better be good booze. This place is too remote, even the nearby town doesn't have a decent bottle." Aldo's eyes lit up. "Of course, not just good wine, but also fresh fruit, as well as freshly bought beef and vegetables from the nearby town." Josh nodded. "Martin, have 2nd Platoon go unload the supplies. We're celebrating tonight." Aldo ordered Sergeant John Martin. "Yes, sir." Martin saluted and quickly left. "I heard from Martin that there was a Hydra research base here. What's that about?" After Martin left, only Josh, Aldo, and Oilia remained. "You haven't said what this woman's doing here yet." Aldo looked at Oilia, displeased, and asked Josh. He still held a grudge over being captured and mind-controlled by her in the past. "My apologies, Lieutenant Aldo. Back then, we were on opposing sides, and I had no choice. I sincerely apologize. But now we all work for Mr. Kane, so there's no need to dwell on the past, right?" Oilia smiled and apologized after seeing Josh's signal. "Shit, Josh, is this true?" Aldo looked at Josh in disbelief. "Yes, Oilia is one of us now. She can be trusted," Josh confirmed. Aldo looked at Oilia, then at the collar around her neck, and silently gave Josh a thumbs up. "It's simple. At the beginning of the war, this place was used by the Little Mustache as a warehouse for looted French art. After Bavaria fell to Hydra, they turned it into a small research base. A major led a garrison of a few dozen troops here, along with a dozen or so researchers studying some strange stuff. We're just a bunch of grunts in Easy Company. No one understood what they were doing." Aldo shrugged. "Did you know there was a research facility here?" Josh looked at Oilia. "No, I never heard of it." Oilia shook her head. "You didn't report this?" Josh turned to Aldo. "Of course I did. I sent a brief report to Battalion HQ, but clearly, they didn't take it seriously." Aldo grinned and winked at Josh. Josh immediately understood and gave a satisfied smile. "Then take us to see it." Led by Aldo, the three quickly passed through several corridors and arrived at a room on the first floor of the castle's side wing. Here, there was a cellar, and inside was the location of the research facility. According to Aldo, the castle had several cellars, but most were unfinished like the rooms upstairs. Only 2 had been cleaned and repaired, one smaller one used as a regular cellar, and the other larger one, the one they were heading to, had been converted into a research facility. "Lieutenant." 2 soldiers were standing guard at the door. When they saw Josh and the others approach, they immediately saluted. Aldo returned the salute, then took out a ring of keys and unlocked the door. With a creak, the door opened. The first thing that appeared before them was a wooden hall that looked like a warehouse. The lighting was dim, and it was packed with various artworks. These things were looted from the French by the Little Mustache's army. That bookshelf over there holds the inventory list. Now it's all yours. But if you want to keep everything, you'll probably have to offer my brothers some benefits. Though I took this place down on my own, they've still done their part in guarding it, Aldo said, pointing at the numerous art pieces covered in white cloth in the hall. Of course. Josh gave a cursory glance. There must be over 1,000 artworks here. But I'll need to have someone assess the value of these things first. Josh wasn't being stingy. And one shouldn't assume that just because these were looted by the Little Mustache's army and stashed here that they were all valuable. Not to mention, many artworks were likely hidden away by soldiers and officers during the looting. All looted items would go through layers of filtering by the Little Mustache, senior officers, government officials, and German museums. Essentially, after the truly valuable items were picked out, the leftovers would be sent to warehouses like Neuschwanstein Castle across Germany. So even though the number of artworks looked impressive, Josh was fairly certain there weren't any priceless masterpieces, just mid to lower tier pieces of modest value. Besides, in times of peace antiques flourish, in times of chaos gold prevails. In these post-war years, not only would these artworks be hard to sell at a good price, just selling them at all would be difficult. But Josh didn't mind. Since the Germans thought them worth stealing, they must have some value. When the castle is eventually completed, these items could be used as decorations to elevate the aesthetic, saving him the trouble of sourcing decor elsewhere. The research facility is just inside. Follow me. Aldo nodded, then led Josh and Oilia around the stacks of artwork to the very back of the hall. There, they found a rather hidden staircase leading downward. They descended the stairs and turned a corner, coming upon a heavy metal door. Since we've got guards outside, I didn't post anyone here. Plus, the things inside aren't suitable for regular soldiers to see, Aldo explained as he opened the door. The soldiers don't know what's in here? Josh asked. Of course not. That night, I sneaked into the castle alone and cleared everyone out. The E-Company guys only know there's a research facility here, but I'm the only one with the key. They've never been inside. Aldo replied. As he finished speaking, the heavy metal door opened with a booming sound. A new hall appeared before them, brightly lit despite being underground. Unlike the upstairs area, this hall was filled with all sorts of instruments and equipment, and along the edges were many small laboratories. Clearly, there had been a battle here. Bullet holes and bloodstains were visible everywhere. Luckily, the damage wasn't severe. There's electricity here? Josh asked, looking at the well-lit hall. Yes. There's a power room inside, powered by energy cells similar to those in Hydra's weapons. They're incredibly durable. We've occupied this place for almost a week and haven't seen any signs of power loss, Aldo nodded. Can you tell what kind of research was being done here? Josh asked Oilia. We'll need to find the lab logs to be sure, Oilia replied, shaking her head at the disorganized lab layout, then turned to Aldo. There should be an archive room, right? Yes, that should be it over there. The door isn't locked, Aldo nodded, pointing to a corner. Go on, Josh said with a wave. Without hesitation, Oilia went to search the archives. Any other special discoveries? Josh asked again. There is deep inside, Aldo replied, pointing toward the back of the facility. Let's take a look, Josh said. Aldo immediately led Josh over to a laboratory. Inside, 2 large cryogenic chambers were revealed and each chamber held a frozen person. Frowning, Josh approached. In the first cryo chamber was a young Asian woman. Strange, why would there be an Asian woman in a Hydra base? But when Josh reached the second chamber and saw the person inside, his eyes widened in shock. Inside was none other than Captain America's close friend Bucky Barnes. Josh had encountered Captain America multiple times in London and had also met this close friend of his on several occasions, so he naturally recognized him. But how did he end up here? Like in the original timeline, the incident where Bucky fell off the cliff during the capture of Zola must have still occurred. Other than a few brief encounters, Josh hadn't paid much attention to Bucky, nor deliberately looked into what had happened to him, but now that he was in this research facility, it said a lot on its own. You know him? Seeing Josh's expression, Aldo curiously came closer. Although both were in the military, neither Aldo's former unit nor the current 101st Airborne Division had any ties to the Strategic Scientific Reserve or the Howling Commandos. While the military had promoted the achievements of the Howling Commandos, the focus was always on Captain America. The other members' names weren't well known. Newspapers at the time had limited space and couldn't introduce every member. With Captain America being such a blinding presence, few cared about the little guys. So Aldo didn't recognize Bucky. Yes, Bucky Barnes. That's his nickname. I think his real name is James Barnes. A member of the Howling Commandos, and Captain America's close friend. I didn't expect him to be here, Josh nodded. Captain America's close friend? Then what should we do with him? Aldo was stunned. What else? First, we figure out how he ended up in Hydra's hands. Once my people take over here, we'll assess his condition. If there's no issue, we'll find a suitable way to send him back. If it's complicated, we'll pretend we never saw him, Josh said after thinking it over. The reason Josh said this was because he didn't know if Bucky had been brainwashed yet or undergone the next stage of Winter Soldier experimentation. If not, then fine out of respect for Captain America, Josh could transfer him elsewhere, wake him up, and send him back. If Vito hadn't already undergone the first stage experiment, Josh wouldn't be so generous. But since he had Vito, Bucky wasn't that useful to him, better to earn some goodwill. But if Bucky had already been brainwashed or had undergone the second stage Winter Soldier experiment, then Josh would simply have to say sorry. That said, for now, the second scenario seemed unlikely. Bucky's left arm still had a stump and wasn't fitted with a metal one yet. Aldo nodded, saying nothing further. This was clearly the most appropriate course of action. By now, he was fully in Josh's camp. Though he respected Captain America and had even received a favor from him during a conflict with Kennedy, that alone wasn't enough to make him go against Josh. Besides, that stash of Hydra weapons Aldo had secretly handed to Josh in Paris alone was enough to land him in front of a military tribunal 10 more times. Found it. Just as Josh was thinking about how to handle Bucky, Oilia on the other side had made a discovery and came over holding a stack of documents. Tell me, Josh said. This research institute is a secret facility directly under Johann Schmidt, governed by his confidant Major General Werner Reinhardt. I know him, he's a cruel executioner. And the object of their research is something called the Prophet. Here it is. Oilia handed a photo to Josh. Josh took the photo and looked at it. It showed a polygonal prism-like object, seemingly metallic in texture. Since it was a black and white photo, he couldn't tell for sure. But why did this thing look so familiar? And Reinhardt? Josh remembered that was the name Daniel Whitehall used before he regained his youth and became a Hydra bigwig. Daniel Whitehall, the frozen Asian woman, the metal prism. That's it. This prophet is actually the obelisk, which contains Turigen crystals that awaken inhuman powers. Which meant this frozen woman might be Quake's mother. What was her name again? This object was discovered by Reinhardt years ago in Portugal. After realizing its magical properties, he traced it back to a village in Xia country, where he found the laborers who had excavated it. To maintain secrecy, he captured the entire village and used them as test subjects. All of them eventually turned to ash after contact with the prophet during the research except this woman. She survived contact and even caused the prophet to emit a brilliant light. But up until now, they still haven't uncovered the secrets of either her or the prophet, Oilia continued to explain to Josh. Oh, and this woman's name is Jiaying. So it really was that object. All the data matched Josh's memory of the obelisk perfectly. As for Jiaying, it was probably Jiaying. Do you know where Reinhardt is now? And where the prophet was taken? Josh asked. Unfortunately, before Operation Return to Eagle's Nest began, the prophet was transferred to another research base. Jiaying was also scheduled to be moved, but they never got around to it. After the operation began, Reinhardt and that base were taken over by a rebel unit. When the Allies reached Vienna, he and other war criminals were handed over to the Allies, and the research base was also taken over by them, said Oilia. So unless something unexpected happened, the prophet should now be in Allied hands. And from the current situation, it seems Reinhardt never revealed the existence of this facility. Josh raised his brows. So the obelisk was already in Allied hands? He just didn't know if the Strategic Scientific Reserve had taken possession of it. If not, he might still have a chance to get it. If so, there was nothing he could do. What about Bucky Barnes? Does the log have any information about why he's here? Josh asked, pointing at Bucky's cryo chamber. The records say his name is James Barnes, a member of the Howling Commandos. During a previous mission to raid a base over 100 kilometers away in the Alps, he was knocked off a cliff by Schmidt. Afterwards, Reinhardt's search team found him and temporarily placed him here. According to the documents, he was a designated test subject for Dr. Arnim Zola. But before they could transfer him, Zola was captured by the Howling Commandos. And then the war ended, Oilia recited, aware that Josh knew Captain America, and thus wasn't surprised when he called Bucky by name. So that means, aside from Reinhardt and Zola, there shouldn't be anyone else who knows the true purpose of this facility. Josh asked. In theory, yes. But we can't rule out special cases, Oilia shrugged, not wanting to make an absolute statement. I see. Then, if I gave you a mission to contact or try to contact Reinhardt or Zola, could you do it? Josh looked at her and asked. I can only say I'll try. People from the Strategic Scientific Reserve are quite hard to deal with, Oilia frowned and replied cautiously. You can try, but only if your own safety and secrecy can be guaranteed. Josh nodded, knowing this task would be difficult and didn't push further. All right, I'll do my best. And if I do get in contact with them? Oilia asked. Do you want them to work for you? Only Zola. As for Reinhardt, I don't want to hear that he ever walked out of Allied prison alive, Josh replied. There was no doubt Arnim Zola was a brilliant scientist. For example, his development and research into the Tesseract's energy were in some ways on par with the Stark father-son duo. It was just that the environment and era he was in severely limited his potential. If Josh could get him to work for him, it would clearly be a great benefit. After all, he couldn't rely on Yuri for everything. Especially when it came to things like the Infinity Stones. If Josh ever got his hands on one, he certainly wouldn't want to trade it away. But it had to be studied and utilized somehow. He couldn't just leave it lying around as decoration. And Zola, who had studied the Space Stone in depth, was clearly the best candidate to fill that gap. As for Reinhardt, what would be the point of keeping him alive? Killing him would be a form of justice for the villagers he slaughtered. Understood. Although she didn't understand why Josh wanted Reinhardt dead, Oilia knew her job was to follow orders. Alright, that's it for now. Later, check with the military for any news about Bucky. If it matches the records, then transfer and thaw him. Send him back to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and say we found him during a hunt in the Alps. That can be your way in to make contact with them, Josh said. As for this woman, get her out? I'm taking her with me, with diuresis new yes. Josh looked at the frozen Jiaying and, after a brief hesitation, made his decision. The experimental logs showed that Jiaying had already come into contact with the obelisk, which meant her inhuman gene had already been activated, saving Josh a lot of trouble. Immortality? How many people in this world could resist such a temptation? Even though Josh's dimension trading device had limitless potential also meant uncertainty. But Jiaying's immortality was tangible and real, something that could be seen and touched. Of course, Josh wouldn't use the same crude and brutal methods as Reinhardt to extract her power. A bit of blood and some genetic research would likely be enough. Why drain the lake just to catch a few fish? Besides, Reinhardt was already on the brink of death back then, with no time for long-term studies, so he had to take what he could in one go. In a luxurious European-style bedroom, Jiaying, who had just been thawed but not yet awakened, was brought in. She was being looked after by 2 German girls whom Josh had temporarily hired from the nearby town of Schwanga at the foot of the mountain. This room was one of the 14 completed rooms from back when Neuschwanstein Castle was under construction. Although the castle was never fully completed, the 14 finished rooms had always been maintained. With just a little tidying up, they were habitable. However, due to the special historical significance of the castle, these 14 rooms had been protected as heritage sites, and since the official fall of the Kingdom of Bavaria in 1918, they had essentially remained uninhabited. The German forces, Hydra operatives, and now Company E personnel who had successively occupied the castle had only cleared a few minimally decorated rooms on the first floor to serve as dormitories, under the constraints of their respective leaders. In particular, King Ludwig II's royal bedroom had been completely sealed off after his death. But now that Josh had obtained ownership of the castle, he had no such reservations and directly planned to use the royal bedroom as the future master bedroom for himself and Margot. After all, Ludwig II had died at Lake Starnberg, dozens of kilometers from the castle, so there was no real reason to avoid it. No one knew how much time had passed before Jiaying suddenly awoke. The memories of being used as a test subject in the Hydra research facility, watching her fellow villagers turn to ash from contact with the obelisk, had become her nightmares. So, after being thawed, it was easy for her to fall into a nightmare. And when she woke up, there was no time to reflect on the terrifying dream before she immediately sensed something was off. This time, instead of the cold prison cell, terrifying lab coats, and uniformed soldiers, she faced a soft bed and a luxurious room. At this point in time, Jiaying was not yet the wise and experienced leader of the Inhumans she would become, but just a rural girl from Jiaying, China in the 1940s who couldn't even read a single character. How could she have ever seen such luxury? She sat dazed, clutching the down duvet in confusion. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and a girl dressed in a traditional German maid outfit walked in. "You're finally awake, that's great," the girl exclaimed in delight upon seeing Jiaying awake. However, Jiaying only stared at the girl in confusion, because the girl was speaking German, and Jiaying, who couldn't even write Chinese, couldn't possibly understand a word. The maid quickly realized this, and rushed out to find Josh because in the entire castle, Josh was the only one who could speak Chinese. He had anticipated this from the beginning and had instructed the maids to notify him immediately once Jiaying woke up. Seeing the maid dash out in a hurry, Jiaying guessed she was probably going to get someone. She looked at the open bedroom door with a flash of longing in her eyes, but it quickly faded. She was just a rural girl from the 1940s with no experience in the world, and after the long period of imprisonment and abuse, she simply didn't have the courage to run away. So when Josh arrived at the bedroom, Jiaying was still sitting on the bed, clutching the blanket and staring at the open door in a daze. When she saw Josh, she nervously pulled the blanket tighter and shrank toward the headboard. "Don't be afraid, you're safe now," Josh said, sitting down on a bedroom chair across from the bed, not approaching the frightened Inhuman girl too closely. Hearing Josh's words, a flicker of hope appeared in Jiaying's fearful eyes. Because Josh was speaking fluent Mandarin, the official status of Standard Mandarin had been established after the fall of the Qing dynasty, so it wasn't out of place in this era. This was her first time meeting a foreigner who spoke Chinese. "You speak Chinese." Compared to Josh's Standard Mandarin, Jiaying spoke in a Jiangnan dialect. Fortunately, the Jiangnan dialect was relatively easy to understand. Had it been Minnan or Hakka, Josh, who in his past life was from Zhejiang, might have been completely lost. "Obviously. My name is Josh Kane. You can just call me Josh," he said with a smile. "The war is over. Those who captured you are dead. You are safe now." "Really? The ones who took me are dead?" Jiaying suddenly became excited. "Did you save me?" "Yes, I saved you. The ones who captured you are all dead, killed by my men," Josh nodded to confirm. Wah! Although she hadn't verified whether it was true, Josh's words gave her a much-needed outlet. She immediately burst into tears. "Master, the food is ready." At that moment, the maid Josh had earlier instructed to prepare food poked her head cautiously through the door. "Bring it in," Josh nodded. Then he got up, walked over to the bed, and gently patted Jiaying's trembling shoulder. "All right, don't cry. You've just woken up, your body is still weak. Eat something first. But such simple comfort wasn't very effective. The woman desperately needed to vent. Still, once the maid placed the tray of food on the bed table in front of Jiaying, her crying subsided a little. Yes, she was tempted by the food. The meal wasn't particularly extravagant, just a large bowl of soft-boiled egg and oatmeal porridge, some slices of bread, and some ham. But for Jiaying, it was the kind of gourmet meal she had barely eaten in her whole life. However, she was still shy. The food was in front of her, but she didn't dare to eat it right away. Go ahead and eat, it's prepared just for you. There's more if you're still hungry, Josh said again. Only then did Jiaying start to devour the food. She quickly cleaned the plate and even licked the bowl clean. If you're still hungry, I can have them prepare more, Josh said with a chuckle, seeing the lingering hunger in her eyes. Really? Jiaying asked cautiously, clearly still not full. Prepare more food. Include more meat, steak, lamb chops, chicken, Josh instructed the maid. Under normal circumstances, for someone like Jiaying who has just been awakened from cryogenic freezing, it would be unsuitable to eat large amounts of food. But Jiaying was an inhuman who had awakened vitality, and what she needed was to replenish her energy. TLN, I checked the wiki and the official term was life force absorption, but the author used vitality in the future ch as well, so I'll leave it like that. So Josh didn't have many concerns and simply let her eat as much as she wanted. Thank you. After the maid left, Jiaying finally expressed her gratitude to Josh. No need to thank me. This was just a small effort for me. However, now, since the food will take some time to prepare, why don't we talk about your situation? Josh said. My situation? I don't quite understand. Jiaying was a bit confused. It's simple, do you still have any family, or is there anywhere else you can go? Josh asked deliberately. This question hit the mark and Jiaying instantly fell into a daze. Home? Family? What home? What family? That demon had captured everyone in Jiaying village, and before leaving, set the entire village on fire. All the villagers were turned to ash by that strange thing. Now she was all alone. As for where to go in the future, she had no goals whatsoever. In the end, Jiaying could only shake her head in confusion, indicating that she had nowhere to go. And this was exactly the result Josh wanted. You have no money, no family, and no place to go, why don't you just stay with me for now? Looking at Jiaying's dazed face, Josh revealed a big bad wolf-like grin. I've got some wealth, and there's no shortage of food for you. Thank you, Master Josh, for taking me in. Jiaying was a bit surprised to hear that the foreign gentleman in front of her was willing to take her in, but quickly reacted and said gratefully. Josh was very satisfied with Jiaying's tact. Subduing this woman was far easier than he had imagined. One could only say that, in this era, women like Jiaying, who had never seen the world and had been deeply indoctrinated by the old society's ideas from a young age, were just too easy to fool. Which was fine, it saved Josh from having to use any forceful methods. Anyway, Jiaying would be following him from now on, and drawing some blood or whatever was just a matter of him saying the word. As for the Inhumans from the future losing the leader they should have had, or Daisy Johnson potentially never being born because of this, Josh only had one thing to say about that. What the hell does that have to do with him? On the terrace of the top tower of Neuschwanstein Castle, Josh sat on a lounge chair, holding a puppy in his arms, with 3 more bouncing at his feet, all leisurely enjoying the warm autumn afternoon sun. The 4 puppies were St. Bernard pups brought from Randolph. When Josh arrived, it happened to be the weaning period for the puppies, so on the second day of staying in the castle, he brought them over. Randolph had also come to the castle at that time, but he came to say goodbye to Josh. After bidding farewell that day, he packed up his things and, with 2 adult dogs, departed for Norway. As of today, it had been 4 days since Josh moved into Neuschwanstein Castle. One could say that when he first moved in, it felt quite novel, but after a few days, he felt it was just so-so. Well, mainly because the castle was too big, too empty, and there were too few people. Once the castle is completed, more staff must be hired. Such a large castle would need at least 100 servants and 100 security personnel to be functional. As Josh was dozing off, footsteps came from the stairs below the tower. The steps were light and brisk. It was Jiaying. It wasn't that Josh had particularly sharp hearing. Rather, such light footsteps could only belong to a woman, and there were only a few women in the castle right now. In the past few days, Josh and his team had verified Bucky's situation, so yesterday they woke him up and, led by Oilia, sent him to Vienna. So Oilia was no longer in the castle. Therefore, the only ones who could appear at the tower at this time were the 2 recently hired German girls, the woman in charge of cooking especially good at making German-style roasted pork knuckle, and Jiaying. But among these people, the only one who could climb the 100-meter-high tower stairs in one go, still with light steps and without panting, was Jiaying. Actually, not even the men in the castle, Josh included, could do that. Jiaying's ability, described as immortality, was actually vague and narrow. In more accurate terms, it was vitality. Such powerful vitality did not give Jiaying great combat power, but it did give her extraordinary energy. To put it precisely, she had excellent stamina and abundant energy, and she basically never got tired. The only side effect might be that she ate a bit more. Perhaps she had already realized this herself, so over the past few days, she had started learning housekeeping work from the 2 young maids. Although Josh had already agreed to take her in, Jiaying, who had lost all her family, was actually quite sensitive. Coupled with her honest nature as a Xia person, she didn't want to be a freeloader. Josh might not say anything for now, but what about later? And what about the future mistress she hadn't yet met? But right now, Jiaying didn't know anything, so she could only do the rough work of a maid. However, thanks to her boundless energy, Jiaying picked things up quickly and was very efficient at work. In just 2 days, she had taken over most of Josh's daily affairs from the 2 also newly trained German maids. One could say she was very capable. Sure enough, before long, Jiaying appeared at the tower stairs, carrying tea and snacks prepared for Josh. Master, is there anything else you need? Jiaying softly asked as she placed the tea and snacks on the small table beside Josh. Josh didn't speak but looked Jiaying up and down with interest. Only when Jiaying felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze did Josh finally speak. Jiaying, would you be interested in becoming my butler? Butler? Me? Jiaying was first stunned by Josh's words, then pleasantly surprised, and finally filled with self-doubt. Of course she knew what a butler was. That was a position held only in the homes of high-ranking officials in towns or counties, managing all the household staff, a very prestigious role. Nigerian Nairobi. But she was just a village girl. She could do manual labor, but being a butler she really didn't know how. Of course not now, but in Europe, there are schools specifically for training butlers. I can send you there to study. I've been watching your performance these days. You learn fast, work hard, and efficiently. You're the perfect material for a butler. I'm sure you don't want to be just an ordinary maid your whole life, right? Josh said, so now it's just up to whether you're willing. Having Jiaying learn to be a butler wasn't just a whim of Josh's, it was an idea that emerged after these few days of contact. A person who was always energetic, quick to learn, and methodical was indeed well suited to be a butler. And as Josh's household and business grew, he truly lacked such a role at his side. Think of Stark's Jarvis or Wayne's Alfred. If he had a similar butler hero by his side, Josh's life would be much easier. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Thank you, Master, for promoting me. Jiaying wasn't ignorant, just inexperienced. She wasn't stupid. Faced with such a clear opportunity to be lifted up, of course she had to seize it. Then pack your things. I was originally going back to America tomorrow, but now, I'll take you to Paris first. Seeing Jiaying agree, Josh nodded with satisfaction. Although the most popular butlers in the world were British, just like how the British were best at French cuisine, the origin of modern butler training was also in France. The French Royal Butler Academy had a longer history than Britain's Royal Butler Academy. Moreover, since Paris hadn't suffered major damage during the war, its environment was much better than London's, so there was no need to go all the way to Britain. As for the future's most famous Dutch International Butler Academy, it was just a modern commercial success story, and it wouldn't even exist until 1998. Thank you, Master. I'll go prepare now. Jiaying thanked him and happily went off to pack her things. Watching Jiaying leave with joyful steps, Josh picked up his teacup and took a sip. He had been in Europe long enough, it was time to go back to America. The main reason was that Margot was about to give birth, and Josh wanted to witness his child's birth. It was already October, and Margot was 8 months pregnant. Although they say it's a 10-month pregnancy, most people actually give birth around 9 months. If Josh waited too long to go back, he might miss the birth of his child. Anyway, even though the situation in Europe was clear now, the actual plan for dividing up Germany was far from settled. Since this timeline hadn't experienced the Yalta Conference where the division of Germany was discussed in advance. Right now, the Allies and the Soviets were fiercely confronting each other in Germany. Although both sides were trying to restrain themselves, who could guarantee that a misfire wouldn't happen? Until a real agreement was reached, there wasn't much point for Josh to stay in Germany. It was better to go home and be with his wife and child. Besides, transportation between Europe and America was quite developed now. If anything happened, he could be back in just a few days. Also, in a couple of days, the first group of construction crews made up of POWs would finish training and move into the castle under Oilia's arrangements. For quite a long time to come, Neuschwanstein Castle would become a giant construction site. Josh had no interest in eating his meals to the sound of hammering stones. The next day, Josh set out on his return journey. Compared to when he came, he had far fewer people with him, only Vito, a few newly recruited subordinates from Vienna, and Jiaying remained. The other bodyguard leader, Brooke, stayed behind at the castle with some of the men to act as supervisors. The little puppies were also temporarily left at the castle. The group first arrived in Paris, handed Jiaying over to Lyndon, who was stationed there, restocked him with supplies, and only then passed through the UK to return to the United States. It took 3 full days of travel before they finally arrived in New York on the morning of the 4th day. Then, without pause, they took a plane and returned to Chicago that afternoon. When Josh arrived home, Margot was out in the yard walking and sunbathing with the support of Francesca, her big pregnant belly showing. Seeing Josh suddenly return home, Margot was overwhelmed with joy. If it weren't for her condition, she might have broken into a run. Careful, careful, take it slow. Josh hurried up to support her. Haha, I'm fine, I'm not that fragile. Margot laughed happily as she held onto Josh's arm. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, let alone the fact that Josh had been gone for half a year. Margot had long been missing him terribly. If it weren't for the special circumstances, they might have already rekindled their passion. You do look pretty good, haven't lost weight. You've really had a hard time these days. Josh gently kissed her forehead, his voice full of tenderness. Leaving a pregnant woman at home alone for so long was actually quite irresponsible. If it weren't for the unique situation of World War II ending something rare even in all of human history, Josh wouldn't have done it. Not really. I ate well and slept well. It wasn't that hard. Margot blushed a little from Josh's tenderness. Let me walk with you. I'll tell you about my time in Europe. Josh supported Margot as they walked, then turned to Francesca. Leave this to me. Go find Vito, he's in the front yard. Hearing Josh mention her brother, Francesca's eyes lit up. She thanked Josh and left the yard. But not long after she left, 2 other maids came to the yard not to disturb the couple, but simply to wait quietly nearby. Clearly, Francesca had arranged for them. Seeing this, Josh nodded to himself. Francesca was indeed reliable. He then relaxed and strolled with Margot, chatting about his time in Europe. Of course, what he said was heavily edited. He left out things like Hydra, battlefield horrors, and the post-war devastation of various countries. After all, pregnant women are emotionally sensitive, and Josh didn't want to upset her. So he focused on how successful the military campaigns were and how much wealth he had gained. In short, he cherry-picked the good stuff to talk about. Hearing all this, maybe I really should have supported you going into the military. Who knows, you might have become a general. Margot joked, after hearing about Josh spearheading the Eagle's Nest reoccupation plan, ending the war early, and liberating his homeland Austria in advance. Beta S. Haha, you're giving me too much credit. If I had really joined the army, I'd probably have struggled to even become a low-ranking officer. Who would have listened to me, let alone let me near any big decisions? Josh laughed heartily. This was the harsh reality of capitalist countries. An ordinary officer's voice was worth far less than that of a big capitalist, let alone a soldier. You're right. Margot nodded and smiled, then changed the subject. That Neuschwanstein castle, was it really as beautiful as the rumors say? Before Josh left for Europe, she hadn't really believed him when he said he would buy Neuschwanstein castle. A world-class historical landmark wasn't something you could just buy with money. But to her surprise, Josh had actually done it. Yes, it's extremely beautiful, and the scenery is breathtaking in every season. But it's not completely finished yet. According to the engineers, it'll take about a year to fully complete. But that works out too. By then, our baby will be 1 year old, and we can go vacation there as a family, Josh said, describing the beauty of Neuschwanstein. After all, times were different now. In King Ludwig II's day, technology was backward, so the castle wasn't finished after decades. But now, with the main structure already completed, plus modern construction technology, machinery, and plenty of free labor, the timeline wouldn't be as long. And there was no worry about the POWs slacking off. In this era, prisoners of war basically had no human rights, and few people cared about their fate. The so-called Geneva Conventions were practically worthless once the Axis built concentration camps, so Josh didn't need to have too many scruples. Of course, Josh didn't plan to exploit the POWs mindlessly. On one hand, there would be the threat of force, on the other, ample food, decent living conditions, and the promise that finishing the castle would let them return home sooner. A carrot and a stick. As long as the POWs weren't idiots, they'd work with all their might. I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing Josh describe Neuschwanstein, Margot's eyes sparkled. After all, very few normal women could resist the allure of a fairytale castle like that. Josh looked at the woman beside him, her face glowing in the setting sun, and smiled gently. Perhaps the luckiest thing about coming to this world was meeting this woman. In the days that followed, aside from occasionally contacting Dix and the European front via phone or telegram, Josh went nowhere else and stayed by Margot's side without leaving. 2 weeks later, outside the delivery room of Prentice Women's Hospital at Northwestern University Medical School in downtown Chicago, Josh paced back and forth anxiously. Vito and the other bodyguards stood like wooden posts in the distance, not daring to disturb him. Not until a nurse came out to say both mother and child were safe did Josh finally breathe a sigh of relief. But just as he was catching his breath, another nurse came running out and pulled the first one back in. Turns out Margot had another baby inside. Her first pregnancy turned out to be twins, a boy and a girl. Josh hit the jackpot in one go, with both a son and a daughter. Fortunately, Margot's health was good, and there were no complications. Both babies were born safely and smoothly. Josh, Mike, and Carol are really ugly. Once the mother and babies were moved to the recovery room and Josh came to her side, Margot looked at the 2 swaddled infants and said that, nearly making Josh burst out laughing. The children's names had been decided before birth by Josh and Margot. The boy was named Mike Kelly Kane. The girl was named Carol Kelly Kane. The middle name, Kelly, was Margot's maiden name. Now that they had both, it worked out perfectly. Newborns always look like this. They'll be better looking in a while. Don't worry, they'll definitely grow up to be as handsome and beautiful as their parents, Josh said with a smile, trying to comfort her. Finally came, guess these guys aren't that patient after all. In the study, Josh fiddled with the invitation in his hand, a cold sneer appearing on his face. The invitation listed the venue as a nightclub in Chicago, but the sender was none other than the Competitive Social Club. And the signature at the bottom was Wilfred Malik, the current patriarch of the Malik family, one of Hydra's heads, and future leader of Hydra in the Avengers era, the father of Gideon Malik. However, at this point in time, Wilfred wasn't that old, just a little over 40. As for Gideon, he hadn't even been born yet. Many American tycoons married and had children late in life. With the means to do so, most of them naturally chose to enjoy themselves as long as they could. Take Howard Stark for example. Born in 1917, he played around until the late 60s when he met Tony Stark's mother, Maria, and only then truly settled down. That's also why Tony was born so late. Moreover, these tycoons generally didn't worry about succession. After all, as early as the start of the 20th century, the American Management Association had been established, and the professional manager system was very well developed. Many world-famous family dynasties, like the Rockefellers or Morgans, occasionally produced outstanding heirs. But for the most part, their family businesses were all managed by dedicated management companies. The benefit of this setup is that even if an heir is still young, it's hard for outsiders to wrest control of the family industry through underhanded means. Take Tony Stark, Bruce Wayne from DC, and Green Arrow as examples. All three lost their parents early and their companies were temporarily taken over, but what those others could seize was only corporate control. Their actual wealth couldn't be touched, law wouldn't allow it, and other tycoon factions wouldn't tolerate such violations of their bottom lines. That's why these three were ultimately able to reclaim control of their enterprises. If it were a family-run business, a direct heir going missing for a few years could easily result in the inheritance being divided up completely by collateral relatives, and it would be nearly impossible to reclaim it through normal means. Of course, the professional manager system also had downsides. If later generations were unambitious, their control and influence within the family industry would continuously weaken. Disney is a typical example. In contrast, someone like Josh, not even fully an adult yet, born in August 1927, and now it's November 1944, just turned 17, already has a pair of adorable fraternal twins. Quite rare. As for Wilfred Malik, he too, like Stark and others, had a rather inspirational background. The Malik family nearly went bankrupt during the Great Depression over a decade ago, though this world's Great Depression was caused by Hydra bigwigs on Wall Street. That didn't mean their own industries were immune to the effects. Besides, as with the Red Skull's betrayal before, Hydra had never been united internally. Before the economic crisis, Wilfred's father was actually the leader of the previous generation of the Nine-Headed Council. But when other Hydra factions triggered the crisis, they deliberately didn't inform the Malik family, causing them to almost go bankrupt. Wilfred's father committed suicide, and the family business was taken over by the banks. Wilfred then had to scrape by at the bottom of society for a long time, and it was only by taking a risk to help Schmidt transport a batch of super soldier materials that he gained the support of Schmidt, who hadn't yet betrayed Hydra and managed to reclaim his family's industry and rejoin the council. But rejoining the council was all regaining the Malik family's original voice and power within it would take a long time. All this information about Wilfred came from Whitney Frost, who had now become Yuri's assistant. To be honest, Josh hadn't expected Hydra to send Wilfred after all. The first Hydra member he'd come into contact with was Whitney Frost. And that woman was the rumored girlfriend of Isodyne Corporation CEO Calvin Chadwick. So, in Josh's opinion, it should have been Calvin Chadwick representing Hydra, but this wasn't bad news for Josh. Because according to the intel from Whitney, compared to Calvin Chadwick, who was born with a silver spoon and full of arrogance, Wilfred, who had experienced great ups and downs, was clearly easier to communicate with and more suitable for Josh to win over. Josh's goal in joining Hydra was to take control of it. But frankly, with his current wealth and influence, he was still far behind most members of the Nine-Headed Council. And that kind of gap couldn't be closed in a short time, even with the technology provided by Yuri. After all, converting technology into wealth and power takes time. And during that time, Josh couldn't ignore interference from these people. Of course, Josh had another option: take over a country and wage world war against the United States, flip the table entirely. But the last guy who did that, the little mustache, was already dead and gone. And Schmidt? Who knows what corner of the universe he'd been teleported to. Josh might have a cheat code, but he didn't consider himself a genius, nor did he think he could do better than those two in a short time. So without the strength to flip the table completely, Josh could only follow America's existing social rules to wrestle with the Nine-Headed Council. Thankfully, taking control of the Austrian Hydra branch had saved him a lot of trouble. But it still wasn't enough if he wanted to gain influence within Hydra quickly. He needed allies. And Wilfred, who had been deeply betrayed by his colleagues over a decade ago, was someone Josh believed surely still harbored a desire for revenge and to regain power. But before attending the meeting, Josh had to be fully prepared. The invitation was written very politely, but who knew what he would really face once he showed up? Luckily, many of the things he'd prepared for the European trip hadn't been put to use. This might be the perfect opportunity. And he couldn't neglect the defenses at home, either. Though Josh and the Nine-Headed Council currently had no direct conflicts of interest and the chances of them using extreme measures were low, precautions were still necessary. What if one of them just went insane? Then Josh might not even have a place to cry. Chicago at night was bustling with activity. After half a year, with the war nearing its end, various domestic controls in the United States had gradually been relaxed, and society as a whole was becoming increasingly prosperous. Chicago today was even livelier than when Josh transmigrated last year. There were more nightclubs than the year before. The Happy Zone nightclub was one of them and the largest. It was said that the boss behind it was a big shot from New York. Because it was upscale enough, those who frequented it were mostly Chicago's upper class, including quite a few top-tier figures. For instance, key members of Chicago's financial families like the Leibler, McCormick, Armour, Wood, and Crown families. or high-level executives from major corporations like Boeing, Chrysler, and Curtiss, all of which had numerous subsidiary factories around Chicago. A luxurious Cadillac V16 slowly came to a halt at the nightclub entrance, and Josh stepped out of the car. This V16 was actually the one Josh had hijacked last year and driven around Paris. It had now been repainted and fully refurbished. Josh was no longer the same man he used to be. Something like a car was no longer anything to be concerned about. Besides, the original owner of this V16 Scarpa of the Moretti Mafia family had been long dead, killed during a gang conflict a few months ago. In fact, with Germany and Hydra thoroughly defeated, those American factories previously focused on tank production had begun to shift back to making cars. Although the war in Asia and with the chopstick country wasn't over yet, demand for tanks there was too low to sustain America's vast industrial system. So, technically speaking, Josh could have bought a better car, but he didn't. Not because he was stingy, but because he simply no longer had much regard for American-made cars of this era. Once the division of Europe was finalized, Josh planned to enter the automobile industry himself. At most, it would take less than a year before he could drive a car manufactured by his own company. So this V16, which held some commemorative value, if not shown off now, would soon just sit in his collection room as a display piece. Getting out of the car, Josh looked at the nightclub's luxurious facade with a slightly odd expression. This was the very nightclub run by Wilfred Malik, and Josh was here at his invitation. Moreover, the Malik family was indeed the major shareholder of this nightclub. It was only after receiving the invitation and asking Dix to gather intel on the Happy Zone that Josh found out the place also had his own people inside, more precisely, members of the Blackwater gang, which made sense. Yes, Chicago and all of Illinois really was Blackwater's home turf. For an industry as gray as nightclubs, no matter how powerful your backing, you couldn't suppress the local snake. You had to pay respects first. So not only the Happy Zone, but most of Chicago's major nightclubs bore traces of Blackwater's influence. Josh hadn't paid attention to this industry before, considering it low profit and low profile. And since Blackwater's business focus wasn't here either, Dick stopped reporting on it after realizing Josh didn't care. But after his time in Europe, Josh realized the flaw in his earlier thinking. Yes, nightclubs were marginal and unglamorous compared to highly lucrative industries. But they were excellent sources of intelligence and venues for networking. The saying men's 3 iron bonds wasn't without its truths. Josh might still look down on this kind of business, but having none of it at all clearly wasn't right either. Thankfully, his realization came in time. Blackwater had already, imperceptibly, infiltrated many of these related industries. Especially now, with Dix investing a significant portion of Blackwater's resources into Las Vegas. Boss. Seeing Josh standing at the entrance in a daze, Vito behind him couldn't help but speak up. Snapping out of it, Josh nodded and walked into the nightclub under the doorman's enthusiastic welcome. Another bodyguard beside Vito handed over a tip at the right moment. As they passed through the heavy doors and entered the nightclub interior, the atmosphere changed instantly. Outside was a biting cold wind, while inside was cozy and warm. It was clear the heating and insulation here were excellent. But what was even hotter was the line of scantily clad beauties on either side of the hallway, all greeting Josh's group in unison. Very good. Very powerful. The scene was such that any more detail would summon the almighty censors. Fortunately, having entertained generals and officers in Europe, Josh and his companions had seen worse and didn't lose their composure. Josh simply glanced around, picked the most pleasing one to the eye, took her arm, and continued walking inside. Naturally, he had no interest in such women. It was just a matter of blending in. Otherwise, 3 grown men walking around a place like this alone would look awkward. He definitely didn't want Paris-style rumors circulating in Chicago. Mr. Josh Kane. Not long after entering a hall, a gorgeous woman wearing only minimal clothing approached and called Josh by name. That's me. Josh nodded. I'm Velma. Mr. Malik has been waiting for you. Please follow me. The woman gestured toward a door on the side of the hall. Josh nodded again, and under her lead, the 3 of them entered a large private room. On the long sofa inside sat a middle-aged man with a full beard, flanked by a few distant bodyguards. There was no doubt this bearded man was Wilfred Malik. Hey, Mr. Kane, finally you're here. Please, have a seat. Malik greeted enthusiastically as Josh entered and gestured for him to sit. I've heard much about you too, Mr. Malik. Josh sat down confidently across from him, smiling. Ha ha ha, just a bit of a reputation, nothing much. Compared to Mr. Kane, I'm like a minor wizard before a great one. Malik didn't ask how Josh knew who he was. His family was famous, and his identity was on the invitation. Without some clout, Josh wouldn't have accepted it. Big shots like him weren't that easy to meet. His flattery wasn't false modesty either. Josh was now very famous in America. The military had been promoting the victory in Europe, especially the Eagle's Nest operation, where Josh's name was also mentioned. Compared to his occasional newspaper appearances for war bonds, Josh had now officially entered the ranks of high-profile elites. Even Roosevelt knew of Josh now. This was precisely why Hydra had delayed contacting Josh. They had been analyzing his behavior to determine whether to approach. Had Josh been a true die-hard anti-fascist, Hydra wouldn't have been dumb enough to make contact. They'd have simply waited for an opportunity to eliminate a potential threat, like they planned to do in Project Insight in the future. But based on intelligence from Europe, Josh wasn't quite what the official propaganda made him out to be. Despite Schmidt's betrayal causing a rift between European and American Hydra factions, the Council of Nine still had plenty of influence in Europe. After all, Hydra originated not in Germany, but in Britain. And like Britain, they always liked to meddle in everything. So when Josh secretly absorbed many of Schmidt's former forces, the Council of Nine was well aware. Naturally, they wanted to figure out Josh's true intentions. No need for flattery, Mr. Malik. I doubt you invited me here just for fun. Let's get down to business, Josh said, waving off the compliments with a smile. You're a straight talker, great? Then I won't waste time either. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Chadwick to ask about Ms. Whitney Frost. After all, she was his fiancée. Didn't DreamWorks' announcement and the military's statement already make things clear? Ms. Whitney died in an unfortunate accident while taking a walk and stepping on an unexploded bomb, Josh replied without lifting an eyelid. Ha, Mr. Kane, surely it's not that simple? From what I hear, Whitney was briefly detained over a stolen intel case while in London. Just days after being released, she steps on a bomb? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Malik smiled slightly, trying to press further about Whitney to probe Josh. But Josh had no intention of continuing the back and forth. Whether it was coincidental or not, I think you know better than me, don't you, Mr. Malik? Whitney may be dead, but the nightlight serum that's in your hands now, isn't it? Josh replied with a slight smile. Mr. Kane, I don't understand what you mean. Malik's face darkened. Hail Hydra. Josh tossed a badge engraved with the Hydra insignia onto the table in front of Malik, ignoring the stunned looks from him and the others, and casually uttered Hydra's supreme motto. After all, today, no one but Josh's trio and Malik would be walking out of that room alive. Josh had nothing to fear. As soon as Josh shouted Hail Hydra, several people behind Malik, clearly his trusted aides, immediately reached for their waists. But on Josh's side, Vito and his companion moved faster. In the same moment, their guns were already in hand, aimed at the others. The sudden turn of events caused the scantily clad girls nearby to shrink back into the corners in terror. Fortunately, the girls were quite tactful. They didn't scream but instead chose to cover their mouths. Josh Kane, do you even know what you're saying? Compared to his somewhat nervous subordinates, Malik remained composed when faced with the Hydra brooch Josh tossed out and the words Hail Hydra. Unlike Oilia, he didn't immediately jump up in shock. After all, they were on different levels. Oilia was still quite new and inexperienced, having only recently started her journey. But Malik had been through major ups and downs. He wouldn't lose his composure over something like this. In fact, he waved a hand to signal his men to stand down. Seeing the others back off, Vito and his companion also holstered their guns. Come on, Wilfred. Just like you know what I was doing in Austria, I also know everything about your Council of Nine. So there's no need for us to keep dancing around it, right? Josh said, spreading his hands. Ha 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 ha, I really didn't expect it. Josh, you're one of us? The old men would be thrilled to hear this. But you young folks are still a bit reckless. After all, there are a few outsiders here, Malik said, staring at Josh for a long while after hearing him say Council of Nine. Then, suddenly laughing heartily, he warmly walked up to Josh and raised his glass. Outsiders? Don't worry, they won't be here for long. Vito, Josh said with a faint smile. At his command, Vito immediately took out a syringe and stabbed it into his own neck. His body began to swell, limbs lengthening, fingers sharpening, and his skin slowly covered by dark brown keratin. His eyes turned into vertical reptilian pupils. Very quickly, a terrifying lizard-like creature over 2 meters tall appeared in the booth. This time, the girls hiding in the corner couldn't hold back anymore and screamed. 2 of them even fainted on the spot, eyes rolling back. Shit. Malik's men, already horrified by Vito's transformation, lost it completely at the women's screams. Ignoring Malik's signals, they drew their guns and started shooting at Vito. Oh dear, Wilfred, we'd better step back. Stray bullets don't care who they hit. We wouldn't want to get caught in the crossfire, Josh said, having already moved aside when Vito transformed. His other bodyguard smartly stepped in front of him. On the other side, facing the gunfire, Vito merely raised his claws to shield his eyes. The bullets barely pierced his keratin skin and got lodged in his muscle, quickly pushed out by his powerful musculature. The wounds healed almost instantly, leaving barely a drop of blood. When the attackers paused to reload, Vito dashed forward and swiped his claws. One man's body was instantly sliced in half, blood and organs splattering everywhere. Holy hell, Vito. That's way too bloody, Josh shouted in feigned protest. At Josh's cry, Vito paused slightly and went easier on the next one, just slamming him hard against the wall. Judging by the limp appearance, he probably didn't have many unbroken bones left. Out of 4 attackers, 2 were already dead. The remaining 2 panicked and tried to flee through the booth door, but Vito leaped over their heads and blocked their way. Ra-epsilon. With a swipe for each, their heads were almost smashed into their bodies. After easily taking out the guards, Vito's fierce gaze turned to Wilfred Malik, who now stood alone and helpless. Even someone as seasoned as Malik couldn't help but gulp and tremble, eventually collapsing onto the sofa. Relax, relax, Vito. Don't hurt our dear Wilfred, he's our friend, right? Josh said as he stepped forward, calming Vito while smiling at Malik. Of course, we're friends, best friends. Malik nodded furiously, his previous composure completely gone. Josh nodded with satisfaction and waved for Vito to step back. Since Josh dared to let Vito use the beastization serum in such a setting, he obviously had control over the situation. Though the serum affected rationality to some extent, it didn't eliminate it entirely. Dinosaurs weren't brainless, after all. In fact, Aldo, who had used the serum multiple times in Europe, once told Josh that the more it was used, the less severe the side effects became. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take Neuschwanstein Castle all by himself back then. Moreover, unlike Aldo, Vito had undergone early-stage super soldier modifications by Dr. Zola, which enhanced his body. Most notably, his recovery rate was much faster. Suddenly, game-style health regeneration makes perfect sense. Perhaps because of this, Vito found that after a single experimental use of the serum in Europe, he had far greater resistance to its side effects, almost unaffected by beastly instincts. So earlier, when Josh gave the signal, Vito immediately adjusted his attack style. And now, with another shout, he obediently retreated. Additionally, the serum's regenerative properties had boosted Vito's healing even further. Based on short-term testing, Vito could practically use the serum indefinitely without worrying about losing control. Wilfred, what do you think of this combat serum? Better than those night lights or bright lights, right? Josh asked cheerfully, slinging an arm around Malik's shoulder. Absolutely, it's perfect. Stronger than any super soldier serum. What exactly is it? Malik had calmed slightly after seeing Vito retreat at Josh's command and realized Josh didn't intend to kill him just to make a show of power. He immediately began flattering Josh. No, it wasn't even flattery. His eyes gleamed with genuine desire for the serum. Beastization serum. A semi-finished super soldier formula, infused with animal genes. It gives people speed and strength far beyond human limits, plus some special abilities depending on the animal DNA used, Josh explained. The only downside is duration. It only lasts 4 to 6 hours. Not permanent. And the materials are hard to get. Josh's words were half-truths. The serum did have a permanent version. After all, the brutes from Red Alert were permanent transformations. But realistically, no one would want to stay in that monstrous form forever. So the original brutes were mostly used as expendables. Also, the permanent version was less intelligent and irreversible, requiring a brain chip to control them. Not to mention they ate a lot, defecated a lot, and had a laundry list of other issues. Since Josh wasn't planning a full-scale war, a time-limited version like this was much more practical. This is more than enough. A serum like this can change the world's entire power structure. Malik's eyes grew hotter. He then asked Josh, Mr. Kane, tell me, what do you want? As for the dead men, he didn't care at all. In Hydra, no one would give up a potential advantage over a few insignificant pawns. It was cold and heartless. But if it weren't, would it still be called Hydra? Don't be so formal, Wilfred. Call me Josh, we're friends, aren't we? Josh said with a smile. All right, Josh. So, what is it you want? Malik asked, quickly adapting. Simple. Schmidt is dead. The rest of us are innocent. It's only right that we reclaim our place in the organization just like you once did, right? Josh replied. Of course. That's only fair, Malik agreed enthusiastically. And one more thing, dear Wilfred, don't you think the council has grown a bit short-sighted? Think back to the Great Depression. If we had united, we could have controlled the world. But their internal conflicts made us miss our best chance. Don't you think it's time for change? The times have changed, and our great organization needs a little reform. Of course, no rush. We're still young. We can take our time, Josh said, his voice like a devil's whisper in Malik's ear. The Happy Zone nightclub, as the most exclusive private venue in Chicago, was exceptionally soundproof. Even with gunshots and screams erupting inside, there wasn't the slightest disturbance from the outside. It wasn't until several hours later, when things returned to normal, that a disheveled Vito and another bodyguard escorted Wilfred Malik, who appeared as though nothing had happened, out of the private room. After seeing Malik off, Vito and his companion, now in a fresh set of clothes, resumed their post outside the room. A few minutes later, Josh also exited the private room, his expression calm as ever, and the group finally left together. Afterward, the woman named Velma, who had earlier brought Josh to the private room, entered with a team. Wearing a composed look, she began cleaning and restoring the room. Inside, apart from some beast-like claw marks and several large bloodstains, there was nothing else. A few girls who learned things they shouldn't have naturally had to be sent to Yuri. The 4 mutilated corpses were no exception. Sigh. Compared to Daenerys and Yuri, who each ruled their own realms, Josh was still the most miserable among them. Even doing something slightly out of line had to be done with extreme caution. Now, with the year drawing to a close, a new dimensional beacon would arrive in 2 months. No one knew what kind of world or people he would encounter then. Josh was full of anticipation. By the time he got home, it was already deep into the night. Margot was still awake, sitting in the nursery built next to the master bedroom, smiling foolishly at the 2 babies in the cradle. Francesca sat nearby, yawning repeatedly as she kept them company. So the saying pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years is true. Why aren't you asleep yet? Josh squeezed next to Margot, glanced at the 2 pink, chubby babies in the cradle, and said with a smile, "Go take a shower." "What did you do? You reek of rust." As soon as Josh approached, Margot wrinkled her nose. Josh was momentarily stunned by her words. Rust? The next second, he realized it wasn't rust. It was the scent of blood. Although he had done some cleaning at the nightclub, he had still spent hours in a bloody private room. Margot, still recovering postpartum and extra sensitive, could easily smell it. Without hesitation, he left the nursery to shower. There was no helping it. While Josh might seem commanding and untouchable outside, ever since the birth of the two little ones, Margot's maternal instincts had surged. All her attention was focused on the children, and Josh's status at home had plummeted. Several days later, New York. The competitive social club. Although this Council of Nine had business cards all over America, most of their fronts were upscale venues like the Happy Zone. Only New York and Los Angeles, the two largest cities, actually had buildings officially marked as clubs. RAOES. In a dimly lit conference hall, 7 men in suits sat around a large round table. Not far away stood Wilfred Malik, who had met with Josh not long ago. Clearly, despite Wilfred's years of hard work bringing the Malik family back into Hydra's core, standing as an equal with the other heads was still a long way off. It wasn't about age among the 7 seated. Calvin Chadwick of the Isidine Group and Hugh Jones of RockCon Group were roughly Wilfred's age. Yet both calmly occupied 2 of the council's 7 seats and held significant sway. The sole reason? The strength of Isidine and RockCon vastly outmatched the now declining Malik family. Only Wilfred truly understood the bitterness of that reality. "Wilfred, tell us about your contact with Josh Kane," said the elder seated at the head of the table, looking at him. This elder was Thomas Gloucester, Hydra's top leader, a Wall Street financial magnate, and head of the First Citigroup Consortium. The First Citigroup Consortium, centered around Citibank, was one of America's top financial groups, and Citibank was the oldest bank on Wall Street. In Josh's previous world, the First Citigroup Consortium declined during the Great Depression in the 1930s, falling under the control of Rockefeller and Morgan conglomerates, only barely recovering in the 1950s. But in this world, under the Council of Nine control and in alliance with RockCon and Isidine, the First Citigroup Consortium was the hidden hand behind the depression and its biggest beneficiary. Conversely, Rockefeller and Morgan suffered major losses and had become marginalized. The most visible sign of this, in this world, the Rockefeller Center wasn't called Rockefeller Center, it was called RockCon Center. In other words, the First Citigroup Consortium had replaced the Morgan family's position, and RockCon had taken Rockefeller's. Isidine was the core of the California-based financial powers. As for the Malik family, their real-world counterpart in Josh's original universe was the Mellon family, another old money dynasty that declined during the Depression, eventually losing their grip to other families and corporations. So, if you included the temporarily weakened Malik family, 4 of America's top 10 financial groups were within the Council of Nine, and they were the 4 strongest. No wonder Josh placed such importance on the council. If you controlled the Council of Nine, didn't that mean you basically controlled half of America? The remaining council members were comparatively weaker. One was media tycoon Mortimer Hayes, who controlled half of New York and Los Angeles media industry. The last 2 were political figures. Ironically, the weakest of all was actually the von Strucker family. In the comics, Strucker, like Red Skull, was one of Hitler's top men, alongside Zima. But in this world, which seemed based on the cinematic universe, the von Strucker family had shown briefly during WWI as a noble German family. By World War II, internal power struggles with Hitler and Schmidt led to their exile to America, where they became vassals of the RockCon Group. It wasn't until the end of the war that they returned to Europe and began picking up Hydra's remnants after Red Skull's fall. During the Avengers era, they gained some influence. The Strucker killed by Ultron in the movie was the current head's son. But even then, Strucker was beneath Gideon Malik and Alexander Pierce in status. And in this world, it seemed nearly impossible for the Strucker family to rise again because Josh had already swallowed up most of Hydra's European assets. "Yes, leader. I can fully confirm Josh Kane is one of us," Wilfred answered solemnly in response to the council leader's inquiry. Dimensional trader in Marvel. While Wilfred Malik was presenting to the Council of Nine the details of his meeting with Josh, informing them that Josh had taken control of the remnants of Hydra in Europe and praising his capabilities to persuade the other council members to bring him into the council, Josh himself was not idle. To forge iron, one must be strong. If he truly wanted to gain enough influence in the council, Josh's current wealth and influence were still somewhat lacking. Even though he had made a fortune from the war in Europe, truth be told, that money made from trading goods was barely a mosquito leg compared to the economic boom that was to come with post-war reconstruction in Europe. After all, the real economic predators hadn't even started feeding yet. Trying to steal food from the mouths of those predators was impossible without strong allies. And achieving both of these goals didn't necessarily conflict. He just needed to leverage the right power. What kind of power? Naturally, the power of other financial conglomerates. Since Josh's industrial core was in Chicago, it would be stupid not to take advantage of the Chicago Financial Group's influence. "Josh, you're a rare guest." In the president's office of the Leibler building, John Leibler looked a bit surprised at Josh's visit. Although Josh had returned for over a month now and the wealthy class in Chicago all knew he had made a killing in Europe and had even helped bring the war to an early close, most of them had no clear idea how much he had actually earned. Without direct financial entanglements, no one had gone out of their way to probe Josh's actions in Europe. On top of that, Josh had kept a low profile after returning to Chicago, mostly spending time with his wife and children. So even someone relatively close like John Leibler wasn't fully in the loop about Josh's situation. This also showed that, in terms of capital sensitivity, the Chicago financial group lagged behind some of the others. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why, in the world of Josh's previous life, the Chicago group was gradually marginalized after World War II and fell to second-tier status. Haha, well, Margot just gave birth recently, so I didn't get a chance to visit you, Uncle John. Now that the babies are almost a month old and very healthy, I've become kind of unnecessary at home, Josh said, self-deprecatingly. TCH, I feel like you're just here to show off. Don't you know how much I want grandchildren? If only my two good-for-nothing sons valued family the way you do. John Leibler rolled his eyes. Old folks, no matter the country, always wish to be surrounded by children and grandchildren. John Leibler was now over 60, and his eldest son Linus was already 40. Though quite accomplished, already in control of most of the family business, he was so engrossed in it that he had never gotten married, let alone had kids. His second son? A useless playboy who had been married twice but never had children. Given all that, how could John Leibler, who had longed to hold a grandchild, possibly be happy? Haha, Uncle John, you're too kind. You're an elder to both Margot and me, of course you're the children's grandfather too, Josh said tactfully. Speaking of which, the two kids haven't been baptized yet, right? How about letting them have Linus as their godfather? Hearing Josh's response, Leibler grew interested and suggested, oh, if Margot agrees, I have no objection. Josh was stunned for a moment by Leibler's suggestion but then replied. Bavarians and Austrians were mostly Catholic. Josh's parents were no exception. Even though Josh, as a transmigrator, didn't believe in religion, his original self definitely had been a Catholic. Margot wasn't Catholic, but she was a Protestant. So theoretically, their children could be baptized, which would also require a godfather. A godfather or godmother was a sponsor in the Christian rite of baptism. Moreover, the role wasn't just honorary. Godparents were expected to take responsibility for their godchildren's futures. In fact, under U.S. law, godparents often had guardianship rights second only to the biological parents. Meaning, if something happened to the biological parents, the godparents would be responsible for raising the children, though they had no legal authority over the children's property. In most cases, the presence of godparents was a huge benefit for the child. Take a well-known example from Josh's original timeline in the U.S. actress Gwyneth Paltrow, who played Pepper Potts. Although her father was a producer and her mother an actress, neither had major success in Hollywood. So how did the notoriously difficult and temperamental Gwyneth Paltrow have access to so many resources from such a young age and win an Oscar at just 28, beating out far stronger actresses? It was because she had a great godfather, top-tier director Steven Spielberg. It's just that Josh had never thought about this angle before. First, he was no longer a believer. Second, he thought that with his own advantages, his children wouldn't need help from any godparents. But now that John Leibler had brought it up, there didn't seem to be any reason to refuse. After all, the Leibler family was one of the core powers of the Chicago financial group. Having the Leibler family's heir as the children's godfather wasn't a bad thing. It could even strengthen ties between their families. That said, it was only acceptable because it was Linus, the elder son. If it were the younger son David, neither Josh nor Margot would ever agree. Clearly, John Leibler understood that too. He didn't even mention that wastrel. Haha, since you don't object, that makes things easy. I'll have Linus talk to Margot. He's always treated her like a little sister, John Leibler said cheerfully upon hearing Josh's approval. Right, you still haven't said what brought you here today. Actually, Uncle John, the reason I came today is simple. I'd like to ask you to be a mediator and help me acquire the Continental Illinois Bank. Josh finally revealed his true purpose. John Leibler, still basking in the joy of talking about the children, was instantly stunned when he heard Josh's words. Acquire Continental Illinois Bank? This kid must be out of his mind. Josh, do you know what the Continental Illinois Bank means? John Leibler looked at the young man in front of him with a hint of amusement. In his eyes, Josh Kane was undoubtedly a very outstanding young man, even far more exceptional than his own eldest son, whom he had always been proud of. But he had to admit, young people still tended to be overly ambitious. He thought that just having some money meant he could buy a bank? Of course, John was aware of the military order Josh had landed in Europe, $200 million worth of bright light serum. Aside from that order, he estimated Josh had probably made over $100 million from other ventures in Europe. To be honest, with $200 or $300 million, acquiring a top-tier bank in the United States wasn't completely impossible. The problem was, the Continental Illinois Bank was not your average top-tier bank. In later years, compared to well-known banks like Citibank, Bank of America, BNY Mellon, JP Morgan, and Wells Fargo, many people might be unfamiliar with Continental Illinois Bank. That's understandable. This bank went bankrupt in the 1980s. But don't think it was weak just because it went bankrupt. In fact, before its collapse, the Continental Illinois Bank was the largest bank in the Midwest and ranked 7th nationwide, with a market value of $2.3 billion and over $42 billion in assets. It was one of the top 10 financial institutions in the United States. If that's not clear enough, compare it with another bank, Wells Fargo, the third largest U.S. bank in 2022. Back in 1986, Wells Fargo's market value was under $1 billion, and its assets were just over $20 billion. But by 2022, Wells Fargo's market value had reached $180 billion, and assets had grown to nearly $2 trillion. That comparison makes it clear how formidable Continental Illinois Bank once was. Its collapse was precisely because it was too strong. Its management grew overly confident and blindly expanded into high-leverage projects, eventually leading to a debt crisis and a run on deposits. The bank's failure became a classic case in financial history and was the first to shatter the belief that banks too big to fail wouldn't fall. Its demise was also one of the key reasons the Chicago Consortium began to decline in Josh's original world. Now, the Continental Illinois Bank wasn't as powerful as it had been in the 80s, but its market value still exceeded $1 billion, and it remained a core bank of the Chicago Consortium. No wonder John Leibler thought Josh's idea was delusional. What made Josh think he could acquire such an important bank? And what made him believe the tycoons of the Chicago Consortium would sell? Of course I know what the Chicago Bank means. It's the core bank of the Chicago Consortium, with a market value exceeding $1 billion, Josh replied. You know? Then why do you think you can acquire it? What makes you think we shareholders would sell? Josh, I know you want to join the Chicago Consortium and you absolutely qualify, but acquiring the Continental Bank is too much. John Leibler shook his head. Uncle John, don't be so quick to reject the idea. I know the importance of Continental Bank to the consortium. I also know that with my current assets, I can't afford to buy it outright. I never plan to fully acquire it, just obtain controlling interest. And I don't intend to pay in cash. I want to use equity swaps, Josh explained with a smile. If he had to use cash, acquiring Continental Bank was simply unrealistic. Despite its seemingly modest market value of around $1 billion, due to its importance, unless he offered a premium of over 50% or more, the other side wouldn't even consider selling. At such a steep price, even if Josh liquidated all his gray area income and assets, it still wouldn't be enough. But through a swap, things were different. He wouldn't need to spend much money, he might even save a lot. Swap? What will you use for the swap? John Leibler asked in confusion. Austrian National Bank, Austrian Central Bank, Bavarian Bank, BNP Paribas, and Lloyds Bank. Josh listed 5 names in one breath. Each one was a world-renowned bank. Especially the Austrian National Bank, if John remembered correctly, that was Austria's central bank, and the Bavarian Bank, that was a state-owned bank with extremely rare external shares. War is war, but who the hell sells off stakes in banks at this level? How did Josh have shares in these banks? Actually, it was simple. For the French and British banks, he had exchanged materials. Because of the war, these banks were struggling, many shareholders were on the verge of bankruptcy. For them, Josh's hard commodities were more practical than cash. As for the Austrian National Bank, Austrian Central Bank, and Bavarian Bank, those were Hydra's assets. Well, more precisely, assets that had belonged to Schmidt personally. Even though Schmidt had been eliminated by Captain America and the Strategic Scientific Reserve, this so-called state-owned asset wasn't up to the Americans to manage just yet. After all, Austria was cooperating with the US, not occupied by it. And since Josh had absorbed Schmidt's remaining forces, naturally, these assets had fallen into his hands. Although Josh's share in each of these 5 banks wasn't large, and their total value was far from $1 billion, the significance they carried far exceeded $1 billion in the eyes of the Chicago Consortium. You're serious? John Leibler's face suddenly turned grave. Of course I'm serious. The shares aren't massive, but they're real and verified. Josh nodded. He didn't feel bad at all about trading them because a swap wasn't a sale. By exchanging these shares for equity and voting rights in the Continental Bank, the shares would belong to the bank itself, not to any individual. That meant Josh would still effectively control them. What he was giving up was merely the potential profits they could yield. Money is endless, but Josh valued influence far more than money. Josh, let's set a date for the children's baptism. How about holding it at Holy Name Cathedral? I'm on good terms with Archbishop Cody. I'll persuade him to conduct the baptism personally. And I guarantee that every core member of the Chicago Consortium will attend the ceremony. John Leibler said after a long pause. Compared to other financial groups, the Chicago Consortium might be slightly slower in responding to capital opportunities, but that didn't mean they were fools. With Josh offering up shares in those banks, it was like placing half of Europe's juicy financial pie right at their mouths. If they didn't take a bite, even John Leibler wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Of course, the exact terms and quantities involved in the swap couldn't be decided by just the two of them, it would require negotiation. But that didn't prevent the Chicago Consortium from using the baptism ceremony to officially establish Josh's status within the group. Why don't you come over for dinner tonight, Uncle John? We can talk more about the baptism. You can also see the kids. Margot hasn't seen you in a while either. Josh, hearing John Leibler's promise, knew the deal was as good as done and extended the invitation immediately. Of course, I'd be delighted to accept. Josh's invitation filled John Leibler with joy, and he began thinking about what gifts to bring for the children and for Margot baptism. I always thought you weren't a believer. After bidding farewell to John Leibler, Josh returned home and mentioned the baptism to Margot, but Margot looked at him with a strange expression upon hearing it. After all, having known Josh for nearly 2 years, spending every day and night together, she had never once seen him attend a church service. It would be fine if he were Protestant, since Protestants don't place much importance on some of Christianity's formal rituals. But if he were Catholic and had never stepped foot into a church, that made no sense. Ahem, it's just a ceremony, no need to take it too seriously, Josh said a little awkwardly. After all, he couldn't exactly say he had no faith at all, could he? Here's something that might be hard to believe, the so-called beacon of freedom, the United States does allow freedom of religion, and that's not wrong. Even if you believe in something like the Sacred Flame Meow Meow Church or the Cilantro sect, that's totally fine. But if you have no belief, now that's a serious problem. Because in the eyes of Americans, people without religious belief lack moral restraint. Without moral restraint, there's no ultimate concern. Without ultimate concern, one can't live a dignified life. And if you can't live a dignified life, then there's no difference between humans and animals. So if someone wants to integrate into American society, they may privately have no faith, but they can't say that publicly, or else they'll be rejected by mainstream society. Seeing Josh's expression, Margot immediately understood that he wasn't a genuine believer at all. She simply rolled her eyes and didn't take it seriously. What's wrong with having no faith? He's still her man. Besides, having their 2 children take Linus as godfather wasn't a bad thing either. After all, when her father passed away back in the day, aside from the unreliable David, both John and Linus had taken great care of her. So Margot very straightforwardly agreed. That evening, John Libler arrived at their estate with gifts. And when they saw the gifts he brought, both Josh and Margot were extremely surprised. Uncle John, this is too much. Margot couldn't help but speak as she looked at the equity transfer agreement in her hands. Because the shares listed in the agreement were of the jewelry business once owned by her father, which she had sold back then, a business worth over $2 million at the time. Nowadays, it would be worth at least 2 or 3 times that. And yet, such a valuable asset, 90% of it was now split in 2 and gifted to the children. Why not 100%? Because the remaining 10% was already in Margot's own hands. Of course, this business wasn't worth much anymore to the now successful Josh, but for Margot, it clearly held extraordinary meaning. This is nothing, don't refuse. It's a gift for the children, not for you. If anyone's to refuse it, they'll have to do it themselves once they grow up. And don't worry about managing it, my people will continue handling operations. You just need to pay their salaries, John Libler said with a smile. Josh, on the side, silently nodded. Truly, the older the wiser. With just this one move through his wife, he made it so that in the future, Josh wouldn't be able to easily bypass the Libler family within the Chicago consortium. It was obvious that from their conversation during the day, John Libler had already realized just how powerful Josh's European resources were, far beyond expectations. If he didn't double down now, when would he? It was a big matter, and Margot couldn't decide on her own. She looked toward Josh. Accept it, dear. This is Uncle John's goodwill. Josh nodded to indicate she could take it. A few million? Once he returned to Europe, he could earn several times that in no time. Many of these benefits would eventually have to be shared with nominal partners in the Chicago consortium anyway, so why not give the lion's share to someone with stronger personal ties like the Libler family? Thank you for your hospitality. Your chef is excellent, especially that dish, Chicken Ferdinand. I loved it. But Josh, before I go, I feel I must give you one piece of advice. You still lack enough capable people under you, John Libler said in passing after dinner. Josh was slightly stunned upon hearing that, then nodded. He had to admit, what John said was absolutely true. Though Josh now had money, he really didn't have many capable lieutenants who could operate independently. The best one was really just Old Man Lyndon. Managing the US operations was easy for him, but once Josh's European ventures expanded and Lyndon was sent there, things changed. On the Blackwater gang side, Dix was good at fighting and some intelligence gathering, but when it came to business, it was truly a struggle for him. Since Josh moved Lyndon to Europe, Dix had already complained more than once that he didn't have a reliable chief steward anymore. As for Josh's own businesses, the factory managers were decent but nothing exceptional, solid middle managers at best. Surprisingly, the 2 most competent ones were actually the 2 managers from the film companies he later acquired. Before heading to Europe, Josh had intended to let Brad and Pitt compete for the top job. But Pitt, who had been in charge of the actress Angela that little B*TCH first took her to the front lines for a morale-boosting tour, and then she latched on to Joseph Kennedy. And, by the way, according to Josh's intel, after Joseph Kennedy died, Angela even latched on to the brother who came to his funeral, none other than the future American emperor. Good grief, she really played the widow's inheritance game to the limit. With that situation, the original plan to make her famous naturally fell through. On the other hand, under Brad's charge, Sabrina had completed filming The Sound of Music, which was now set for a Christmas release. Given all this, the competition between the 2 was no longer fair. But having them both manage DreamWorks seemed wasteful, so when Josh realized in Europe that Angela would never be coming back, as compensation he gave Pitt a choice: go manage the Blue Network, which had been renamed ABC after Josh bought it but never made much headway. Josh's original intent in buying ABC was to lay the groundwork for a future TV station. But since the war hadn't ended and under the controlled economic conditions, Josh couldn't get enough productivity to make TV shows or programs. So in the short term, ABC had to keep doing old-school radio. But the manager Josh had originally brought in clearly wasn't up to the task. ABC kept losing money and showed no signs of improvement. Josh didn't have high expectations for ABC. He didn't need it to make big profits, but at the very least, it shouldn't be losing too much money. Unexpectedly, after Pitt took over, he quickly got the radio company running smoothly. While it still hadn't turned a profit, the losses and debt had been drastically reduced, and profitability was now just around the corner. But aside from that, Josh didn't have enough reliable people under his command. Especially with the upcoming acquisition of the Continental Bank, Josh would definitely have to send someone trustworthy to oversee things. Bring Lyndon back? Although the guy had never worked in finance, he did hold a PhD in economics, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue. But the problem was, what about Europe after bringing him back? Leave it to Oilia? No doubt, this future Madame Hydra was a capable and versatile talent, but in terms of business, she really wasn't as good as Lyndon. What's more, when it came to the mess of Hydra's European affairs, no one else but her could handle it. Vito? The guy was certainly loyal, but he wasn't very educated. While he was a natural at shady operations, running a business. Better forget it. But just then, a figure popped into Josh's mind. Right, he might be a good choice. Josh, what are you thinking about? In the bedroom, while Josh was still considering who to recruit, Margot returned after soothing the two kids and handing them over to the night maid, and asked him, I'm thinking about recruiting someone for upper management, to help me run the bank side of the business in the future. Josh didn't hide it and answered directly. Oh, who are you thinking of? Margot was a bit surprised at Josh's reply. Someone you know, our old neighbor. Josh answered. You mean Mr. Angelo? Margot was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly caught on. Josh nodded. That's right. The person Josh was referring to was Tommy Angelo, their neighbor from when he and Margot were living together in the old house. Although it wasn't entirely decent, Josh had actually asked Dix to look into this neighbor's background when he was setting up the Blackwater gang. After all, it was Tommy who had warned him that Margot was being followed, and in this world, the only person who might know that it was Josh who made Joe Barbaro disappear was Tommy. But what he found out was quite a shock. Josh's old neighbor wasn't just any ordinary person, he was actually a major figure in the Chicago Mafia during the Great Depression of the 1930s. In the Mafia game series, Tommy is the only protagonist who becomes a high-ranking Mafia boss with his own territory, subordinates, and business, unlike Vito and other later protagonists who remained as enforcers. Although Tommy later betrayed his Mafia family, the truth was that his boss, Salieri, was the one who acted dishonorably, first getting rid of Tommy's close friends and even trying to kill Tommy himself. After that, Tommy did a few years in prison, and after getting out, he went into business. By the time Josh met him, Tommy was already the vice president of the largest taxi company in Chicago and even the entire state of Illinois, managing the operations of over 10,000 taxis. A taxi company's vice president might not seem to have anything to do with the banking industry, but in reality, in an era without computers, managing a taxi company with over 10,000 vehicles was actually far more difficult than running a bank. Especially in pre-1970s America, where banks were prohibited from operating across state lines, meaning banking at the time wasn't nearly as diverse or complex as it would become later. Generally, a bank's main area of operation was just a few key cities within the state. And that was exactly why John Leibler valued those bank shares Josh held so highly. Because to break free from this domestic restriction on banks in America, one very effective workaround was foreign banks. Since foreign banks inherently operated internationally, they weren't bound by U.S. laws restricting cross-state banking. Besides, Josh didn't really expect Tommy to help him make money through bank management. The bank itself already had plenty of financial professionals for actual operations. What he needed was just a reliable person to keep an eye on things and make sure no one inside the bank was up to anything shady. With a happy family and lots of kids, Tommy clearly fit the role perfectly. Mr. Angelo really is a good man. Margot wasn't very adept in business matters, but she had a good impression of their former neighbor. Back when they lived in the old house, she had often socialized with Tommy's wife, Sarah, and they had a great relationship. Even though they had moved, to be honest, she still missed those days. So she agreed with Josh's choice. But as the two chatted, Margot noticed that Josh's gaze was starting to look a little off. Since the heating in the manor was strong, Margot didn't wear much when staying in. And now that they were in the bedroom, well, there was a lot of exposed skin, and it dazzled Josh's eyes. No way, it's only been a bit over a month. Margot tossed another pair of mothballs at Josh. It's not advisable to do that within 42 days of childbirth, and it had only been just over a month. Haha, well, how about just a little fun, just a taste? Josh, thick-skinned as ever, pulled Margot over and said. Margot was helpless. What could she say when married to a man who even competed with the kids for attention? The next day, with his decision made, Josh took some people and 2 good bottles of wine and went to visit Tommy. After a period of careful consideration, Tommy accepted Josh's generous offer. Though he was currently the vice president of the Chicago Taxi Company, his growing authority had already aroused suspicion among the board, and things weren't going smoothly. So Josh's invitation was just the opportunity he needed to change work environments. Chicago's Holy Name Cathedral, also known as the Chicago Cathedral of the Holy Name. As the name suggests, this is a cathedral presided over by a bishop, not just any bishop, but a cardinal, also known as a prince of the church. Under the watchful eyes of Chicago's many elites, the cardinal performed a baptism by water for Mike and Carol. As the father, Josh maintained a solemn expression on the surface, but inwardly he was rather indifferent. Though posing as a devout believer, due to numerous church scandals in later generations, Josh held little affection for Catholicism. If it weren't for the church's substantial influence in the Western world, Josh wouldn't bother with such hollow formalities. The baptism process was somewhat lengthy but proceeded very smoothly. Even the cardinal dared not slack off when faced with a crowd composed of virtually all of Chicago's elite. After the ceremony, the gathering moved to Josh's estate. The women clustered in the courtyard, fussing over the children, while the men gathered in the drawing room. There weren't many people, just over 20, but each one was a heavyweight from the major family enterprises of the Chicago financial group. Josh had met most of them before, having attended several Leibler family banquets and various charity galas in the past. These financial magnates had already heard of Josh, the young upstart who had risen rapidly in recent years. Plus, John Leibler had already briefed them all in advance. So, naturally, there would be no foolish posturing or humiliation. No one at this level was an idiot. Gentlemen, the distinguished young man by my side needs no introduction. Let us welcome Josh into our ranks, John Leibler said loudly to everyone beside Josh. Everyone stood up warmly and applauded heartily, welcoming Josh's official entry into the financial group. I'm honored to be among you all. I won't bore you with too many words, let's get straight to the point. Josh raised his hand slightly, interrupting the applause, and said, I believe Mr. Leibler has already told you about my intention to buy into Continental Bank. I deeply appreciate your support. But what I think you all care about most is the situation in Europe. The deal with Continental Bank had actually been settled before the gathering. What Josh wanted to discuss now was the plan to head to Europe and make a fortune together. There's no doubt that the war in Europe is basically over. Our formidable army already controls most of the continent. After the ravages of war, Europe is in shambles and desperately needs rebuilding. Every industry is hoping for our help. I'm sure none of you would refuse to lend a hand to our European brethren, right? Josh said with a meaningful smile. Everyone present smiled knowingly. They were going to Europe to help, of course not to invade. Naturally, after helping, collecting a little reward was only fair. Let's just say I've been lucky. At the end of the war, I provided some small assistance to our brave army and made a few friends among the ruling classes of Britain, France, Austria, and others. But I'm just one man. Providing aid to our European friends is more than I can manage alone. So in the future, I'll need all of your support, eh? Josh then gave everyone a detailed briefing on the European situation, highlighting his power base there, stirring their interest and reinforcing their regard for him. With that, Josh was officially part of the core of the Chicago financial group. The group also finalized a plan to head to Europe after Christmas, led by Josh, to go on a gold rush. If you didn't take this opportunity to plow through Europe, could you even call yourself a capitalist? After the party, Wilfred Malik once again paid a visit on behalf of the council on 9. You guys really are slow. A few more days and I would have gone back to Europe, Josh said to Malik in the study. Sigh, it's a few troublemakers holding things up. Especially Calvin Chadwick. He was extremely opposed to you rejoining the council. Malik replied with a helpless tone, seizing the chance to badmouth Chadwick. Oh? Because of Whitney? Just over a woman, and he treats me like an enemy? The head of Isodyne sure doesn't have much breadth of mind, Josh said, raising an eyebrow. He knew Malik was trying to stir things up, but also knew the man wouldn't fabricate things out of thin air. Calvin Chadwick? Heh, I'll remember that name. Who says not? Fortunately, you recently became a core member of the Chicago Financial Group and took over Schmidt's forces. That really impressed the old fogies. Otherwise, if it was just my word, this might not have gone through, Malik said with emotion. So, they agreed? Josh asked. Of course. They've arranged for you to meet in New York and officially attend the club meeting. But be careful, they've also caught wind of your European gold rush plan, and they want a slice of the pie, Malik warned. Those old guys are scheming, you better watch yourself. What, they gonna eat me alive? Or you think I'm scared? Josh sneered. I know you're not scared. And once you reclaim your seat, they won't dare confront you directly. It'd violate council rules. But they might play dirty, using regular business tactics to steal your gains. That's what they're best at, Malik said with a hint. When Hydra was first formed, they swore no infighting among council members. This infighting ban mostly referred to violent methods like assassinations. Do whatever you want externally, but within the council, violence was forbidden, or all others would band against the offender. It ensured the organization's survival and protected its leaders. After all, a group racked by internal strife wouldn't last long. Of course, if you could do it discreetly without getting caught, that was another matter, but if you were exposed, expect the whole table to flip on you. That's exactly why Schmidt was abandoned by the council. He broke that rule. But the infighting ban clearly didn't cover legitimate business competition. The Malik family had been ruined in the past by other families using just such business tricks. But would Josh, with his cheat code, fear business tactics? Try me, I'll crush you with technological superiority. A few days later, Josh and Malik headed to New York. As with joining the Chicago group, after a short gathering, Josh donned the iconic Hydra insignia and officially became a member of the organization. Hydra may seem mysterious and grand on the surface, but once you really joined, you'd see that under normal circumstances, it was not much different from a regular business club. Other than each member having to contribute some funds annually for joint projects, and sharing important intelligence and political resources, the rest was highly independent. Aside from the council members, their individual forces rarely interacted without orders. It was precisely this loose structure that made the organization so hard to eradicate. And for Josh, that wasn't exactly good news. This mode of collaboration could help him grow his industry quickly but also made his ambition to fully control Hydra much harder to realize. Fortunately, Josh was young, he could wait. As Malik had warned earlier, the council did want in on the Europe trip. In fact, the council had always planned to carve up post-war Europe. Josh's emergence and the reintegration of Hydra's European branch simply made it more convenient. But aside from those regular operations, Josh, newly seated on the council, also witnessed another side of Hydra and got involved in a major affair. Now that the war is basically over, it's no longer appropriate for little Roosevelt to remain in that position. With his temperament, it won't be long before he starts targeting us. At the club meeting, after discussing Josh and Europe, interim council leader Thomas Gloucester raised a new issue startling Josh. Damn, Hydra was living up to its name, truly hardcore. Little Roosevelt? That meant the one in the White House. Previously there had been Theodore Roosevelt, and now it was Franklin D. Roosevelt, distant cousins. Hence, the elder was called Old Roosevelt, and the current one Little Roosevelt. This just happened to be an election year, and they were right in the thick of it. Clearly, the council planned to interfere and make sure Roosevelt didn't get re-elected. That won't be easy, will it? He's at the height of his popularity right now, Josh said cautiously. As a major capitalist, Josh didn't want Roosevelt to stay president. Too long a term and too much power, bad for any tycoon or financial group. And Roosevelt had both. In the original timeline, Roosevelt still won this election, and by a landslide, but just a few months after the victory, right before the war ended, he conveniently died. Whether that was coincidence, Josh couldn't say, but now he was sure if Roosevelt won again and then died, something was definitely up and it might involve him. Yikes, thrilling just to think about it. This Hydra definitely the right move. Heh. Josh Kane, now that you're part of the council, you'd better get used to how we do things. So what if he gets elected? Plenty of presidents have been elected, and just as many have had accidents. What's one more? Said Calvin Chadwick across from Josh, with a provocative look. Enough, Calvin. Thomas Gloucester, seated at the head, reprimanded Calvin sharply. Then he turned to Josh and said, our actions are not as exaggerated as they seem. Most of the time, we act out of necessity. You're a businessman, you should understand that many of Roosevelt's measures are not suited for the post-war economy. Of course, sir, I understand perfectly well. Josh nodded obediently, feigning sincerity. Good that you understand. You don't need to be involved in this matter. After all, you've just rejoined the organization. Although you've joined the Chicago Consortium, your roots in the US aren't deep, so it's not suitable for you to get too involved in American politics. Helping us re-establish our footing in Europe is your most important task, Thomas Gloucester said, satisfied with Josh's sincere attitude. Initially, he thought this young and successful man might be as arrogant and impetuous as Schmidt. He agreed to let Josh return to the organization only because the latter had coincidentally taken control of the European branch. He even suspected Josh was merely a figurehead pushed forward by them. But from their brief interaction, he realized Josh was actually a very steady young man. By contrast, Thomas glanced at Calvin and shook his head quietly. Isodyne Energy had made a fortune during the Great Depression. By now, it should have been a behemoth on par with First Citibank or Rockcon. Unfortunately, old Chadwick died at a critical moment, leaving behind a fool like Calvin. Of course, I'll do my best. Josh responded with surprise. He had originally thought that throwing out topics like election interference and targeting Roosevelt was meant to trouble or entrap him, but it turned out not to be the case. Looks like Hydra is quite lenient internally. Then again, it makes sense. Assigning such a mission that could influence the fate of the organization to someone who just joined would be tantamount to gambling with their lives, even if Josh had joined as a council member. So, with Thomas's explanation and Josh's behavior, the other council members also nodded approvingly. Speaking of which, there's another matter. Since Whitney's death, the research progress on atomic weapons has been significantly delayed. I think the council should adopt a contingency plan. If we can't develop nuclear weapons soon and show them to the world, it's going to be hard for America to assert global dominance. Calvin Chadwick raised an issue, seeing that Josh seemed to be gaining the approval of the other council members. Come to think of it, Whitney's death wasn't that related to you, Josh. Hearing this, the other council members all turned to look at Josh. Calling Calvin a fool is only in comparison to the seasoned council members, but to most people of this era, Calvin, who had received elite education from childhood, was far from being a fool. The Manhattan Project may have been a national project, but its origin and operation were closely tied to the interest groups behind the present council members. In some sense, it was Hydra's own project. As mentioned earlier, Whitney, although she appeared to be just a Hollywood starlet, was in fact an important researcher involved in the project on Hydra's behalf. However, because she was a woman, she was never allowed direct participation. So Calvin's move to use this to provoke Josh was actually quite shrewd. Yes, I did it. That woman tried to steal the nightlight serum, and it nearly got me court-martialed. If my lab hadn't coincidentally made a breakthrough with the bright light serum, who knows if I'd even be sitting here right now. What? If it were you in that situation, would you let her live to see Christmas? Unlike the evasiveness he showed when Malik tested him before, Josh admitted outright this time because the situation had changed. Before joining the council, he wasn't on the same side. If Josh had admitted to it back then, they could have used it to retaliate. But now that he was one of Hydra's highest-ranking council members, Whitney's actions could be seen as insubordination. Other council members could tease him about it, but they couldn't touch him. That was the privilege of being on the council. Although Whitney was in the wrong, Josh, your response was a bit too extreme. You can punish her however you like, but killing her outright was a bit excessive. Hugh Jones, the head of ROCCON, spoke up at this point. However, this matter can still be salvaged. I happen to be on good terms with the genius scientist Howard Stark. Perhaps we could try to persuade him to join the Manhattan Project. In terms of ability, he's probably even more capable than Whitney. RAB. Upon hearing Hugh Jones's suggestion, the other council members nodded in agreement. Although it was obvious that Howard Stark wasn't on their side, it didn't stop them from using this super genius under another pretense. Previously, Howard Stark had been recruited by the Strategic Scientific Reserve to the front lines, focusing on developing various special weapons, so the council had found it hard to approach him. But now that the war in Europe was over, both Howard Stark and Josh had returned to the US, giving the council an opportunity. Yet none of them noticed that when Hugh Jones mentioned his friendship with Howard Stark, Josh looked at the top of Hugh's head with a strange expression. Why? Because of Howard's questionable morals, of course. No one denied that the Stark father and son were geniuses and often heroic, too. But unlike Captain America and other upright heroes, the private morals of these two were lacking. Anyone befriending them had to consider whether they might end up wearing a green hat. Coincidentally, Josh knew that this very council member who claimed to be close with Howard Hugh Jones was one of the victims. Josh hadn't seen Agent Carter Season 2, so he didn't know about Whitney Frost and Calvin Chadwick. But Hugh Jones was an exception. Since ROCCON appeared so frequently in Marvel Comics, movies, and TV shows, Josh had specifically watched fan videos compiling intel on ROCCON. And one of them mentioned the love-hate entanglement between Hugh Jones and Howard Stark. To put it bluntly, Hugh considered Howard a brother, but Howard slept with his wife. Since then, all the way to the era of Tony Stark, ROCCON Group had been targeting Stark Industries relentlessly. To say there were no personal grudges in that would be laughable. Still, that was none of Josh's business, and he had no intention of warning the man. But as for Calvin using Whitney to needle him, Josh wasn't going to let that slide so easily. Nuclear weapon research data? He had the full set. With Yuri around. Forget first-generation atomic bombs, second-gen hydrogen bombs and triple-stage bombs, third-gen neutron bombs and EMP weapons, even fourth-gen directed energy nuclear weapons? No problem. If you gentlemen are worried about delays in nuclear weapon development, then you needn't be. Just as the other council members were discussing the issue, Josh spoke up. Oh, do you have some insights, Josh? Calvin asked provocatively. Have you forgotten the super weapon Schmidt was working on before he died? Josh raised an eyebrow. Of course we remember, but that was never completed. And according to our intel, that thing required the cosmic cube. Thomas responded. Although it might sound boastful, I can assure you, there are some capable people in my research institute. After obtaining the materials Schmidt left behind on his super weapon project, they've conducted deductions and already achieved tangible results. It's just that due to industrial limitations, we can't yet turn them into physical weapons. Josh said with a smile, pinning the development of nuclear weapon data on the Red Skull. As for whether anyone believed him, that wasn't Josh's concern. After all, the nuclear weapon data he had was the real deal. Even if Red Skull or Zola came forward to deny it, it wouldn't matter. The fact that Josh possessed complete nuclear weapons technology caught the Council of Nine completely off guard. As for Calvin Chadwick, who had originally planned to use this matter to put Josh in a tight spot, his expression turned extremely ugly. Because the Manhattan Project was not only a superweapon with deadly deterrent power for the United States and the entire world, it also symbolized internal resource allocation within Hydra for the factions behind several council members, including the Isodyne Group, who were involved in the project. Previously, Isodyne Energy Group had benefited greatly from its significant role in the Manhattan Project, receiving substantial internal support from the organization. But now, after Josh was provoked, he simply produced a complete chain of technical data. While the organization wouldn't retract its previous investments, any future allocation of resources was undoubtedly gone. This was truly a case of Calvin shooting himself in the foot. He could only cling to a final hope in his heart that Josh was bluffing. But the next day, when a truckload of paper documents was delivered to a council-affiliated research institute in New York for verification by the organization's scientists, Calvin's last shred of hope was completely extinguished. Yes, a whole truckload. Even though in later times the principle of the atomic bomb would be considered understandable by high school students. Theory is just theory. The actual detailed manufacturing process remains an extremely complex task. So don't be fooled by the fact that a truck was needed to transport the documents. This was after Yuri had already deliberately condensed the material. Moreover, if Yuri hadn't already built a relatively basic supercomputer and begun storing the nearly infinite knowledge in his mind into it, it would have been impossible to prepare such a complete set of documents in just one day. But once the documents were handed over to the council, how the council would pass them on to the military was not something Josh needed to worry about. As for whether helping the US develop the atomic bomb early would make the world more chaotic, Josh wasn't worried either. He would simply send a copy to the Soviets. As long as both sides were balanced, war would be hard to start. The detailed design data of the atomic bomb also once again brought Josh tremendous prestige within the council. Led by Thomas, the council's top echelon generously transferred a large portion of Hydra's publicly owned property and resources in Illinois and Europe under Josh's jurisdiction. Good heavens, just the top-tier research institutes alone numbered over a dozen. Dozens of companies and factories. Countless funds and personnel. Although these resources were only entrusted to Josh for management and not directly given to him, they were still of immense help. Especially since the original budget for Josh's European mission was $500 million, and now it had been doubled to $1 billion. This was an absolutely staggering amount. To put it into perspective, during World War II, the entire U.S. Lend-Lease program only provided about $50 billion in total resources to the Allies, averaging just over $10 billion per year. The total cost of the Manhattan Project was only a bit over $2 billion. In addition, several shipping companies, over 100 Liberty ships, and the corresponding material allocation rights were handed to him. This demonstrated just how terrifying the resources controlled by the Council truly were. Frankly, Josh was quite surprised by the Council's generosity. But he also understood that it was precisely because the amount of resources was so enormous that as long as the person in charge wasn't a total fool, it was impossible to cause any major losses. Epsilon. Even if losses did occur, it wouldn't hurt the Council's core, since they now controlled 5 massive financial groups. So, in a sense, this grand gesture from the Council was also a kind of test. If Josh could make good use of these resources during his European mission and bring significant benefits to the Council, then his position as a Council member would be truly solidified. Otherwise, he'd end up like Calvin, seemingly high-ranking but in reality sidelined, a mere mascot. However, Josh wasn't the only council member heading to Europe this time. He would be accompanied by Hugh Jones, the head of the Rockcon group. They planned to depart for Europe right after Christmas. Still, despite understanding the importance of Josh's return to Europe just 2 months after coming back to the US, Margot was somewhat unhappy. She had actually wanted to accompany him to Europe, but unfortunately, the 2 children were still very young and unfit for long journeys. After all, the medical and sanitary conditions of the era were far worse than in later times. A 2-month-old baby was extremely fragile, just a bit of acclimatization trouble could take their lives. So, in the end, after finishing her recovery period, Margot could only vent her dissatisfaction quite fiercely by physically exhausting Josh. Hoo-hoo, just 2 months, and London's already changed so much. On the streets of London, Josh sat in a luxurious Bentley, watching the increasingly bustling streets and couldn't help but sigh. Just like last time, Josh had flown to the UK. Meanwhile, Hugh Jones, who preferred a comfortable journey, was still drifting across the Atlantic with a convoy aboard an ocean liner. But this time, Josh didn't have to squeeze into a crowded plane with others. For convenience, Josh shamelessly used public resources for personal gain. Leveraging council resources and his good private relationship with the War Department, he bought a C-69 strategic transport aircraft from the Army Air Forces. This was a strategic transport aircraft developed by Lockheed during the late stages of World War II. Its range even exceeded the famous B-29 bomber, reaching an astounding 7,400 kilometers, an impressive feat for that era, earning the military's high regard. However, the plane only had its first test flight in late 1943, and the first unit was delivered in mid-1944. By the end of World War II, out of the Army's more than 200 orders, only 22 were ever delivered. So it wasn't very well known. But in the 1950s and later during the Vietnam War, its successor model was heavily purchased and used for roles like early warning, electronic intelligence, airborne radio relay, weather reconnaissance, and conventional troop transport, remaining in service until the 1980s, which speaks to its reliability. By the way, in the original timeline, this plane was commissioned for development by Howard Hughes, a major shareholder in TWA. In this world, it was developed with the participation of Howard Stark. As for whether Josh would eventually dabble in aerospace, well, he had considered it before, but now it was no longer necessary. Because out of the 5 financial groups controlled by the Council, 2 were major shareholders in Lockheed. Since the war has officially ended, apart from a small number of occupation forces, the majority of soldiers naturally went home. With the full restoration of overseas routes, prosperity has naturally resumed. It's just that family relationships are a bit strained, said the middle-aged man sitting respectfully beside Josh, glancing mockingly at a quarreling couple in front of an apartment building. This middle-aged man was named John Huberman, ostensibly a British citizen, but actually of Bavarian descent. He was once a double agent dispatched to Britain by the Mustached Man and Hydra, holding a rather high status. However, with the fall of the Mustached Man and Bavaria being incorporated into Austria, he naturally lost his original mission. Originally, when the war ended, he was preparing to pack up and flee, but Oilia came knocking, and soon, like other Hydra branches in Europe, he was incorporated under Josh's command. As he already held a certain social status in Britain, he became the highest-ranking Hydra official in the UK while also serving under Lyndon as the head of Josh's Kane Group operations in Britain. Whether it's Germany, Hydra, or the current Austria, Britain has always been a competitor. Never mind that Britain previously supported the operation to return to the Eagle's Nest and supported the coups in Bavaria and Austria. That was mainly because Britain was too eager to end the war. Now, with the war over, the British immediately began to renege on their stance, repeatedly stating at Allied meetings that Bavaria and Austria committed numerous war crimes and should be held accountable. They also argued that Bavaria and Austria should not be allowed to merge. The biggest obstacle to Austria's attempt to gain victorious nation status was also Britain. France was in a similar situation. In the 2 months Josh was away, a new French constitutional assembly had already been elected. Although de Gaulle still held the position of provisional government leader, he was already being deliberately sidelined. Aside from the French occupation forces in Germany, this last man of France had actually lost control over the domestic situation, and the French politicians had already begun to collude with the British, subtly turning against Austria. Fortunately, the United States did not want to see a unified Western Europe, especially not Britain and France becoming too united. Plus, with the looming threat from the bear, although they didn't support Austria gaining the status of a victor nation, they also opposed the sanctions against Austria and the division of Bavaria and Austria proposed by Britain and France. So, the internal dynamics of the Allies were very delicate at this point. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if John Huberman, who had been fighting underground against the British since the beginning of the war, had a good opinion of them. So what if they were a victorious nation? Their home front was still a chaotic mess. For the past few months, city halls across Britain were lined with returning soldiers filing for divorce. Quarreling couples could be seen on the streets every day. No helping it, many British women had gone too far with the American soldiers, and many were pregnant. While fighting on the front lines, to return home and find your wife pregnant, any British soldier with a brain could figure out what was going on. A few neighborhood inquiries would reveal everything. Some with better relationships might try to endure it, but most could not. Just wait, this is only the beginning. It won't be long before the British suffer even more, Josh said with a slight smile. As for the historically infamous troublemaking nation, Josh had no fondness for them either, of course. He didn't feel any particular attachment to the US or Austria either. But as one of Hydra's leaders and a stakeholder in American consortiums, creating trouble for these two old powers was naturally a justified task for Josh. This was also one of the main purposes of his return to Europe this time. As for how to create trouble for those two countries, well, that would rely on the cute bear on the other side of the German wall. What is the German wall? Naturally, it's the dividing line between the Allied occupation zone and the bear's occupation zone. The Berlin Wall of the original timeline didn't exist in this world, because there was no Yalta Conference, and the European War ended early. Thus, the bear, having entered Berlin alone, refused to share the city with the Allies in this timeline. So, in this world, there was only one line dividing North and South Germany, the German Wall. Though called a wall, it was actually just a military demarcation line. Plus the Bavaria that Austria stole. The Allied occupation zone in Germany was significantly smaller than in the original timeline. Especially Britain and France, each of their zones wasn't even as large as Bavaria. No wonder the two countries were unhappy with Austria. I imagine anything the leader does will be extraordinary. Hearing Josh's words, Huberman flattered at the right moment. Josh just smiled slightly and said nothing more. But at that moment, he caught sight of a figure out of the corner of his eye. "Stop the car ahead," Josh ordered. The driver did not hesitate and slowly brought the car to a halt. Josh then opened the door and got out, walking toward the somewhat melancholy figure standing by the roadside. When the figure saw Josh getting out of the car, a trace of surprise flashed across her face. "Miss Carter, long time no see," Josh greeted. That's right, the person Josh had spotted was none other than Peggy Carter, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. This was also the first time he had seen her since Captain America went missing. "Long time no see, Mr. Kane. I didn't expect to see you here. I heard you had returned to the United States," Peggy Carter said with a slight smile. Though both were American tycoons, compared to the flamboyant Howard Stark, Carter obviously had a better impression of the scandal-free Josh, even though she was quite close friends with Howard. "Yes, I went back for 2 months to spend time with my fiancé and 2 children and to celebrate Christmas. I just arrived in London today," Josh nodded. Although Carter's figure did stir Josh's imagination, it was just imagination. This woman was not someone easily handled, and Josh didn't want to lose his head over desire and be decapitated by her. So there was nothing to hide regarding family matters. On the contrary, it left a better impression after all. As a Hydra leader, he would need to work with this Shield founder someday. "What? You already have children?" Carter was clearly surprised at Josh's words. As a military officer who had investigated Josh, she didn't know much about his family situation, but she did know his age. A 17-year-old billionaire already having children, and seemingly on good terms with his fiancée. In contrast to the unreliable Howard Stark. Just as Josh predicted, Carter's mind indeed formed a favorable impression of someone who valued family. "By the way, where are you headed?" Josh asked Carter. "I just left my brother's place and was planning to go home, but clearly, getting a cab right now isn't easy." Carter shrugged, glancing at the street. "If you're free, how about having a meal together? Don't get me wrong, I just happen to have something I'd like to discuss with you, about Steve," Josh invited smoothly. 10 odd minutes later, inside the restaurant at the Ritz Hotel in London, Josh and Peggy Carter were seated opposite each other. The Ritz was one of the most upscale hotels in London during that era, established in 1904, and it also had a sister hotel of the same name in Paris. However, both of these hotels now actually belonged to Josh. Besides these two, Josh had also been acquiring high-end hotels in major cities across Europe and America, preparing to establish a luxury international hotel chain. Firstly, it could be a very lucrative business in itself, and secondly, it could also serve as a network of intelligence outposts Josh could set up around the world. Of course, that was something only Josh needed to know. There was no need to show off in front of Carter at the moment. Speaking of which, I never got the chance to thank you for what you did for Bucky. After they sat down and ordered a little food, Carter offered her thanks to Josh. Bucky was arguably the person Steve cared about most in this world, so Steve always held deep regret about Bucky's fall off the cliff. It's just a shame, he'll never see him again. There's no need to thank me. Putting aside the fact that Steve and I were friends, Bucky himself is our hero. As an American, this is something I should do. Josh waved it off casually. That's true. After all, you three are the real compatriots. Carter smiled slightly. Only then did she realize Josh, Steve, and Bucky were all Americans, and she, a Brit, was technically a foreigner. And as for the person Steve cared about the most in this world, maybe it was Bucky once, but now, I think we can add one more name. Josh said with a meaningful smile. Carter smiled faintly without replying. She naturally understood Josh's implication, but what was the point of bringing it up now? The person was already gone. By the way, you mentioned you had something about Steve you wanted to discuss. What is it exactly? Carter shifted the topic. Look at my memory. It's nothing major, just this. Josh reached into his chest as if to pull something out, but in reality, he retrieved an envelope from the system warehouse and handed it to Carter. What is this? Carter asked in surprise as she took it. Inside was a key. This is the key to Steve's apartment in Brooklyn, New York, Josh explained. What? Steve's apartment key? How did you? Carter was clearly taken aback. The reason is simple. That apartment was originally rented. When Steve enlisted, he paid the rent in full, but after the news of his death reached the US, the landlord tried to auction it off at a high price using Steve's name. I happened to hear about it and simply bought the whole building. Josh explained casually. Originally, I intended to give the key to Bucky, but since I ran into you today, I figured giving it to you might be just as good. Josh wasn't lying about this. In his past life, Josh had read a lot of fanfiction where Captain America returned to live in his old Brooklyn home after waking up. But judging from the beginning of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, it was clear Cap was actually living in Washington D.C. though maybe he moved there after the events of the first Avengers movie. Even so, holding on to that thought, while attending a council meeting previously, Josh had taken the opportunity to inquire about the location of Cap's supposed childhood home and decided to go take a look. It might have seemed odd a Hydra agent visiting the home of Hydra's greatest nemesis, but Josh went anyway. What he learned from his contacts in the Blackwater gang was that Cap's family had rented that apartment from the start. Although Cap's father was said to be a WWI hero who died from mustard gas, which had inspired Cap's admiration and desire to enlist, Josh's research revealed the truth. Joseph Rogers did die, but calling him a hero was an exaggeration. Cap's parents were Irish immigrants who came to the US early in WWI. Their life trajectory was similar to Vito's parents in The Godfather: utter poverty, unable to afford even a modest home. Joseph Rogers could only work manual labor jobs to support the family and had even dabbled in the local Irish mafia. Later, when Steve's mother got pregnant, Joseph took the risk to enlist in the army, hoping to earn more money and provide a better life for their unborn child. Alpha yes. The US only joined the war near its end, and the entire army was just 300,000 strong. They hastily drafted 4 million men, gave them minimal training, and shipped them to the front lines. Joseph went to Europe in early 1918, fought his first battle in May, got hit by mustard gas, and died shortly after. Steve was born in July, a posthumous child. If someone like Joseph, an alcoholic with criminal ties, who enlisted purely for money and never earned any real merits, could be called a war hero, then hero had become a very cheap term. Steve's mother deliberately portrayed Joseph as a hero so that Steve would have a role model. Joseph Rogers' only real contribution was leaving behind a modest pension. But what Steve likely never knew was that his mother never received that money. Why? Because the US government defaulted on it. Not only did they withhold the pensions of many fallen soldiers, they also tried to avoid paying salaries to WWI veterans. This led to the famous Bonus Army March during the Great Depression. In 1932, tens of thousands of WWI veterans gathered outside the Capitol to demand their pay, only to be violently suppressed by the active US military. Several veterans and 2 children, family members of the protesters, were killed, and thousands were injured. Afterward, the government labeled the protesters as communist criminals. There was a strange historical twist to this event. Among the officers who led the suppression were 3 men who would become famous in World War II: Eisenhower, MacArthur, and Patton. Eisenhower and Patton were relatively cautious and initially avoided using violence. But the highest ranking of the 3 was MacArthur, who also had the toughest stance. He disobeyed President Hoover's orders and forced Eisenhower and Patton to use violence on the protesting veterans. Ironically, among the protesters was a future US President Harry Truman. Truman had been a WWI veteran and company commander, and at the time of the protest, he was a judge in Jackson County, Missouri. He and his old comrades joined the march and nearly got run over by a tank under MacArthur's command at the Capitol steps. So, the animosity between MacArthur and Truman arguably began at that very moment. Because the US government reneged on its promises, Steve's mother had to raise him alone through her own hard work. To earn more money, she even worked as a nurse in the terrifying tuberculosis wards and ultimately died from the disease. Steve, growing up in such a harsh environment, suffered from malnutrition and ended up with asthma, scarlet fever, rheumatic fever, and a host of other ailments. Under such economic circumstances, owning a home? Not possible. Even a tiny Brooklyn apartment in what was then a slum was out of reach. If Steve hadn't befriended Bucky as a child, he might not have survived at all. Compared to Steve, Bucky's family was far better off. They weren't rich, but solidly middle class. You could see the difference in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, from their drastically different clothing styles. Thanks to Bucky's support, Steve managed to survive that long. That nearly brother-like relationship was why Cap cared so deeply for Bucky. By contrast, Cap's friendship with Howard Stark and his son was just that, friendship. No wonder in Civil War, Steve was willing to hurt Tony in order to protect Bucky. People are selfish. When it comes to what truly matters to them, even someone like Cap isn't immune. Thank you, Josh. I never knew his childhood was so rough, Peggy Carter said as she stared at the key in her hand. I'll find a way to repay you for the building. Yes, although Carter was Cap's lover and believed she knew his character well, she had never heard these stories about his upbringing. From the sound of it, except for the brief period when he became Captain America, Steve didn't really have a good life. Talking money with me? That's no fun. Or is it that you don't really see me as a friend? Josh said, pretending to be displeased. Haha, true. You're a wealthy tycoon, probably not short of a building. Then I won't be polite. I'm heading to the US next week anyway, so I won't need to find a place to stay. Oh, you're going to New York next week? Josh was a little surprised. He knew Carter would eventually go to the U.S. How else would SHIELD get founded, but he didn't expect it so soon. Yes, it's not a secret. With the war ending, the Strategic Scientific Reserve is being recalled to the US, and naturally, I'm going too. This trip back to the UK is just to say goodbye to my family, my sister-in-law and nephew, Carter explained. But as soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Josh staring at her with a strange look and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "Oh, nothing. I just suddenly remembered something else." Josh laughed awkwardly, then said, "I've heard about your brother. He was a hero." Actually, when Carter mentioned her sister-in-law, Josh suddenly recalled a joke from his past life about Peggy and Sharon Carter. In the Chinese version of the Avengers films, Sharon was translated as Peggy's niece. But Sharon clearly looks 30-something during the Avengers era, while Peggy is over 90. Peggy only had one brother, who died during World War II, leaving behind a posthumous child. So Peggy should only have one nephew, no niece. Then how did Sharon Carter come into the picture? Josh had puzzled over this in his past life too. Eventually, he learned it was a translation error. In English, aunt can refer to any female elder including great-aunts. So the mystery was solved. Sharon Carter wasn't Peggy's niece, but her grandniece. After dinner, Josh had someone drive Carter back to her home, while he returned to his estate in the countryside. Although this meal had brought them closer, with Peggy Carter's personality, if Josh thought he could use this opportunity to make something happen between them, he was dreaming. There had been rumors that Howard had once formally surrendered unconditionally in Germany, trying to steal a kiss from her while celebrating the victory in the European theater, but the result was that Carter punched him into the Thames River, almost drowning him. Although the truth of this rumor was unknown, Josh did not want to provoke this situation. Otherwise, getting beaten would be the minor issue, losing face would be the bigger problem. "Sir, a telegram from America. President Roosevelt has been re-elected." As soon as Josh returned to the estate, the butler brought him a telegram. Due to the war's progress and the earlier interference by the council in the elections, the results were delayed compared to the original timeline, but clearly, the council's plan had failed. However, with this outcome, the tough president might end up having a stroke, just like in history. "Vito, please send a reply, telling Mr. Tommy to visit Mr. Leibler. If possible, during this period, he should try to make more contact with Vice President Truman," Josh said while holding the telegram, thinking for a moment before instructing Vito. Before the election results came out, Josh hadn't approached Truman because Truman wasn't one of the candidates but rather Roosevelt's running mate. In the U.S. presidential election, after the president-elect took office, the running mate became the vice president and the Senate's president. Only if the president were incapacitated could the vice president take over. If the council's interference had succeeded and Roosevelt lost the election, then Josh's efforts to approach Truman would have been in vain. So, before, the council, led by Josh, had focused on Roosevelt's opponent, New York Governor Thomas Dewey. Now that Roosevelt had been re-elected, it was meaningful for Josh to engage with Vice President Truman. Since Josh was in Europe and couldn't directly approach Truman, John Leibler, representing the Chicago Consortium, could handle the task, and with Leibler's sharpness, even if he didn't understand Josh's intent, he wouldn't slack off. As for the council, those old hands, when they were already preparing to strike at Roosevelt, how could they not have made preparations? Josh didn't need to worry about that. "Okay, boss." Vito nodded and went to send the telegram. Josh then went back to his study alone, opened the trading device. Soon, De Henry's figure appeared on the screen in front of him. She was sitting on the Iron Throne, which symbolized the highest authority of the Westeros continent, but her expression was slightly gloomy. Not going well on the battlefield. Seeing her expression, Josh couldn't help but tentatively ask. At the beginning of last year, when Josh activated the system, the Game of Thrones world was in Westeros year 301, just before Daenerys was about to return to Westeros. Alpha Nu Beta Epsilon S. However, because of the trading system, Daenerys delayed her landing and, while trading with Josh, focused on organizing Slavers Bay and building her strength. It wasn't until the beginning of this year that she officially landed on Dragonstone. At that time, in Westeros, all the lords, except for Cersei, had already united under Jon Snow's leadership to form a coalition army to resist the Night King at the Wall. After receiving the news of Daenerys' arrival, the coalition army was understandably nervous. Jon Snow, who had become the actual leader of the coalition, was courageous and determined. Following the advice of his advisors, he visited Dragonstone with a corpse of an undead and attempted to convince Daenerys to join the coalition and lead her army north to fight the Night King together. Daenerys, of course, didn't agree at first. She said that she would fight, but only if Jon Snow submitted to her. Jon Snow, now the Lord of the North and the leader of the coalition, naturally refused. This resulted in a stalemate between them for a while. However, Daenerys' two advisors, Tyrion and Varys, once again used their persuasive skills to convince her on some level, the Night King was indeed a threat to all of humanity. Furthermore, if she attacked Westeros while the coalition was fighting the undead, she would likely lose the support of the people. Although Josh had reminded Daenerys that with her current military strength, she didn't need to worry about these things, Daenerys still decided to go north. She made an agreement with the coalition kings. If Daenerys contributed the most to defeating the army of the undead, they would crown her as queen. However, following Josh's advice, Daenerys secretly held back during her journey north. She used only the rifles that had been equipped for the Unsullied and hid the Italian cannons Josh had just traded. She also, at Josh's suggestion, had her 3 dragons fitted with armor light yet extremely strong titanium alloy breastplates crafted with technology from Yuri and even attached dinosaur hide armor plates on their wings, ensuring they wouldn't affect their flight. The only vulnerable parts of Daenerys' dragons were their soft underbellies and wings. With this double protection, if the dragons were still killed by the Night King's ice spears or Westeros' giant crossbows, Josh didn't know what to say. Thanks to this double armor, the dragons displayed incredible power when facing the undead army. Even the Night King couldn't do anything to the 3 dragons, and when things started to go wrong, he wisely decided to retreat. After all, he was an immortal being, and he had already survived for thousands of years. He could just wait for a few thousand more years. As for lifespan, dragons couldn't compare to the Night King, let alone Daenerys, a human. Faced with Daenerys' victory, her 3 powerful dragons, and the formidable Unsullied army, the kings of the coalition, though reluctant, had no choice but to acknowledge her as the new queen. After driving back the army of the undead and receiving the acknowledgement of the kings, Daenerys' next step was simple. She would march directly to King's Landing and seek revenge on her archenemy, Cersei. At this time, Cersei in King's Landing had done the same as in the original timeline. She had hired the Golden Company and, in a raid on Daenerys' fleet, captured Daenerys' handmaiden Missandei. Daenerys was not present this time. After negotiations, Cersei refused to surrender and beheaded Missandei. After this, Daenerys chose to sack the city and officially took King's Landing, sitting on the Iron Throne. This time, Jon Snow, who wasn't as close to Daenerys and was still dealing with the aftermath of the war in the north, wouldn't be involved in killing Daenerys. However, Daenerys' sack of the city still shocked the entire Westeros. The kings who had just acknowledged Daenerys now turned against her, pushing Jon Snow out to lead a rebellion, forming an anti-Targaryen alliance. Josh was asking about the situation in this war. Theoretically, with Daenerys' strength, she should have been able to easily defeat the anti-Targaryen alliance. No, I won, and I won decisively. Daenerys shook her head and said, "My army has already begun advancing into various territories. Unifying Westeros is just a matter of time. In that case, you should be happy, shouldn't you?" Josh said. "That's more like it. With 3 armored dragons, hundreds of cannons, thousands of guns, and enough bullets and shells, how could she not take down a mere Westeros? Though it's called a continent, it's really no bigger than Western Europe. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that I've been betrayed once again," Daenerys said with a hint of self-deprecation at the corner of her mouth. Was it Tyrion or Varys? Josh raised an eyebrow. Because of the existence of the dimension trading system, Daenerys and Jon Snow weren't very close, so when the opposing side raised the banner of rebellion again, it didn't have too much of an impact on Daenerys. So, the most likely explanation is that it was Tyrion and Varys, 2 of her key ministers who had defected to her when she was still in Slavers Bay. Both of them. You're right, a king must be lonely. But it's all over now. They both kept their promises and died under the dragon's flame. A brief moment of satisfaction flashed across Daenerys' face, but it was quickly replaced with melancholy. Although she was a queen, she was ultimately still a woman, and her thoughts were more delicate and softer. "I don't like hearing that from you. Am I not your friend? I'm always on your side." Josh feigned displeasure upon hearing her words. "Haha, I misspoke. My apologies. Thank you for the comfort, but to be honest, I would have been even happier if you were here with me right now." Daenerys smiled and gazed at Josh with eyes full of warmth. Well, is this woman trying to seduce me? Josh couldn't help but roll his eyes at the situation. Unfortunately, while the trading system allowed for near-distance transactions between the two worlds, it did not facilitate direct contact between the hosts. Daenerys was aware of this limitation, so she was essentially teasing Josh. Of course, if the system actually had such a function, she wouldn't mind having a fleeting romance with him. After all, in Westeros, things were quite liberal in this regard. Even though Daenerys was still very young, she was certainly an experienced woman, and in terms of experience, she probably surpassed Josh, who had lived 2 lifetimes. In the end, it's because after you've accomplished your lifelong goal, you feel like you've lost your purpose in life. Ignoring Daenerys' teasing, Josh adjusted his expression and said seriously, "When someone achieves their life goals at a rapid pace, the initial excitement quickly fades, and they soon fall into a state of not knowing what to do next." Daenerys was in a similar situation now. Whether it was repelling the White Walkers, massacring King's Landing, or defeating the anti-Targaryen faction led by Jon Snow, everything had come too easily for Daenerys. The dimensional military superiority over a society that was still half slave and half feudal lord was completely overwhelming. So, set yourself a small goal: start the Industrial Revolution, begin the Age of Exploration, and unify the whole world. Once you've unified the world, you could think about conquering the stars and the sea. Josh encouraged Daenerys with a smile. Anobes. During the 2 years that they had known each other, aside from regular transactions, they had also exchanged some cultural knowledge. Well, actually, in 99% of the cases, it had been Josh delivering unilateral cultural input. This included basic geographical and astronomical knowledge. So, Daenerys was now familiar with the concepts of planets and the universe. Such a goal is too grand. Even with your help, it would probably take a lifetime to achieve. Not to mention, I can't even have children. Would the empire I build end up benefiting someone else? At first, Daenerys was somewhat moved, but quickly thought of something and shook her head self-deprecatingly. Since she had been cursed by a blood magic spell from a witch and had a miscarriage while still with Khal Drogo, she most likely could no longer bear children. Over the past few years, she had been with other men, but had never gotten pregnant. I think you probably don't need to worry about that anymore. Just as Daenerys was feeling melancholic about this issue, Josh flashed a mysterious smile. What? Do you have a way to lift the blood curse? Daenerys asked with curiosity and hope in her voice. Not exactly, but when it comes to lifespan, I think we can count on it. Josh then explained about Jiaying's existence, and how he, Yuri, had already started researching Jiaying's blood and genes. Although Daenerys' world was relatively backward and low magic, with the arrival of the peaceful era in the universe where Josh resided, its importance would continue to decrease. However, as Daenerys' territory continued to expand, becoming a supplier of raw materials for Josh was still a good deal. So, as long as the immortality potion could be produced steadily, it wouldn't hurt to supply some to Daenerys. Is this true? Upon hearing that immortality might be achievable, Daenerys' eyes immediately started to shine. For a ruler who held supreme power, there was probably no greater temptation than immortality. Although there are no results yet, the probability of success is high. Josh gave a confident response. That's absolutely wonderful. This is the best news I've heard in recent times. After receiving Josh's answer, Daenerys' gaze began to burn with a newfound ambition. Once, her desire for King's Landing and Westeros had stemmed largely from the obsession with the Targaryen family that her late brother had instilled in her since childhood. So, after easily obtaining everything, she felt a sense of emptiness. But now, her heart had truly formed a new goal. To conquer the entire world and become the one and only, most powerful conqueror, the greatest empress in history. What does betrayal matter? As long as I'm alive, I will make the whole world bow at my feet. Looking at Daenerys, who was full of ambition, Josh couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He too wanted to be such a supreme ruler. But compared to Westeros, a backward world, conquering the Marvel universe where Josh resided was far too difficult. Even Thanos, that big shot, had failed. How could he, just the head of Hydra, possibly succeed? But if you're truly going to conquer the world, you'll need to rely on your support. Daenerys said. The weapons from before are still a bit lacking in number. That's also what I wanted to say. My side is nearing the end of the war. There will be countless weapons available for you, including tanks, armored vehicles, various heavy artillery, and airplanes. However, these things all rely on refined iron fuel. I'll prepare a batch of steelmaking equipment, along with petroleum detection, extraction, and refining equipment. You can start preparing for that now. Additionally, to operate these devices, you'll need to organize some people for training and learning, Josh explained. Currently, the US military was at its peak, with a massive force of over 11 million troops worldwide, and their weapons and equipment were numerous, with a third of them stationed in Europe. However, in less than 2 years, the US would begin major cuts to its military. By then, the millions of troops in Europe would have their equipment sold at scrap metal prices, or even discarded entirely because the cost of shipping and maintaining it back home would be higher than manufacturing new equipment. Even if Josh only acquired a small portion of these to sell to Daenerys, the scenery in Westeros, it would definitely be quite beautiful. As for the engineering personnel needed for the industrial equipment, that was easy to solve. Daenerys could organize a group of people and trade them to Josh, who would then pass them along to Yuri, who would have his men brainwash and train them. I'll be waiting for it. As for the personnel, I'll get them ready as soon as possible. Daenerys smiled at Josh flirtatiously. Then, Josh furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Daenerys asked in confusion. Nothing, just wanted to make a small suggestion. Josh hesitated. Go ahead. Daenerys said. If you can, try to smile a little less, Josh said, holding his breath. Get lost. All right. After finishing the conversation with Daenerys, Josh rested and did not disturb Yuri. Both were trading partners and powerful figures, but Yuri was different from Daenerys. Because of her position, Daenerys could basically only have equal conversations with Josh. Additionally, because Josh came from a more advanced world, Daenerys enjoyed talking to him, listening to his various insights. Both of them were on the same intellectual level. However, Yuri was a ruler and also a scientist dedicated to research. If Josh only talked about everyday topics with Yuri, he could still keep up with him, but once the conversation turned to technology, Josh would be at a loss. Moreover, Yuri wasn't the kind of person who liked to talk much. At first, Yuri talked a bit more because he hadn't had someone to talk to for a long time. But after Josh sent over various industrial equipment, Yuri got back into his research. From that point on, if Josh had business with Yuri, Yuri would not say much and would just prepare things properly for him. However, if Josh only wanted to chat, Yuri would seem somewhat indifferent. Therefore, Josh understood Yuri's personality and would not disturb him unless it was important. After staying in London for a few days and replenishing his supplies, Josh set off again. First, he went to Paris to discuss the European business situation with Lyndon, then visited Jiaying, who was studying, and finally went to Hamburg. In the original timeline, Germany's occupation and division were as follows, except for East Germany, which was occupied by the Soviets. The most valuable northwest part of Germany was occupied by the British, the central and southern parts by the Americans, and the southwest by the French. This division was made because many American operations in Europe, including the confrontation with the Soviets, needed British support. So, they had no choice but to hand over the best industrial area in northwest Germany to the British and, in fact, the Americans had been dissatisfied with this arrangement from the beginning. But in this world, the situation was completely different. Originally, the most valuable area in the American-occupied zone, Bavaria, had already been annexed by Austria. Without this crucial piece of land, the division of occupation was naturally different from the original plan, and this was one of the reasons for British and French dissatisfaction with Austria. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Because Josh knew very well that in the coming decades, Austria would be the real powerhouse, and the British and French would have no chance of rising again. Through his manipulation of Hydra, Josh easily influenced Austria's alignment, making it the first loyal ally of the United States in Europe. Especially after reorganizing the remaining Hydra and Bavarian troops, Austria's military strength might even surpass that of the British and French. As a result, the importance of the British to the United States became far less significant than in the original timeline, which reduced many concerns for the American military. Thus, except for East Germany, which remained under Soviet control, the Americans took direct control of the central northern part of Germany, with Hamburg as the core industrial city. The British occupied the central western part, and the French took the southwestern region of Baden-Württemberg. However, to appease the British, the Americans pretended to give them the largest-looking area of occupation. But in reality, if you included the US military stationed in Bavaria at Austria's invitation, the American-occupied zone was still the largest and most advantageous. Despite their unwillingness, the British had no choice but to accept. The British were no longer the powerful force they had once been. Especially now that the Pacific War was not over, the British still had to rely on the Americans to secure their interests in the Pacific region. When Josh got off the plane at the military airport in Hamburg, he immediately saw the welcoming convoy led by Oilia, who had been waiting in the distance. Have you contacted them? Once settled in the car, Josh asked Oilia. We got in touch, but they are extremely hostile toward us and don't want to trust us. Oilia replied. They were obviously referring to the Soviets. That's not surprising. After all, if there is a country that the Soviets hate the most besides Germany, it's Austria. The relationship between the two countries won't be repaired easily, Josh said, rubbing his brow. Although Austria had annexed Bavaria and aligned itself with the United States, life wasn't all that easy. Austria was surrounded by the Soviet-controlled countries, Czechoslovakia to the north, Hungary to the east, and Yugoslavia to the south. Most of Austria was surrounded by the Soviets, which was quite frightening. Moreover, during the early stages of World War II, Austria had sent many troops to invade the Soviets alongside Germany. So, the Soviets hated the Austrians. This was also why Austria had willingly clung to the United States. On one hand, Austria wanted to gain enough benefits, on the other hand, there was simply no other country that could counter the Soviets besides the United States. The reason Josh had Oilia establish contact with the Soviets was to prevent the United States from monopolizing the world and, more importantly, to reduce Soviet hostility toward Austria. But clearly, this wasn't as easy as he had imagined. It seemed that Josh would have to urge the Council to speed up the production of nuclear bombs to quickly complete the bombing of the Soviets and achieve the goal of deterring them. Only then could Josh use nuclear weapon formulas to sway the Soviets. On the other hand, Austria itself had a solid industrial foundation, and perhaps they could try to make nuclear weapons. The only issue was that neither Austria nor Bavaria had high-quality uranium mines. If Josh wanted Austria to produce nuclear bombs, he would probably have to rely on Yuri. Josh, Happy New Year. In the military camp, the familiar figure of Brigadier General William Ross gave Josh a bear hug. The man before Josh, who had once been the colonel of the 8th Regiment of the 4th Division, had risen through the ranks as the war progressed and ended, and now officially joined the ranks of generals, becoming the commander of the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Brigade of the 4th Division. The current U.S. military stationed in Hamburg was also part of the 4th Division, 3rd Army. The 3rd Army belonged to General Patton's forces, and in the original timeline, it was stationed in Bavaria. However, in this world, due to the U.S. occupation zone shifting to the central northern region centered around Hamburg, the most battle-hardened forces were naturally stationed in the north. As for those stationed in Bavaria, they became part of the 9th Army, a unit that hadn't been formed for long. Happy New Year, William, and congratulations on your promotion, Josh responded. When Josh arrived in Paris, it was already 1945, so this greeting was perfectly timed. As for why Josh came to see Ross right away, it was simple. One reason was that he planned to temporarily stay here. Although Hamburg was Germany's second largest city and an important industrial hub, it had been one of the primary targets of Allied attention during the war. Even before the US entered the war, the British Air Force had already listed Hamburg as a top target for bombing. With the US entering the war and the decline of the German Air Force, Hamburg suffered even more. During the years of conflict, Hamburg endured 187 air raids, most of them involving incendiary bombs that caused massive damage to the city. By the time the war ended, few buildings in Hamburg were left intact. After arriving here, Oilia stayed in a farm in the suburbs. However, the area was quite remote, and given the post-war social instability, Josh figured it was safer and more comfortable to stay in the military camp. Another reason for Josh's visit was that, in about a week, the transport fleet jointly organized by the Chicago Syndicate and the Council would arrive in Hamburg, and Josh needed to make preparations for their arrival. This required the help of the military, as they were the ones in control of Germany at the moment. How long are you planning to stay this time? After some pleasantries, Brigadier General Ross asked as both of them sat down. A few months at least. Josh then mentioned that he was one of the representatives of 5 syndicates and expressed his hope that the military could provide some assistance. Of course, it wasn't a request for soldiers to do hard labor, he just needed them to act as supervisors and maintain some law and order. As for labor, well, there were millions of people just lying around in the Rhine camp. Although the US military did not treat prisoners of war as harshly as later generations of marketing claims suggest, they certainly didn't make it easy for them. The POWs weren't given much to eat, around 500 calories per person per day, which was far less than the minimum requirement of 1,200 calories for a normal person. The sanitary conditions were also horrendous. With acute epsilon S. They lived worse than pigs or dogs. So, just like the prisoners working for Josh in Austria, as long as they were fed enough to survive and given a semblance of human conditions, many of them would willingly work. No need to worry about labor shortages. I see, but I can't make that decision. Hearing Josh's request, Brigadier General Ross replied, I understand, I just came to catch up with you and see if I could stay here for a while. As for this matter, I'll go meet with General Eisenhower tomorrow to get his approval, Josh explained. Due to the extreme damage Hamburg sustained, the US military's headquarters in Germany was not set up there. Instead, the top brass, including General Eisenhower, were stationed in Hanover, a large city in the center of Germany. Hanover had been less damaged during the war, mainly because the German forces there surrendered quickly, and it became one of the most intact cities the Allies held. Ross nodded upon hearing Josh's plan. That made sense. Such an important matter would indeed require Eisenhower's direct approval. This is simple. I'll have my staff prepare some officer barracks for you to stay in. As for your personnel, it can be resolved too. There are 2 German-built anti-aircraft towers in the city center, and they're in great condition. With Eisenhower's approval, I can arrange one for your people to stay in. It can easily house thousands of people, Ross said after thinking for a moment. I know about those anti-aircraft towers. I've seen them in Vienna. That's definitely a good option. Josh immediately understood what Ross was referring to. These were the 8 massive anti-aircraft fortresses that Hitler had ordered to be built in Hamburg, Vienna, and Berlin during World War II. When the Soviets attacked Berlin, they used 203 mm heavy artillery to bombard the 3 fortresses for over a week but couldn't break through. The fortresses finally surrendered after the German High Command ordered them to, once Berlin had already been occupied. In the original timeline, the British, after hearing about the difficulties the Soviets faced with the fortresses, attempted to destroy one to save face. They filled one of the fortresses with 25 tons of explosives, invited the media from all Allied nations to witness, but it only blew off the outer layer of the fortress's wall. The British were embarrassed and couldn't let it go, so they organized a second demolition attempt 4 months later. This time, they used 35 tons of explosives, but still only managed to split the fortress in half, without completely destroying it. Since then, no one dared to touch the fortresses again. By the 21st century, these 7.5 fortresses had become popular tourist attractions in the 3 cities. In this world, the fortresses remained fully intact because the British hadn't interfered. These 8 fortresses, while they could comfortably house thousands of people, were originally designed to house 15,000 soldiers. If Josh could acquire one of these fortresses as his headquarters in Hamburg, it would be quite a good deal. Josh then suggested purchasing 2 of the fortresses. Purchase? Of course, that's possible. They're military property now, but, as with other matters, it would require approval from headquarters. Ross responded without hesitation. These fortresses, taken by the army after Germany's surrender, were naturally military property, and there was no issue with that. As for money, well, with Josh's connections, he could pay in installments, lease them to the council and the Chicago syndicate under his name, collect the rent, and then pay the army. Several syndicates had enough funds, so it would be a waste not to use it. It was a straightforward transaction that would give Josh 2 super fortresses for free, a big profit. After spending a night in the military camp, the next morning, Josh led his team to Hanover to meet Eisenhower. The entire process went very smoothly. If Josh was representing only himself, Eisenhower would certainly not have agreed to the mass deployment of Rhine camp prisoners. Because after World War II, it was Eisenhower who ordered the establishment of Rhine camp and forbade all prisoners of war from having any contact with the outside world. Furthermore, with Eisenhower's status, he didn't have to give Josh any face. However, now Josh had the backing of the 5 largest American conglomerates, so the situation was completely different. Eisenhower was a soldier, but he was also a politically astute politician. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone on to become president, so he understood perfectly what this meant. After confirming the authenticity of the series of authorization documents Josh held, he decisively issued a series of documents and passes in the name of the Supreme Commander of the European Theater. He even granted Josh the authority to mobilize units below the regiment level and specifically dispatched several logistics officers to assist him. This is the power of capital conglomerates. Of course, this was also because Eisenhower was the Supreme Commander of the European U.S. Army. If it had been the Imperial General in the Pacific Theater, MacArthur, the situation might have been different. That man was too arrogant and conceited. After winning a small victory, he thought he was invincible and didn't take anyone seriously. Had it not been for this arrogance, his later years would not have been so disastrous. With Eisenhower's approval, Josh didn't hesitate. He immediately borrowed a transport reinforcement battalion from Brigadier General Ross and even requested several sets of field shower equipment, along with clothes, food, and soap, to go to the Rhine camp to bring people back. Although Josh hadn't been to Rhine camp himself to assess the situation, Oilia had already gathered information. The conditions there were abysmally bad. The prisoners, apart from the clothes they wore when they entered, had no other clothing to change into. And although the camp was located near the Rhine River, the American guard strictly forbade anyone from leaving the camp, so there was not enough drinking water, let alone any clean clothes. The only aspect that was slightly better than in the original timeline was that the prisoners in Rhine camp had temporary shelters, rather than being left in the open air. In the original timeline, Rhine camp was built in April, when the weather in Germany was already warm, even hot. Therefore, the U.S. Army didn't even provide barracks for the prisoners. But now, the war had ended before winter came, and the temperature was very low, so it was impossible for the prisoners to stay outdoors. If they did, they would all freeze to death. But that was the only improvement. Everything else was still as bad as before. Since Josh planned to bring people back, he couldn't just bring back a group of dirty, beggar-like people. Moreover, his first target was not the male camp, but the female camp. Yes, the Rhine camp did not only hold male prisoners. It also contained civilians who had fought against the U.S. military, government clerks, Nazis, female assistants to the German military, hospital staff, and various others. However, the number of women was significantly fewer than the male soldiers. With diaresis newbie. The reason for prioritizing the female camp wasn't because Josh intended to exploit them for special services, but rather because the personnel that would be arriving from the U.S. required basic life support. So hygiene, medical care, and kitchen staff were the most important, and women were obviously more suitable for these tasks. Furthermore, women in this era were generally more obedient and less likely to cause trouble. As for the engineers, laborers, and others needed later, once the transport fleet arrived, Josh would just let the American employees choose from the workers. After all, why should Josh do everything himself? The transport battalion quickly arrived at one of the camps, which was the only female camp among all the Rhine camps. After all, most of the prisoners were male, so the number of women was relatively small. But that small number still amounted to more than 100,000. After checking the documents, the transport convoy entered the camp. Soon, the U.S. Army officer in charge of the camp came out to meet them. It was a colonel. "Excuse me, Colonel Ward, we have 5 trucks with supplies for your unit. Please arrange for someone to help with unloading and distribution," Josh said. Although Josh's status was extraordinary, and he could easily dismiss a colonel, he understood the importance of diplomacy. Therefore, no matter who he was dealing with, even if it was a low-ranking soldier, Josh always remained approachable. For situations where cooperation was needed, Josh also prepared small gifts in advance. It didn't cost much, and it made the other person grateful. Why not? At first, Colonel Ward was a bit displeased with Josh's arrival to take prisoners. As the officer in charge of the female camp, his life recently had been better than that of an emperor. If he wanted, any female prisoner would appear in his barracks at night. If not for the concern about the impact, he could have held large parties in his barracks. But Josh's actions seemed like taking food from his bowl. Although Josh wanted a relatively small number of prisoners, only 2,000, his requirements were high. The prisoners had to be between 18 and 40 years old, and they needed to be medical, clerical, and sanitation personnel. Additionally, Josh needed some teachers and interpreters. These were the cream of the female prisoners, as only city women typically held these skills. However, upon hearing that Josh had brought 5 trucks of supplies for their unit, Colonel Ward's dissatisfaction vanished immediately. Especially when he saw the fresh vegetables, fruits, cigarettes, and even several cases of alcohol being unloaded from the trucks, Colonel Ward couldn't have been happier. Mr. Kane, you are too kind. We will certainly help you select the best candidates and meet your needs, Colonel Ward said enthusiastically while shaking Josh's hand. It was winter, and fresh vegetables and fruits were extremely rare, even for the well-supplied U.S. Army. The logistics department usually only provided canned fruit. As for alcohol, with the war just ending, food was scarce worldwide, and alcohol was considered a luxury. Cigarettes were also in high demand. Even though each soldier received 7 packs a week, in post-war Germany, cigarettes were worth more than money and were a highly valuable commodity. For the U.S. soldiers stationed there, any of these supplies were more valuable than the female prisoners in their barracks. Oilia, it's up to you now. Once the selection is done, take them to the river to wash up and then distribute clothes. Josh nodded and instructed Oilia, who had brought a group of medical staff along with her. Even though they were free labor, Josh only wanted healthy individuals. There was no point in taking sick people. It wasn't that Josh was heartless, but in this era, human life was cheap, especially since they were Germans, a defeated nation. Josh had no sympathy for them and didn't want to stand out as a special case. Oilia nodded, and with the help of the station troops, she began selecting the prisoners while setting up field shower facilities and starting to heat water. Meanwhile, Josh and Colonel Ward sat at a table under the eaves of a nearby barracks, drinking alcohol, smoking cigars, and chatting, while watching this unconventional selection. Especially when the selected female prisoners took off their clothes and entered the shower tents. The scene, tisk, tisk. It was exactly this kind of scene that made Josh realize why, throughout history, places like prisons and POW camps were the most likely to result in scandals. In an environment where one could easily control everything about others, it was truly not easy to maintain one's humanity. Boss, something doesn't seem right, said Oilia suddenly as she approached Josh while he and Colonel Ward were sipping on drinks and commenting on the prisoners. What's going on? Josh asked, and Colonel Ward also seemed puzzled. Could it be that this woman was going to defend the prisoners or something? We've found that many of the prisoners here are suffering from severe anemia, Oilia said. Josh and Colonel Ward were both momentarily speechless. You know the conditions of this prison camp, don't you? Is anemia really that strange? Josh gave Colonel Ward an apologetic smile and then whispered to Oilia. As he said, the camp had nothing to eat, nothing to wear, so isn't anemia to be expected? Of course it's strange, boss. Even if they don't have food or clothes, it should be malnutrition, not anemia. These are 2 different things, Oilia immediately explained when she saw Josh misunderstanding her. Now, it was Josh and Colonel Ward's turn to be confused. Is there really a difference between anemia and malnutrition? Malnutrition can indeed lead to anemia, but it's not a given. I've asked around, and most of these prisoners haven't been here long. The military hasn't completely stopped feeding them, so for the more robust individuals, they shouldn't have reached the level of anemia yet, but the situation now is that the scale of anemia has already exceeded normal levels, Oilia explained again. Now Josh understood, but why would this be happening? Could it be that the guards in this camp were selling the prisoners' blood? But when Josh glanced at Colonel Ward, he also had a confused expression. By the way, I made another discovery. Seeing their confused expressions, Oilia quickly returned to the female prisoner lineup and directed 2 soldiers to bring a naked female prisoner in front of them. She pointed to the woman's lower back. Look here. Josh and Colonel Ward looked in the direction she pointed, and they saw 2 small holes with dried blood crusts. Could this be from a vampire bat? Colonel Ward muttered when he saw the wounds. Colonel Ward, have you ever seen a vampire bat? Josh was momentarily stunned and asked. Of course, I'm from Texas, and we do have those things there, though not very commonly. I just didn't expect them to be in Germany. Maybe that's where the vampire legend comes from, Colonel Ward said with a laugh. However, Josh looked at Colonel Ward with a strange expression. What's wrong? Colonel Ward asked, feeling odd under Josh's gaze. Colonel Ward, there are vampire bats in Central America, sure, and also in Africa, but Europe doesn't have any vampire bats. Those creatures live in the tropics and can't survive in Germany's climate, especially not in the middle of winter. And by the way, the vampire legends have nothing to do with vampire bats, Josh said, shaking his head. No. So what is this then? Could it really be the work of vampires? Colonel Ward scoffed, but when he saw the serious look on Josh's face, his expression slowly turned serious as well. Oilia, you've been in Europe for many years. Have you ever heard of vampires existing? Josh didn't respond to Colonel Ward, but instead turned to Oilia and asked. That's right. If Josh were in his previous world, he might have dismissed the vampire legends like Colonel Ward did. But Josh wasn't in his old, ordinary world, he was in the Marvel universe. Although there had never been a direct appearance of vampires in the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies, that didn't mean they didn't exist. The most famous ones were from the Blade series, though those weren't part of the MCU, they could very well be in this world. Besides Blade, Morbius, the living vampire, was also part of the Marvel Universe and could be considered a kind of vampire. Given Josh's previous experiences, he strongly suspected that this world might be a fusion of many worlds, some of which he knew or didn't know about, including the Marvel Universe. This meant that vampires like those in Blade, Underworld, or Twilight could indeed exist in this world. To be honest, if vampires like those in Blade or Underworld were real, Josh would be quite happy, because they were weak and could easily be killed with technology. But if they were the kind of vampires from Twilight or Dracula Year Zero, Josh would prefer to go back to the US as soon as possible. I've heard of some legends. Although I'm Austrian, I was born in Hungary, and there are indeed some similar legends there. Romania also has them, but I haven't heard of any in Austria. Besides, before Hydra was defeated, Red Skull sent Reinhardt to collect supernatural items, and I think they investigated these two countries, but I don't know what they found, Oilia said after thinking for a moment. Mr. Kane, you don't actually believe in vampires, do you? Hearing Oilia, Colonel Ward asked with a nervous chuckle. Honestly, seeing Josh's serious expression, he was starting to get a little worried. Colonel Ward, why are you so scared? Josh was a bit puzzled seeing the colonel like this. Josh might suspect the existence of vampires because he was a time traveler, so he had a different perspective on this world, but Ward, as a regular army officer, shouldn't be so easily convinced of such things. Cough, Mr. Kane, to be honest, when I was a kid in Texas, I did see some strange things. So for some things, it's better to believe they might be real, Colonel Ward said, his expression growing more serious. So, do you really think vampires might exist? Hearing Colonel Ward, Josh realized why he was so anxious. It seemed that Ward had encountered strange things as a child. Texas was indeed a place known for supernatural events in American pop culture, so it made sense that Ward might have seen something unusual. It's hard to say. After all, we can't rule out the possibility that someone is just pulling tricks. No investigation, no conclusion. Josh shook his head and said. But I don't think Colonel Ward should worry too much. From the current situation, it seems that whoever is doing this is only targeting the female prisoners, and they are being very cautious. No one has died. Besides, I think your soldiers haven't had any such issues, right? I'll have to check with my officers, but as of now, I haven't heard of any soldier suffering from malnutrition or anemia. But there have been a lot of back injuries. Colonel Ward shook his head. Back injuries, Josh couldn't help but twitch his cheek. With these American soldiers' behavior, facing a camp full of defenseless female prisoners, it would be a miracle if they could control themselves. They wouldn't even need to use force, just a little bit of food would be enough to make these women serve them willingly. Let's put that aside for now. Keep selecting the prisoners. I'll talk to General Eisenhower about this, though I don't think he'll believe it, Josh said, shaking his head. There were too many people in the Rhine camp, and even if there were vampires, Josh and his few people wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Mr. Kane, if there really is something like that, is there any way to deal with it? Garlic? Crosses? Holy water? Silver? Colonel Ward also understood that without solid proof, the higher UPS probably wouldn't believe it, but he couldn't be unprepared. Colonel Ward, I'm just speculating. I've never actually seen one of those things. I'm just guessing they might exist because of certain reasons. As for whether garlic, crosses, holy water, or silver works, I don't know. But if you have the means, feel free to prepare some. However, in my opinion, if vampires do exist, the weapons your soldiers have might be more effective than any of those things, Josh said, secretly rolling his eyes. Whether or not vampires existed, Josh didn't want to get involved unless they provoked him. He'd just mention it to Eisenhower, and whether or not Eisenhower believed it was up to him. However, Josh seemed to have overlooked one thing. He wasn't interested in vampires, and the military's top brass probably wouldn't believe in them, but that didn't mean others wouldn't be interested. Go pick it up. On top of the 4th anti-aircraft tower, there are 7 anti-aircraft towers, with 2 in Hamburg, number 4 and 5, as Josh tossed a baseball. 4 large dogs that had been with him in Austria, St. Bernards bought from Uncle Randolph, sprang into action. The 4 dogs, 3 males and 1 female, were named Monday through Thursday, since Josh wasn't very creative with names. For the 2 months that Josh had been away, the dogs had been looked after by Oilia in Austria, and so when Oilia came to Germany, she brought them along. Although they were only 4 months old, as giant dogs, they were already bigger than adult golden retrievers and had a huge amount of energy. Josh had to arrange for someone to take them out for walks every day, and had also specially renovated the top floor of the 4th tower as his living space so the dogs wouldn't feel cramped and become depressed. The 7 anti-aircraft towers built by Germany were not just towers but square buildings, 70 meters in length and width. After removing the roof's bunker and surrounding it with railings, it became a vast playground, nearly as large as a soccer field, as per FIFA regulations. If you used a basketball court as a measure, it would be equivalent to 11 courts. So, when Josh played baseball with the 4 dogs on the rooftop, as long as he didn't throw recklessly, there was no issue. Boss, the fleet just sent a telegram, they should be arriving in about an hour. While Josh was having a great time playing with the dogs, Oilia came up to the rooftop to report. They're finally here. Go inform Vito and the others. I'll take a quick shower. Josh nodded, calming the 4 large dogs and handing them over to the servant standing by, before heading downstairs. Half an hour later, a convoy departed toward the port. When they arrived at the port, only a few minutes passed before a grand fleet appeared at the mouth of the Elbe River. Despite the impressive sight of hundreds of transport ships and cruise liners, it was not a big deal for Hamburg's port, the largest in Germany and the second largest in Europe. The largest port was Rotterdam, which was surpassed by a joint Belgian port in 2022. Although it had been bombed before, it was one of the first targets the US military repaired when they occupied it, using hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war as labor. Although it hadn't been restored to its pre-damage condition, it was fully functional. Moreover, due to military control, aside from American ships, no other foreign ships were allowed into the port, so there were no concerns about handling capacity or order. However, the dock Josh was at wasn't a cargo dock but a passenger terminal, so he didn't need to worry about the goods. He was waiting for Hugh Jones, the president of the Rockcon Group. As the second highest ranking figure on the current council and leader of the second largest American conglomerate, Josh, as a newcomer, still needed to give him some respect. In the long term, there was no direct conflict of interest with the Rockcon Group, and there was no personal feud like with Calvin, so it wasn't bad to interact more with him. Soon, a luxurious cruise liner docked, and Hugh Jones, with a young woman in tow, walked down the VIP passage first. "Welcome to Germany, my friend. How was the journey?" "Comfortable enough." Josh greeted him as he and Ophelia approached. "Overall, not bad. The range of movement was a bit small, though. The Atlantic is beautiful, but after a while, it gets boring." Hugh Jones smiled and shook Josh's hand. "Well, that's good. Although Hamburg is still rebuilding, if you don't look at the ruins, the overall scenery is still quite nice. By the way, this is Ophelia Salkisn, one of my assistants in Europe. Hugh, if you need anything, feel free to let her know." Josh introduced her. "So, it's Miss Salkisn. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hugh Jones instinctively glanced at Ophelia's chest. Though her figure was stunning, his attention was on a seemingly insignificant brooch. This brooch was a symbol of Hydra's mid-level operatives, and behind it, there was a barely visible Hydra insignia. As soon as he saw it, Hugh Jones knew Ophelia was one of them and immediately greeted her warmly. Though Ophelia was clearly Josh's person, being a local power in Europe, it didn't hurt to build a good relationship with her to facilitate his own actions. Nigerian Nairo. "All right, this isn't the place to talk. I've already prepared a place for you to stay, and I'm sure you'll like it." After the pleasantries, Josh warmly invited Hugh Jones into the car, while Ophelia took care of the other details. The place Josh prepared for Hugh Jones was another anti-aircraft tower, the fifth one, with the top floor renovated similarly to Josh's residence for Hugh and his entourage. As for the cost, it would all be deducted from the council's funds. As one of the council's top figures, no one would argue about spending more money on Hugh Jones. "Wow, this place is a bit unexpected. It's fantastic. Thank you, Josh." After Josh showed him around, Hugh Jones immediately took a liking to the residence. After all, what man wouldn't like this fortress-like architecture? And after the renovations, it was as comfortable as any mansion. More importantly, it gave a strong sense of security. "Haha, no need to thank me. We're partners." Josh smiled slightly. As long as Hugh was happy, that was enough. Hugh Jones came to Europe mainly as a supervisor. What Josh feared most was that he might cause trouble. However, from what he saw, it didn't seem like that was his intention, which was good for Josh. For the next period, Hugh Jones indeed did as Josh expected. Aside from casually inquiring about the progress of the council's various investments in Europe, he mostly spent his time sightseeing and flirting with women. Seeing this, Josh relaxed and focused on various business developments, using the council's funds and channels to expand his own endeavors. But in the end, Josh still overestimated the situation. Hugh Jones indeed didn't interfere with Josh's business, but that didn't mean he wasn't interested in other matters. "Boss, there's been an incident." That night, after Josh completed a deal with Daenerys and was chatting happily, Ophelia knocked on his study door. "What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry?" Josh apologized to Daenerys, closed the transaction system, and opened the study door, his tone tinged with irritation. "Sorry, master, but it's urgent. Hugh Jones is missing." Ophelia spoke softly. When it was just the two of them, she always referred to Josh as master, and Josh had slowly gotten used to it. "Hugh Jones? What happened to him?" Josh frowned as he heard this. "His group, along with a whole platoon of soldiers, has gone missing. According to military sources, it's likely connected to vampires." Ophelia said helplessly. "Vampires? Isn't the military investigating this? How could Hugh Jones get involved with those things?" Josh's head started to ache as he processed this information. Hugh Jones held too much power in the council. If anything happened to him in Europe, Josh, as a semi-local figure, would bear significant responsibility. It's possible the other old men in the council might even shift the blame onto Josh, or worse, kick him out of the council. Though Josh wasn't afraid, he didn't want to find himself at odds with the council over something like this. But right now, the priority was to figure out what had happened. "I can't do much. After all, Hugh Jones has his own connections in the military. From what I've heard, he got interested in vampire rumors from one of his military friends. He even used his connections to personally participate in a military investigation. This time, he and his men disappeared while investigating an abandoned town near the Rhine barracks female camp, Oilia explained, her face filled with helplessness. In terms of status, Oilia was just Josh's subordinate, and couldn't intervene with someone of Hugh Jones's level, who was Josh's equal. In terms of connections, Hugh Jones, being a top American capitalist, had just as much influence in the military, and in the German-American sector, his authority far outweighed Oilia's. So, if Hugh Jones wanted to do something, Oilia had no authority to stop him. At best, she could arrange for some spies to keep an eye on him, but she had to be careful not to let him find out. Hearing this, Josh nodded. This wasn't Oilia's fault. She had done well to inform him as soon as possible. I understand. Notify Vito and the action team, give everyone the beast serum, and bring the gear from the underground warehouse. We're leaving immediately. After a moment's thought, Josh gave the order. No matter what, Josh had to rescue Hugh Jones. Even if he was dead, Josh had to find the body and give the council an explanation. The place where Hugh Jones encountered trouble was a small town called Winsberg, located in the mountains near the female camp of the Rhine army. In fact, this small town can no longer be found on many current maps because it was extremely remote, far from any main roads, and had been completely abandoned since the 1830s due to a plague. Prior to this, after a thorough investigation of the entire Rhine army camp, the military confirmed that there had been no large-scale cases of anemia, except in the female camp. After a search of the female camp, they found nothing and had planned to suppress the so-called vampire incident. However, just before Hugh Jones encountered trouble, 5 soldiers who were hunting in the area around this abandoned town went missing. After the incident, Colonel Ward, the commanding officer stationed in the area, sent a team to search the region and the abandoned town, but the result was that, aside from one soldier breaking his leg after attempting to climb a deteriorated staircase in a building, nothing was found. With no other leads, Colonel Ward had no choice but to report the matter. Coincidentally, Colonel Ward's superior, Major General Fletcher, was an associate of Hugh Jones. When Hugh Jones arrived in Germany, during his exchanges with Major General Fletcher, he had learned about the possible appearance of vampires. Hydra, as usual, was full of ambitious individuals, and immediately, Hugh Jones became curious about these legendary creatures. After all, while vampires in legends have many weaknesses, there was one characteristic that particularly attracted someone like Hugh Jones: immortality. So, Hugh Jones immediately instructed Major General Fletcher, who was in charge of the Rhine army camp, to notify him if any discoveries were made regarding vampires, and not to report it for the time being. As a result, the missing persons report from Colonel Ward was relayed to Hugh Jones through Major General Fletcher. Hugh Jones keenly sensed that this disappearance might be an opportunity. That very day, he requested a battalion of troops and heavy weapons from Major General Fletcher and set out to search for the small town. The result was that they went there and never returned. One could say that the Hydra big shot certainly had guts. This turned out to be a serious problem for Colonel Ward, who immediately reported it to Major General Fletcher. When Josh's C-69 landed at the local military base, Major General Fletcher was preparing to organize a regiment of troops to personally head to the area where Hugh Jones had gone missing to carry out a rescue operation. Mr. Kane, losing one Mr. Jones is bad enough. If something happens to you too, General Eisenhower will execute me on the spot. Major General Fletcher said irritably when he saw Joshua. As for this so-called vampire incident, it was discovered by Josh's people, so Major General Fletcher was somewhat inclined to vent his frustration on him. With diaresis. General Fletcher, Mr. Jones' incident worries me more than it does you. But urgency alone doesn't solve the problem. If the other side really involves vampires, then, General, do you have any countermeasures prepared? Despite Fletcher's harsh attitude, Josh didn't mind and instead countered. Regardless of whether this is truly a vampire issue or not, even if it is, I don't believe that thing could withstand machine guns and cannons. Major General Fletcher snorted coldly. What if they are holding Mr. Jones hostage? Do you want to blow them all up along with him? Josh scoffed in response. Faced with Josh's sarcasm, Major General Fletcher was very angry but at a loss for how to counter. Yes, with the overwhelming firepower of the U.S. military, Fletcher believed that even if vampires were behind this, they would have no reason to fear. But the real issue at hand was not defeating possible monsters. The priority right now was to figure out how to locate and rescue Hugh Jones. Since you say that, Mr. Kane, I assume you have a plan. Major General Fletcher, calming down, asked Joshua. Indeed, I have an idea, but I need to confirm something first. Joshua placed his hands in front of him, showing the ring on his left thumb, which represented the leader of the council. You all leave. At first, Major General Fletcher was confused, but upon seeing the ring on Joshua's thumb, he immediately ordered the officers in the room to leave. Hail Hydra. After everyone left, Major General Fletcher stood at attention and quietly uttered the phrase. No salute. That kind of thing was learned from the Red Skull and the Little Mustache, and other Hydra factions didn't engage in that. Joshua was right, this general was one of his own. Hail Hydra. Joshua nodded and softly returned the greeting. Apologies, sir, I didn't know. Mr. Jones never mentioned it. Major General Fletcher apologized, realizing that as a direct subordinate of Hugh Jones, he had assumed that Joshua and Jones were just business partners, unaware that Joshua was also a Hydra leader. It's fine. You're not to blame for not knowing. Now, the immediate priority is to rescue Mr. Jones. He is too important to the organization. But I want to know, have you reported this matter? Joshua asked. Not yet. This matter is too serious. Major General Fletcher shook his head. He had been preparing to lead the troops personally to search, hoping to find Mr. Jones before the news of his disappearance spread. You did the right thing. Don't report it just yet. I intend to use some confidential organizational resources, so your task now is to assemble all the forces you can mobilize and seal off that area completely. Leave the rest to my people. Also, no one is allowed to leave that area without my orders. Can you do that? Joshua inquired. I can do it. Major General Fletcher nodded seriously. At this point, all his hopes were placed on Josh. If Hugh Jones wasn't found, not only would he be in trouble with the military, but the council would also be furious. We'll head out now. Also, get me a few trucks with good concealment. I need to transport something from my plane, Joshua ordered. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Josh's command, Major General Fletcher immediately went out to arrange tasks for his subordinates. Half an hour later, a regiment of troops, under the personal command of Major General Fletcher, set off towards the area where the town of Winsburg was located. Josh also led his team and followed along. Mr. Kane, General, we've arrived. Early in the morning, the troops marched in grand formation and slowly came to a stop in front of a mountain valley checkpoint. Soon, an officer came over to report. General Fletcher, who was standing nearby, looked toward Josh. We've arrived. Josh, who was sitting in the back seat of a jeep, stood up and looked ahead. It was a very deep canyon, clearly with a vast interior. Yes, the valley is very large, with only one passable valley road and a river channel. If you follow this road for another 2 kilometers, you'll reach Winsburg town. The previous soldiers and Mr. Hugh Jones went missing in this valley, so to prevent further incidents, Colonel Ward had already sealed off both exits of the valley as well as the river outlet, the officer reported. At this moment, the sound of another jeep approached. It was Colonel Ward, who had led the forces sealing off the valley. Upon hearing that Josh and General Fletcher had arrived, he hurried over. But Josh didn't have time to pay him any attention and turned to General Fletcher. Have your men continue to guard the exits. Just let my men go in. Josh instructed General Fletcher. General Fletcher nodded at his words and immediately began to organize the defensive line. As for Colonel Ward, Fletcher directly ordered him to return to watch over the POW camp. Compared to the number of prisoners in the camp, Ward's forces were already relatively small, and now that part of them had been pulled out to blockade the roads, it was manageable short-term but unwise for the long haul. Now that the situation was serious enough, if anything were to happen at the POW camp, that would be a real disaster. Vito, I'll leave the rest to you. Be careful. 12 hours. No matter what you find, return afterward, Josh said to Vito as General Fletcher went off to set up defenses. Josh had to rescue Hugh Jones, but that didn't mean he was going to risk himself, so he wasn't going into the valley personally. Only Vito and a special operations team formed jointly by Brooke and Oilia during Josh's absence in Europe would enter the valley. This team was essentially the equivalent of the SHIELD strike team led by Crossbones from the Avengers movies. It was composed of elite members selected from former Wehrmacht troops and Hydra agents. Along with the specialized equipment, medication, and preparations Josh provided them with, if they still couldn't find Hugh Jones, then things were going to get really tricky. Don't worry, boss. Even if there really is a vampire, I'll tear it to pieces and drag it back for you. Vito chuckled confidently. With the beast transformation drug he'd used and that unheard-of equipment, his confidence was sky-high. From a young age, Vito had a deep sense of adventure in his bones. As a teenager, he longed for the thrilling life of the mafia. But after following Josh and seeing the bigger picture, he had completely lost interest in the low-level world of organized crime. Hydra? That was far more exciting than any mafia? Now, the idea that he might encounter a legendary creature like a vampire only made him even more exhilarated. Go. Josh looked at him and nodded. Then Vito, driving a jeep and leading 10 heavily covered trucks, drove straight into the valley. Frank, what are you looking at? Those things are so tightly covered think you'll see anything, one of 2 nearby sentry soldiers joked, patting his partner. I don't know, but whatever's inside gives me a really uncomfortable feeling, replied the soldier named Frank, shaking his head. Ha ha ha, makes you uncomfortable? I bet it's cilantro in there, only that stuff would make our cold-blooded Frank feel uneasy. His buddy whistled and teased. Screw cilantro? Don't even mention it, I feel sick just thinking about it. Frank rolled his eyes at the joke. Meanwhile, Vito and the strike team had already gone deep into the valley, out of sight of the outer perimeter forces, and came to a slow halt. Under Vito's command, the fully armed soldiers jumped down from the trucks and quickly formed ranks. The team was small, only about 50 people in total. This is our first mission. I don't want it messed up. Even if the boss forgives you, I won't. Hail Hydra. Vito barked. Hail Hydra. Hail Hydra, the team shouted back in unison. Very good. Begin unloading. Change gear. Vito was filled with satisfaction as he looked at the disciplined soldiers. Now this was power. But despite his sense of command, he had no treasonous thoughts. He had been with Josh long enough to know how extraordinary his boss truly was. Without Josh, he'd be nothing. Still, his loyalty to Josh didn't stop him from aiming to become Josh's top lieutenant. At Vito's command, one after another, large and tightly sealed equipment crates were carried off the trucks by the soldiers. Inside each crate was a strange-looking combat suit, half metal, half leather, with some bizarre devices attached. These suits were none other than the electromagnetic infantry armor Josh had purchased from Yuri but had yet to use. Soon, all of the soldiers in the strike team had stripped off their old gear and changed into the electromagnetic suits. But that wasn't all. 10 large cages, sealed tightly with only small ventilation grates, were also unloaded from the trucks. Because it was winter, streams of warm air visibly escaped from the grates. Clearly, these cages held some sort of animal. Open the cages, Vito ordered. One by one, the cages opened, and out stepped bizarre creatures, each over 1 meter tall, more than 2 meters long, with wing-like sharp forelimbs, walking on 2 hind legs, and covered in bird-like feathers. Beta. With serpent-like vertical pupils, the creatures quietly observed the surrounding soldiers. Despite their seemingly slim builds, many of the soldiers instinctively stepped back upon seeing them. They knew full well that these lean-looking creatures were actually extremely savage predators. They had seen, with their own eyes, a lion torn to shreds by these 10 beasts. In fact, these were powerful predatory creatures that didn't even belong in this era. They were dinosaurs, specifically the smartest kind, Deinonychus, a type of dromaeosaurid that lived during the late Cretaceous period. The very inspiration for the velociraptors seen in various movies, but the hairless velociraptors depicted in film didn't exist in the real world. Red Alert inspired Cretaceous period. What existed were these strange, feathered Deinonychus and other dromaeosaurs, but in terms of capability, they were every bit as dangerous as their cinematic counterparts. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, a strange chittering noise sounded from up ahead. Vito was holding a bizarre device that emitted the sound. Upon hearing it, the 10 Deinonychus simultaneously lifted their heads and ran toward him, forming a neat row in front of him. Good babies, come smell this. Vito, still slightly nervous, tried to control his anxiety and pulled out a piece of clothing from the vehicle. It was an unwashed garment taken from Hugh Jones's room. Go, find him. After each of the Deinonychus took a sniff of the clothing, Vito activated the device again with a strange sound, issuing a command. The 10 Deinonychus immediately scattered in different directions without looking back. Clearly, these raptors had been specially trained by none other than Yuri himself. The decision to use them came after Yuri had already tested that, in terms of smell, hearing, and intelligence, Deinonychus surpassed all dogs and any future mammals. The only downside was that, just like in the movies, they were too aggressive and had huge appetites. But for people like Yuri and Josh, as long as they could be controlled, those weren't real drawbacks. Gigi Gaga the velociraptor darted nimbly through the dense forest, occasionally letting out strange cries to stay in contact with its companions. Under normal circumstances, Cretaceous-era velociraptors would not be suited to the modern natural environment, especially not the cold European winters. However, these velociraptors had been both tamed and modified by Yuri. While they still couldn't withstand extremely harsh environments, ordinary climates no longer affected them. As they echoed each other's calls while searching, the radio transmitters on their bodies continuously sent their locations back to Vito in the rear. We're moving out. Vito, seeing the paths of the 10 red dots on his mini-radar converging in one direction, immediately realized the velociraptors had found something and led the operation team toward their location. But before they arrived, Vito noticed that the velociraptors had stopped at a single location and weren't moving. When they got there, they saw that the velociraptors had gathered outside an ancient, abandoned town named Winsburg, a town that had been deserted since the 1830s. Considering when it was built, it barely counted as ancient. The 10 velociraptors were pacing and hesitating outside the town, clearly unwilling to set foot inside. Looks like this town really is hiding something special, Vito muttered to himself, watching the raptors' behavior. If the velociraptors had stopped before entering, it meant Hugh Jones was very likely inside the town. And the fact that they were so hesitant suggested they sensed something that made them too scared to go in. Animal instincts far surpass those of humans. For even vicious velociraptors to feel fear, it was clear that something terrifying was hidden in the town. But why had Colonel Ward's troops found nothing during their earlier search, while Hugh Jones and his group vanished after entering? Go in. Vito glanced at the velociraptors, then pulled out the controller and forced them to enter the town. Gigi Gaga. The highly intelligent velociraptors clearly didn't want to comply, but Yuri's tech was solid. No matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice but to obey and step into the town. We follow. Vito ordered his team. 50 operatives split into front, middle, and rear squads, advancing tactically behind the raptors into the town. Stop. Vito ordered shortly after they entered. The reason was simple, he felt threatened. Whether it was due to incomplete genetic modifications in the past or side effects from using dinosaur beast transformation drugs, Vito's instincts were now extremely sharp. He hadn't sensed anything outside the town, but as soon as he entered, he felt something was off. The entire town was lifeless. No birds, no insects. Looking at the overgrown and abandoned town, the silence was deeply unnatural. Check inside. Find the source of the threat. First squad, with me. The rest, maintain perimeter security. Vito ordered, pointing at a half-open door of a house by the road as he commanded one raptor to enter and issued orders to his team. It was a quaint medieval stone house. Clearly, the town had once been prosperous and wealthy. Aside from a few crumbling ruins, most buildings were stone, so even after 200 years, they were still well preserved. The velociraptor snorted unhappily and flicked its tail but still forced open the decayed wooden door and entered. Vito led the first squad in. The interior was small, with worn and outdated furnishings. It was clear no one had lived there in a long time. Guided by the velociraptor, Vito and his team quickly arrived at a door, and the moment he saw it, Vito sensed something odd. Judging by its position, it appeared to lead to a basement. But unlike the dilapidated interior of the house, this basement door looked surprisingly new. Without hesitation, Vito gave a few tactical hand signals, and a team member stepped forward to inspect it. "Sir, it's locked from the inside. Looks like one of those old wooden latches," the soldier reported after checking. "Locked from the inside." Vito narrowed his eyes. "Break it open." Following the command, the soldier swung his left arm and smashed it hard against the door. The right arm of the magnetic storm infantry suit housed the electromagnetic weapon, while the left was empty but reinforced with extremely hard metal bracers. Too thick a door might resist, but a mere wooden one was no problem. As the door shattered, a dark staircase descending into the ground was revealed. A cold air drifted out. The nearby velociraptors grew increasingly restless. Vito had been right, this was a basement. "You two, go check it out." This time, Vito didn't force the raptors. He pointed at two soldiers. Without hesitation, they turned on the floodlights on their suits and headed down one after the other. "Sir, I think you should come take a look." The soldiers soon called out from below. The basement wasn't very deep. Hearing they were safe, Vito descended as well. The basement was small, but its contents were eerie. Two wooden coffins. Vampires? Seeing the coffins, Vito immediately recalled what Josh had told him about possible vampire behavior. His heart tightened. "Sir, what do we do?" one soldier asked in a slightly dry voice. They had been briefed before departure. After all, if vampires were real, mental preparation was necessary to avoid panicking and prevent unnecessary casualties. "You, open the coffin. You, aim. If anything reacts, fire immediately," Vito instructed, pointing to one coffin and giving orders to the two soldiers, raising his own right arm's electromagnetic weapon. Following the command, one soldier carefully stepped forward and lifted the lid. Inside was a fresh-looking male corpse dressed in Rococo-style clothing from the 19th century, as if it had only died days ago. But before the trio could study it closely, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes, clutched its face, screamed and turned to ash. Perhaps sensing its companion's demise, the other coffin opened as well. A similarly dressed woman climbed out, screamed like she was being burned and also disintegrated into ash. The three men were stunned into silence. It seemed those two bodies had indeed been the vampires of legend. But why were they so trash? They didn't even do anything. How were they already gone? If they had even a shred of dignity left, they might have said, "Turn off those damn lights before you talk so tough." That's right, the reason those two vampires crumbled without doing anything was simple. The floodlights on the magnetic storm infantry suits looked normal, but actually included ultraviolet spectrum. Ultraviolet light, a notorious vampire weakness in nearly all media, at least for most standard vampires. And these two unlucky vampires had just confirmed it. "Sir, we've got activity. There's something in those houses." Just as Vito's team stood frozen in eerie silence, a voice called out over the radio from one of the guards stationed outside. Perhaps it was because Vito and his team inexplicably eliminated two vampires who were in a dormant state, triggering a chain reaction. When they came out of the small building, just as the station team members had reported, the originally quiet town suddenly became restless. Human figures could vaguely be seen flickering in the surrounding buildings. Even the previously clear weather had suddenly turned gloomy, with bats and flies occasionally flying across the sky. All the velociraptors were also restlessly observing their surroundings, occasionally raising their claws uneasily and letting out threatening hisses. "Looks like we've stirred up the vampire's nest. Brothers, are you afraid?" Seeing this, Vito sneered coldly, controlling the Tesla cannon on his right hand, which crackled with electric sparks, and shouted loudly. "Hail Hydra!" All the electromagnetic stormtroopers shouted in unison. "Come on then, you scum!" Vito provoked again. The words and actions of the electromagnetic stormtroopers clearly enraged the vampires hiding in the buildings. As the sky completely darkened, a figure leaped down from the second floor of a nearby building, pouncing toward Vito and his men. In response, Vito raised his hand and fired a magnetic energy wave. The incoming vampire was instantly blasted into ashes. No joke, the magnetic energy wave fired by the Tesla cannon was essentially a miniature lightning bolt, and the strong electric current that formed the visible lightning produced massive amounts of ultraviolet rays, with an instantaneous burst far exceeding sunlight. Such a powerful ultraviolet attack was not something these low-level vampires could withstand. One shot, one kill, it was completely normal. That's why Josh equipped the assault team with electromagnetic stormtrooper armor, rather than things like silver-plated bullets, garlic essence, or holy water. Of course, silver weapons and garlic essence were also prepared, but only for special circumstances. The vampires clearly didn't expect that weapons capable of hurting them so easily could exist in this world, and this oversight cost them dearly. In the dim town, bursts of light flashed accompanied by the sizzling sound of electric currents. Vampires who recklessly charged out were instantly turned into ash. By the time the other vampires realized what was happening, they had already lost over 100 of their own. Seeing their comrades being so easily slaughtered by these strangely armored humans, the remaining vampires were terrified. These low-level vampires acted mostly on instinct and didn't have high intelligence, but they weren't brainless zombies either. They naturally knew fear and immediately fled toward the central area of the town. Chase them, don't let them get away. Seeing the vampires trying to flee, Vito refused to allow it. This game was started by you monsters, but when it ends is not up to you. He immediately led his men in pursuit. Though they were slower, their range was long. Many slower vampires were blasted into ash one by one. Instantly wiping out these legendary monsters brought immense satisfaction to the assault team members. Ever since they were defeated by the Americans and then absorbed into their ranks, they hadn't fought such an enjoyable battle in a long time. They also marveled at the power of their equipment. Such a powerful electric attack would likely char a human to a crisp in an instant, and the sizzling, electrocuting feeling was simply addictive. Epsilon. Not just the assault team members, even the velociraptors, who had previously been very anxious due to the threat, became visibly more relaxed and trotted happily at the front of the group, leading the way. Very quickly, the team continued slaughtering vampires as they followed them through the town and arrived at a large mansion built into the mountainside. The remaining vampire townspeople had all fled into the castle and shut its thick, heavy doors. But would that help? Under Vito's command, the team quickly took out a batch of C3 plastic explosives. Yes, you read that right, C3, not C4. In fact, plastic explosives were never a single type, but rather a series that evolved over time. By the 21st century, there were already 6 formulas: C1, C6. C4 was simply the most mass-produced and widely used, developed in 1956. Before that, during World War II and the Korean War, the most commonly used was C3. But after the Vietnam War, with the emergence of the more powerful and user-friendly C4, C3 was phased out. After installing enough C3, no detonators were needed. A magnetic energy wave was fired at it, instantly detonating it. Like C4, C3 couldn't be ignited by bullets or open flames, but could be triggered by high-voltage electricity, as confirmed by Mythbusters with C4. After a massive explosion, the thick wooden castle gate was easily blasted open. Vito charged in at the lead with half the team. The other half stayed outside the castle to prevent any stragglers from escaping. Immediately, the sound of arcing electricity and vampires' death screams echoed throughout the castle. Enough. Just as Vito and his men were slaughtering vampires in the castle, a crisp shout echoed through the halls. The powerful sound wave made Vito's group instantly dizzy and disoriented. Inject Compound 1. Vito, the first to recover, immediately ordered through the comms. All team members immediately used the auto-injection system on their suits to administer Compound 1, known as the Beacon Compound. The Beacon Compound had some mental restoration effects. In essence, it was a powerful combat stimulant that could help alleviate the discomfort caused by such sonic attacks. Who are you? Vito, now steadier, scanned his surroundings cautiously. I am Lady Ellen Nosferatu. Outsiders, why have you come to slaughter my people? A woman's voice came from the second floor of the castle's main hall. Vito immediately looked up, only catching a glimpse of a white figure flashing past. Outsiders, turn off your lights. They make me extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps we can talk properly. Almost immediately, the lady's voice came from the opposite side of the second floor. Such speed, combined with the earlier sound wave attack, seems like they'd finally met the real boss. Vito thought to himself. We can talk, but you have to release the people you captured earlier, Vito said coldly, activating the loudspeaker on his suit so his voice could carry. So you came for them. Lady Nosferatu's voice echoed again. I'm sorry for that, but it wasn't me who did it. Let's talk this through, or even if you kill us all, you'll never find them. Her words made Vito hesitate slightly. Your weapons are very powerful and deadly to us. Even without your lights, we would struggle to pose any threat to you, would we not? Her voice came again. Fine. Come out then. Vito thought it over and agreed, immediately ordering everyone to turn off their ultraviolet searchlights. In front of a makeshift military tent on a small hill outside the valley's quarantine zone, General Fletcher paced back and forth absent-mindedly. From time to time, he raised his binoculars to peer into the distant, cloud-covered valley, his heart filled with anxiety. Relax a bit. Things can't get any worse at this point. Worrying won't help, Josh said nonchalantly, sitting beside a field table and sipping tea brewed by Oilia. One could say that after spending so much time in Europe and America, Josh had grown used to drinking brewed tea. He had never been a picky person, and brewing tea directly was simpler than boiling water and then steeping leaves. Plus, brewed tea was stronger, which suited people staying up all night like them, who had rushed overnight from Hamburg without any sleep. Of course, Josh's calm demeanor didn't mean he wasn't worried. It was just that he knew worrying was pointless. After all, if the electromagnetic assault armor couldn't solve the problem, then he didn't have any better options for now. I understand, Mr. Kane, but I simply can't relax. General Fletcher sat down beside the table with a heavy sigh. Josh couldn't help but shake his head silently at those words. Though Fletcher was a general, it was clear he lacked true competence. Still, that was understandable. Though the US military appeared to be the most powerful force of this era, both officers and soldiers of actual caliber were few. Their experience in warfare had been too short. Few had fought in real battles. Most of the time, victory came from superior logistics and overwhelming firepower. So when real trouble came along, most of them simply couldn't maintain the calm of battle-hardened veterans. Fletcher was a case in point. Previously, he had only overseen training domestically and only came to Europe toward the end of the war for the relatively easy job of guarding POWs. And now, they were dealing with rumored supernatural forces. It wasn't surprising that Fletcher reacted this way. But at that moment, the sound of engines echoed from within the valley. Josh, Fletcher, and Oilia all perked up and immediately turned toward the valley. It was the 10 vehicles that had gone in earlier, now returning normally. Josh and Oilia exchanged a glance that was fast. It had only been just over 2 hours since Vito and his team had entered the valley. So, were the vampires that easy to deal with, or had they misjudged the situation entirely? Was it not vampires after all? Or perhaps, the ones in the returning vehicles weren't the same people anymore? Get everyone on alert, Josh ordered calmly. Thankfully, the outcome didn't seem to be a worst-case scenario. The convoy stopped a few hundred meters from the checkpoint, and then Vito, now in civilian clothes, jumped out of the lead vehicle with 2 others and walked toward the checkpoint just as prearranged. If nothing went wrong during the operation, Vito would bring only 2 people for the post-check inspection. RAO. Without needing Josh to signal, Oilia had already moved forward with her team to investigate. Though Ophelia's telepathic abilities weren't particularly strong, they worked well on Vito and most Hydra operatives. Josh wasn't sure if vampires in this world had telepathic powers, so it was best to let Oilia do the check. If they had been mentally controlled, she would sense it. Soon, Oilia confirmed that Vito and the 2 Hydra agents were normal and signaled Josh with a distant hand gesture. Only then did the tense Josh and General Fletcher relax. Well, was it them? General Fletcher was quicker than Josh in questioning Vito once he was brought over. But Vito ignored him and turned to Josh. Only after Josh nodded did he speak, slightly excited. Yes, boss. Just as you suspected. They are vampires. Oh, sounds like the mission went smoothly. Did you find Hugh Jones? Josh asked, noting Vito's excitement. At the mention of Hugh Jones, Vito's face stiffened slightly. What is it? Josh and the others immediately sensed something was wrong. Boss, it's complicated, Vito said, his expression odd. Then stop stalling. Start from the beginning and tell me everything in detail, Josh said, clearly annoyed. Yes. Vito gave a sheepish grin before recounting everything. From discovering the vampires in the cellars to their weapons easily slaughtering them, to the encounter with Ellen Nosferatu in the castle, he described it all in full. The core of it all was that name Ellen Nosferatu, and Vito's negotiation with her. Ellen Nosferatu, originally named Ellen Hurt being her married name when she was human. In the 1830s, she had been the wife of a middle-class real estate broker in the town of Winsberg, known throughout for her beauty. One day, her husband Hurt received a generous offer from a Romanian nobleman Count Orlov who wanted to buy a castle in Germany. The one in Winsberg happened to fit perfectly. Tempted by the handsome commission, Hurt didn't hesitate and traveled all the way up the Danube River to Romania to meet Count Orlov. Orlov received him warmly, but in truth, Orlov was no human. He was a powerful vampire. His real name was Nosferatu, an ancient monster who had lived for centuries. His lineage could be traced all the way back to Vlad III of Wallachia, better known as the infamous Dracula. At first, this vampire hiding among humans merely intended to purchase a castle in Germany, but during his dealings with Hurt, he saw a photo of Ellen on the cover of Hurt's pocket watch and became enamored. Vampires, besides needing blood and having supernatural abilities and weaknesses, were otherwise quite similar to humans. They had emotions and desires, including lust. Dracula himself, in various legends, was portrayed as passionately seeking vampire brides over the decades. So, upon seeing Ellen's photo, Nosferatu had the same impulse as many men throughout history. He promptly drained Hurt of his blood and traveled to Winsberg, where he transformed Ellen into a vampire, claiming her as his own. To keep her from being lonely, he even cast dark magic over the town, causing an outbreak of plague that turned all its residents into low-level vampires. Since turning direct blood heirs was exhausting, vampires often used spells to convert lesser ones. These lesser vampires were unintelligent and weak but were easy and cheap to mass-produce. From that day on, Ellen Hurt ceased to exist. What remained was Nosferatu's vampire bride, Lady Ellen Nosferatu. And that was the real reason Winsberg was wiped out over a century ago. In fact, as soon as Josh heard the name Nosferatu, he had a hunch. He remembered an old, obscure vampire movie, Nosferatu. He knew of the film not because it was good. It was a 1922 black and white silent movie with crude acting, props, costumes, and plot, but because it was the first vampire film in cinematic history. However, the events Vito described diverged drastically from the movie's plot. In the film, Nosferatu didn't kill Hurt but imprisoned him. He then pursued Ellen. Eventually, Hurt escaped and used Ellen to bait the vampire, who was killed by sunlight at dawn, dying rather anticlimactically. In the end, Ellen died, but the town was saved. Clearly, movies are just fiction. Vito's version was the harsh reality. A powerful vampire would not be so easily killed by ordinary humans, nor would he spare the husband after lusting after his wife unless he had some bizarre fetish. After transforming Ellen into his bloodline and claiming her, Nosferatu didn't stay in Winsberg long. As a noble vampire with virtually infinite life and vast wealth, he owned dozens of castles across Europe, mostly in the Balkans, with a few scattered elsewhere. Each castle housed 1 or 2 vampire brides. He had a vast harem and naturally wouldn't focus all his attention on Ellen. When he was away, Ellen, as the local lord, had complete control and could restrain her vampires from mass-killing humans. They merely stole blood in secret. Yes, the incident at the women's camp in the Rhine was Ellen's doing. That's why the women were only anemic, not dead. As for the 5 missing hunters, that wasn't the vampires' doing. They had simply been unlucky, ambushed by a pack of werewolves seeking revenge on Ellen. Given the existence of vampires, werewolves were unsurprising. Their relationship was complicated. Some vampires raised werewolves, but most were enemies. That's why Colonel Ward's first search of the town found nothing. Ellen had ordered her vampires to hide. But Hugh Jones, who arrived later, was not so lucky. He ran right into Count Nosferatu himself, who had come upon hearing the werewolves had attacked his beloved concubine. So you believed what Lady Ellen Nosferatu told you? That Hugh Jones was killed by Count Nosferatu? Josh was overwhelmed by the story. Not entirely, but she seemed sincere. Also, Mr. Hugh Jones isn't dead. Lady Ellen handed him over to me directly. But his condition might be worse than death, Vito replied helplessly. What do you mean worse than death? Josh had a very bad feeling. He's been turned into a low-level vampire, Vito said hesitantly. Josh and General Fletcher's hearts sank. According to Vito, low-level vampires were dim-witted, driven by instinct, a pitiful existence. Now that Hugh Jones had become such a creature, how could they ever present him to the council again? But Lady Ellen said that there's a way to restore Mr. Hugh Jones's mind and awareness, though he'll remain a vampire, Vito said urgently, seeing their dismay. What way? General Fletcher asked quickly. By feeding him the blood of a high-level vampire, Vito explained. Once he consumes that, he'll regain full awareness. Though, of course, he'll still be a vampire. Ha, clever woman. So this Lady Ellen Nosferatu wants us to kill Count Nosferatu for her. Josh suddenly sneered. To him, it didn't matter whether Hugh Jones became a vampire. But the real issue now was that Lady Ellen clearly wanted to use them to deal with Count Nosferatu. She might be his bloodline, but that didn't mean she wouldn't betray her sire. In Blade, Underworld, Twilight, even Marvel's Dracula all had vampires turning on their masters. They were sentient beings, after all. Why accept being inferior? Especially with a history of blood feud between them. Betrayal was merely a matter of power and planning, and Ellen clearly couldn't challenge Nosferatu with her own strength, but once she saw the electromagnetic trooper's power, it made sense she would hatch this plan. But isn't the lady thinking too simply? Josh sneered again. If any high-level vampire blood would do, why not use hers instead of Count Nosferatu's? But if we kill Lady Ellen, won't we still have to face Count Nosferatu's wrath? Might as well go straight for him. Ophelia's sudden objection stunned Josh. Right. Killing Lady Ellen and taking her blood might restore Hugh Jones. But Nosferatu wouldn't know she had betrayed him. If his concubine suddenly turned up dead, would he not retaliate? Josh was speechless. What a cunning open scheme this Lady Nosferatu had played. Roar. In the dimly lit temporary barracks, the once gentlemanly Hugh Jones now glared out from within his cage with blood-red eyes, letting out a bloodthirsty, beast-like roar as he looked at Josh and the others outside. Tisk, what a pity. Josh looked at Hugh Jones in the cage and shook his head with a sigh. Just as Vito and the others behind him thought Josh was about to launch into more laments, he suddenly changed tone and ordered Ophelia, Ophelia, go get a camera. General Fletcher was initially confused at Josh's request for a camera, but Ophelia and Vito already understood what he was planning. Especially Ophelia, who immediately recalled the humiliating days of the past and the photos Josh had taken of her. With a stiff expression, she went to fetch the camera. After Josh frantically snapped photo after photo of the beast-like Hugh Jones, even the slow-wit General Fletcher realized what Josh was up to, and he nearly wanted to bury his head underground in shame. After all, Hugh Jones was his boss. But he didn't dare stop him. Whether in organizational or social standing, Josh was far beyond someone he could afford to offend. Besides, it was Josh who had rescued Hugh Jones. What right did he have to intervene? He could only play ostrich and pretend not to see. All right, that'll do for now. Vito, sorry to trouble you again. Go pay a visit to Lady Ellen and tell her I want to meet and discuss some details. They said daytime is inconvenient, right? Then let's set it for the evening. As for the location, let's say the riverside on the west side of town, Josh said as he handed the camera back to Ophelia and gave Vito instructions. Yes, boss. Vito nodded and left the tent without further questions, ready to gather men and head out again to meet Lady Ellen. General Fletcher also felt awkward and used office work as an excuse to leave the tent. Boss, you've figured out a way to deal with Count Nosferatu. After Vito left, Ophelia couldn't help asking. She had seen Josh frowning earlier when they discussed Nosferatu. According to Vito, the ancient vampire was no easy foe. So why did Josh suddenly seem to have a plan? Deal with Nosferatu? Why would I deal with him? Josh looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked in return. That one question stunned Ophelia. You're not planning to deal with Nosferatu? Then why are you really going to make a move against Lady Ellen? Ophelia wasn't dumb and quickly caught on. But with tilde e. No buts? Lady Ellen will be killed by Allied strategic bombers. It's none of our damn business. If Nosferatu wants revenge, he can go find Eisenhower, or Hugh Jones, or the council at the very least. Why the hell should I take the fall for no reason? Josh said coolly. It had to be said, Lady Ellen's little scheme was quite clever. If Josh were just an ordinary person, or even a typical Hydra operative, then when faced with Hugh Jones's current state, he might have had no choice but to step up. But was Josh ordinary? From start to finish, Hydra had always just been a tool to him. Bringing Hugh Jones back was already the limit of his goodwill. Did they really expect him to work for the council for free? Besides, in the process of rescuing Hugh Jones, Josh had gained a free vampire bloodline himself. He definitely planned to charge a hefty price for that. For example, Rockcon's Boeing stock would be quite a nice payment. What? They won't give it? Then they better not blame Josh for getting ruthless. Night fell quickly. Compared to daytime, the western side of the town now had an additional tent and a dozen Tesla troopers guarded the tent vigilantly. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings came from the dark sky. As the sound drew near, a half-human, half-bat creature flew above the tent, then landed about 10 meters in front of it and transformed into a stunningly beautiful young woman. I am Ellen Nosferatu. I've come at Mr. Kane's invitation. The woman's voice was soft but clearly entered everyone's ears. Please come in, milady. The boss has been waiting for you. Oilia lifted the tent flap, stepped out, and nodded at Lady Ellen, motioning for her to enter. Lady Ellen nodded and didn't think much of it. Her vampiric senses indeed told her that there was a human with strong life force inside, definitely male, so she walked in. But the moment she stepped inside, she sensed something was wrong. There was indeed someone inside the tent, but between her and that person was a metal barrier. Before she could react, a metallic clang sounded behind her as another metal gate dropped into place. Immediately, a series of buzzing electric noises rang out around the tent. Only then did Lady Ellen realize the tent was actually a giant metal cage. Seeing this, she tried to escape. But the moment she touched the metal bars, a powerful electric shock made her scream in pain. At that moment, the outer fabric of the tent was pulled open. Several Hydra operatives holding guns began firing at Lady Ellen, but instead of bullets, their guns fired high-potency tranquilizer darts. These were special products made by Lord Yuri. Just one could knock out a T-Rex for an entire day. Whether they worked on vampires was unknown, but Lady Ellen was hit with over a dozen in quick succession. As the liquid was injected, the vampire noblewoman soon collapsed to the ground. Seems vampire endurance wasn't all that impressive after all. Vito, go bind her. Be careful. Josh, who had appeared near the cage without anyone noticing, gave the order while observing the vampire inside. Following his command, the dinosaurified Vito stepped from the shadows, carrying a pile of super-alloy restraints. 2 Tesla troopers cautiously opened the cage door just enough to let Vito inside. During the entire process, Lady Ellen never regained consciousness. Apparently the tranquilizer worked on vampires too. Vito quickly used the restraints to bind the vampire tightly, to the point where not even a finger could move. Then he stuffed her into a smaller container and loaded it onto a vehicle. The group departed. Less than 10 minutes after Josh's team left, the sound of rumbling engines filled the sky. It was the sound of B-29 bombers. A torrent of bombs and incendiaries were dropped on the small town. In moments, the entire town was reduced to a flaming ruin. The next day, in a special isolation ward within a military hospital under General Fletcher's command, the beast-like Hugh Jones and the resentful-eyed Lady Ellen were both tightly bound to hospital beds. Between them was a blood-pumping machine. Josh and his team had no idea how vampires passed their blood to their offspring, but that was fine. They could just drain all of Ellen's blood and transfuse it into Hugh Jones. Vampires probably didn't care about blood types anyway. As Ellen's blood was extracted drop by drop and infused into Hugh Jones, the councilman's previously bloodthirsty gaze gradually became clear. Jones. Josh stood outside the lab and asked through a speaker. Yes, it's me, Josh. I'm back, Hugh Jones said, glancing at the nearly mummified Ellen on the adjacent bed. Unlike normal human corpses, which retained moisture after blood loss, a vampire's body shriveled up like a mummy once drained. Haha, that's great news. Looks like you know what happened. Josh chuckled lightly. Of course. I was being controlled by bloodlust, a bit hazy, but I remember everything including when you took pictures of me, Hugh Jones replied emotionlessly. Well, that's good news. At least I won't need to explain what happened to you, Josh said, slightly surprised. So Hugh had been aware the whole time. Thankfully, the only thing he had said near Hugh that might have been questionable was that Nosferatu would be his own problem. Otherwise, he might have had to clean up the evidence violently. As for things like the Tesla armor, the council was going to find out eventually anyway, so no need to worry about secrecy. Yes, I'll sign over the Boeing shares soon, but you'd better return the photos and negatives to me, Hugh Jones said dryly. Ahem, no rush, no rush. How are you feeling now? Josh, slightly embarrassed at being called out, quickly changed the subject. Great. I feel full of energy. My mind has never been clearer, Hugh Jones replied. He didn't bother arguing. Being able to recover was blessing enough, not to mention he was now a legendary immortal vampire. As for the Boeing stock, just a few $100 million. For the colossal Rockcon Corporation, that was hardly a big deal. If Josh wanted it, so be it. The only inconvenience was that he'd now need to drink blood to survive and avoid sunlight, but for a top-tier capitalist like Hugh Jones, that was no big deal. The former? He could just open a few hospitals or blood banks and drink to his heart's content. The latter? As the head of Rockcon, he didn't need to appear publicly during the day to maintain his authority. Looks like this little surgery was a success. Vito, go burn that thing. Keep an eye on it. Josh nodded with satisfaction and pointed at the now mummified Ellen, instructing Vito. Vito looked at Ellen's shriveled corpse and sighed inwardly. Smart and beautiful but unlucky enough to try scheming against a boss who never plays by the rules. He pushed the body toward the crematorium. As the corpse turned to ash in the flames, far away in a Hungarian castle inside a lavish coffin, a young man in elegant, old-fashioned clothing suddenly opened his eyes. Ellen? Who dared to kill my wife? His chilling roar echoed through the entire castle. There was no doubt this was Count Nosferatu. What's with the yelling? What happened? A deep, magnetic voice came from outside the coffin. Ancestor. Nosferatu trembled and hurriedly opened the coffin lid, bowing respectfully. Why are you here? The title made it clear this newcomer was no ordinary human, but another vampire Nosferatu's progenitor. And he was none other than the legendary Count Dracula, the most powerful vampire currently on Earth. Of course, that didn't mean there weren't stronger beings, just that they weren't on Earth or in this primary dimension. What happened to you? Dracula asked without answering directly. I just sensed that one of my direct blood descendants died. Nosferatu replied truthfully. Do you know why? Dracula asked casually. Not yet, but I suspect it's related to the armies from the Americas or the werewolves, Nosferatu answered cautiously after some thought. After all, Ellen had recently only encountered a werewolf squad and some human soldiers. Human armies? Are you ignoring my orders? Dracula's expression darkened. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by those people from Camartage? But ancestor, I didn't start it, they were the ones who intruded into our territory. Nosferatu stammered. You'd better behave for now. Don't meddle in human affairs again. I don't want to give Camartage an excuse to act against us, Dracula warned. Ancestor. Nosferatu looked puzzled. It's that damn ancient one. No idea why she's gotten even more powerful recently, and she doesn't show any signs of aging. She's just a human, for God's sake. Dracula said gloomily. At night, on a military airfield, a C-69 aircraft roared into the sky under the cover of darkness. Watching the plane disappear into the night sky, Josh couldn't help but sigh quietly by the edge of the runway. He didn't know whether keeping Hugh Jones alive was the right decision. Although after rescuing Hugh Jones, they had observed him for half a month. Apart from a fear of light and occasionally drinking chilled blood, he had not shown any aggression and remained rational. But ultimately, Hugh Jones was now a vampire, an inhuman entity from the perspective of mankind. Just sending him back to the United States like this was essentially giving the country a vampire progenitor out of nowhere. From a human standpoint, it didn't seem quite right, but Josh did it anyway for personal reasons. And when you think about it, even if he didn't send Hugh Jones back, did it mean there were no vampires in America? Probably not. Just like the vampires in Europe, just because they haven't been seen doesn't mean they don't exist. After all, Europeans have been migrating to America for nearly 500 years. In all that time, it was hard to believe that not a single vampire made the trip, and Josh didn't buy that. Besides, to be honest, vampires weren't necessarily more ruthless than capitalists. Reining in his drifting thoughts, Josh turned and got into the car, ready to return to the fortress. He was in a hurry today, because the day was special. Yes, it was the annual blind box opening, or rather, the day a new dimensional beacon would be generated. What kind of trading partner would it connect to this time? Back at the fortress, Josh locked himself alone in the study. Time ticked by, and the new dimensional beacon was finally generated. Josh immediately chose to deploy it without hesitation. This time he was lucky the beacon found a host in under 30 seconds. But when the dimensional communication was established, Josh fell completely silent. Sure enough, not every beacon deployment ended in good fortune. Because on the other end of the video, was a babbling red-haired baby that looked to be about the same age as Mike and Carol, just a few months old. What the hell? For a brief second, Josh had the impulse to trade over a hand grenade with the pin pulled from the system warehouse. If the baby accidentally confirmed the trade, the beacon could move on to someone else, but the thought only lasted a second. Josh might not be a good person. Countless people had died directly or indirectly because of him, but he couldn't bring himself to harm a baby. Especially when seeing this baby brought to mind his own two little ones. Sighing, he shut off the trade communication. This year's dimensional beacon was a bust. There'd be no trade unless the child grew up, and that would take years. Still, it wasn't a total loss. The baby's swaddling was clearly of a European medieval style, probably a world similar to the Game of Thrones dimension. The fabric was high-quality silk with beautiful embroidery. Clearly, the baby came from a wealthy or noble family. Too bad it was a baby, if only it were an adult. Oh well, a loss is a loss. It was only one more year to wait. Josh was young and could afford to wait. And with Jiaying in hand, he didn't have to worry about his lifespan. As for technology and resources, backed by the Game of Thrones and Cretaceous Red Alert worlds, there were no real issues. The only real shortcoming was his own power, but that wasn't something that could be rushed, and if trouble did come, the beastization serum could help him hold the line. The only real concern was whether the vampires would trace things back to him, but that was unlikely. The main target had already returned to the US, and the bombing order had come from the Allied Supreme Command. As for the key witnesses, Colonel Ward and General Fletcher, Josh had already had Oilia secretly alter some of their memories. So if the vampires sought revenge, the most likely targets would be the top brass of the US forces in Europe, giving Josh plenty of time to respond. Now, over half a month had passed without any sign of expected vampire retaliation, so Josh finally began to relax. Looks like Lady Ellen didn't hold much sway in Nosferatu's eyes after all. That was all he could assume. Whether other factors were preventing the vampires from acting, Josh had no way of knowing. The days that followed were peaceful. With no hope of trading through the new dimension for the next few years, Josh turned his focus entirely to business, which, fortunately, was booming until, more than half a month later. Boss, look at this. Josh was just sitting down to breakfast when Vito came rushing into the dining room with a telegram in hand. The message is confirmed. After reading it, Josh's expression turned slightly serious. It's been verified. Vito nodded. The telegram came from the council and contained two main pieces of news. First, the four nations were preparing to hold a conference. Because the European war in this world had ended too quickly, the historical Yalta and Potsdam conferences never took place. But not holding them didn't mean they wouldn't happen, it just meant a change in timing and location, possibly combining the two into one. Sure enough, the telegram said that the four countries had agreed to hold a meeting next week in Weimar, a small town on the east-west border with special significance. After Germany's defeat in WWI, the post-war German government held a parliamentary session in this cultural town to avoid unrest in Berlin. That's where the name Weimar Republic came from. Choosing this location for the meeting could almost be seen as metaphorically whipping the corpse. The second item in the telegram was what Josh had been waiting for. The first atomic bomb had been completed and was about to be tested. The test was scheduled for 2 days before the Weimar Conference. This timing was very deliberate. One of the main topics of the Weimar Conference, like the Potsdam Conference in the original timeline, was to urge Japan to surrender. If Japan refused, the US would be ready to use atomic bombs, which would also serve as a warning to other nations. And besides the first bomb, which was ready for testing, a second batch of 6 nuclear bombs was already in accelerated production. That's right, the plan wasn't just to drop 2 bombs, as in history, but 6. Their power would be about the same as Little Boy, Fat Man, and the third unexploded one from the original timeline. It wasn't that the military didn't want to increase the power, it was just that in this era, airdrop was the only long-range delivery method, and the bomber's capacity had to be considered. The current top-tier B-29 bomber could carry 9 tons but only under short-range, low-altitude missions. Given the fuel needed for a safe round trip from U.S. occupied territories to the Japanese mainland, and the estimated blast radius, a B-29 could carry only 1 4-ton bomb safely. That's why Little Boy and Fat Man were both about 4.5 tons. So the later rumor that the B-29 that bombed Nagasaki also dropped a dud that Japan handed over to the Soviets is just baseless nonsense. As impressive as the B-29 was, it simply couldn't carry 2 such heavy bombs in a single long-range mission. As for the Soviets building their own atomic bomb, they did it with technical data from Germany and their own scientific base, not from anything American. Still, while bomb power couldn't be increased, the number could. In the original timeline, Truman had planned to bomb 6 targets, not just 2, but due to changes in the war situation and production delays, it ended up being only 2. Even so, 6 bombs were already the limit because there wasn't enough enriched uranium and plutonium. For a powerhouse like the US, making the bomb casings was easy, but weapons-grade nuclear material was another story. Most of the production cost was in that. Even these 6 bombs had only been approved as a condition Josh proposed to the council. Whether all 6 could be deployed still depended on how things progressed on the council's side, because with Japan's stubborn attitude, if you didn't bomb them, surrender was unlikely. The real problem was internal. President Roosevelt. Despite being the driving force behind the Manhattan Project, the latest reports from the council suggested that with the war nearing its end, the president might no longer want to use the bomb. That wouldn't do. The scheduled Weimar Conference was postponed because, in just the short week leading up to the meeting, 2 major events occurred. One was that the beloved President Roosevelt of the United States, on the day before he was set to depart for Europe, died of a cerebral hemorrhage during a visit to a military facility due to overexcitement. In response, Josh's fortress headquarters lowered the flag to half-mast as a sign of mourning. Of course, the lavish dinner Josh and his subordinates happily enjoyed in private afterward wasn't something worth telling outsiders. After all, holding a feast after a funeral is a fairly common practice. The other major event was the British general election, where the boastful Mr. Churchill, who considered himself the savior of Britain, was defeated. This had little to do with Josh, and he didn't care who became the British Prime Minister, but with both events happening at once, the Weimar Conference had to be postponed by a week. However, the postponement didn't stop Weimar from becoming a gathering place for influential figures ahead of time, nor did it prevent Josh from coming here to look for opportunities and to collect debts. Mr. de Gaulle, regarding the French-occupied zone, your side has delayed again and again, which does not align with our previous agreement. Should I assume that your side is planning to renege on the debt? In a small tavern in Weimar, Josh met with de Gaulle, who had arrived early, and questioned him harshly. Just as Josh had anticipated, de Gaulle, as a temporary leader, had no authority to make decisions about France's debts. The new parliament had only just been elected, and de Gaulle was already starting to get sidelined. Josh hadn't expected de Gaulle to be so weak, unable even to control the French-occupied zone and constantly hindered by domestic forces. Mr. Kane, it's not that we're defaulting, it's just that our internal situation is quite complex, and the international climate isn't favorable either. That's why we can't repay the debt for now. Moreover, the prices of the supplies you provided were indeed a bit high. Before de Gaulle could speak, a bespectacled middle-aged man standing behind him spoke up first. And who the hell are you? I'm talking to Mr. de Gaulle. What makes you think you can interrupt? Josh shot him a glance and said with contempt. Mr. Kane, watch your language. I'm a diplomatic official of France. An insult to me is an insult to my country. The man flushed with anger at Josh's scorn. TCH, I just insulted you, so what? A country that was taken by Germany in just 1 month, whose restoration relied entirely on the Allies, and that doesn't even have a formal seat at international conferences. I insulted it. So what are you going to do? You want to bite me? You're useless in war but suddenly bold when defaulting on debt. What a joke. Josh tilted his head and stared mockingly at the so-called French diplomat before launching a direct verbal assault. He gave no regard to the diplomat or to de Gaulle sitting across from him because for Josh at this point, there was no need to. Yes, France had been liberated, and the famine had passed, but that didn't mean things were going well. Although countries had recognized France's status as a victor, that was about it. They still had no real say in major international matters. Just like how France had no place at the Yalta and Potsdam conferences in history, in this world's Weimar Conference, they still had no real voice. Only the UK, the US, and the Soviet Union had formal seats. France and the other countries were merely window dressing there for show, and given how badly the war had damaged France, it couldn't recover without American aid. Though that aid was ultimately decided by the White House and Congress, it was the financial consortiums that executed it in practice, and there was a lot of profit to be made. As the representative of one such American consortium, Josh could not be touched by the French. If they so much as harmed a hair on his head, they'd pay dearly. Ahem, Mr. Kane, let's stick to the issue at hand and not escalate this to a national level. De Gaulle finally couldn't hold back. He hadn't intentionally left Josh hanging at the start. It was just that the diplomat had cut in first, and that man wasn't really under his control anyway, so de Gaulle was happy to let him play the bad guy. But he hadn't expected Josh to be so utterly disrespectful, not only cursing people out but insulting the country as well, which was hard for him to swallow. At that time, anti-French rhetoric wasn't uncommon, and de Gaulle was aware of it. But most of it was behind closed doors. Josh was the first to hurl such insults directly in front of a national leader. If it had been someone else, de Gaulle might have already drawn his gun, but facing Josh, he couldn't muster up any tough talk because they were in the wrong. A with tilde and beta epsilon. Just last year, they had begged Josh for a $200 million food loan and signed a contract to repay it with resources from the French-occupied zone. He just hadn't expected the domestic opposition to be even stronger than he'd imagined, leaving him unable to even fully control the French zone's resources. Mr. de Gaulle, I don't want this to get ugly for everyone, but dragging out the debt issue like this won't work either. Or is it that France doesn't want any further aid at all? Josh shook his head and asked. Is the aid our country receives really for a mere consortium representative like you to decide? De Gaulle had initially planned to negotiate with Josh and ask for a little more time, but unexpectedly, that diplomat spoke up again with this line. It showed just how little control de Gaulle had. He couldn't even silence a diplomat traveling with him. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Josh glanced at the diplomat, then suddenly smiled, stood up, and left the tavern with his team. Boss, want me to teach that idiot a lesson? In the car, Vito, sitting in the front passenger seat, asked Josh. Not for now. The situation in Weimar is delicate. We can't afford to cause trouble at this moment. Josh shook his head and continued. Besides, anyone who can become a diplomat can't really be that stupid. The fact that he provoked me like that means they're truly preparing to default. I just don't know where they're getting the confidence from. Truth be told, defaulting had long been a traditional skill of the French government. It could be traced all the way back to Louis XVI. More recently, it happened after World War I. After WWI, France owed the US nearly $10 billion in both national and private debts like Josh's. But from 1920 to 1930, the French government repaid only $500 million. That didn't even cover the interest. And with the onset of the Great Depression, France simply gave up, stopped paying altogether. That was one reason the US was so reluctant to offer aid during World War II. Josh had long known that post-World War II, the new French government also intended to default. It wasn't until they realized they couldn't rebuild their economy without help and needed support from the Marshall Plan that they finally renegotiated with the US, drafted a comprehensive repayment plan, and slowly began to pay back the debt, only barely finishing the repayments in the 21st century. If the French were really planning to default again, fine, Josh swore he'd get back double what they owed, or he'd write his name backwards. Meanwhile, as Josh's debt collection attempt ended in failure, in a nearby hotel, Oilia was meeting with someone, and the other person, like her, was a stunning beauty. Nice to meet you, I'm Claire. Clairvoyant, the woman introduced herself to Oilia. Oilia Salkisn. Pleased to meet you. Claire. Oilia smiled and extended her hand for a handshake. Although both women smiled politely, the nearby waiter couldn't help but feel the air turn several degrees colder as he approached their table. Ah, Josh Kane, our young American talent. Meeting you in person truly confirms your outstanding appearance. On behalf of the United States, I thank you for your contributions to the country and the military. At a grand banquet, Truman warmly shook Josh's hand and said. With the new session of the conference approaching, Truman, who had just ascended to the presidency, finally arrived in Weimar. To welcome the new president, Josh, acting as a sort of local host, pulled every string necessary to reserve a luxurious estate in advance for Truman's temporary stay. He also spent a hefty sum to co-host a lavish welcome banquet with the high-ranking officers of the U.S. military in Europe. Truman was very pleased with this. Not because he was fond of extravagance, but because it represented recognition from certain financial and military powers in Europe, especially those represented by Josh. After all, in the eyes of the public, Truman had pretty much gotten into the presidency by luck. So at this stage, Truman was eager to gain acknowledgement and support from all sectors. What Josh did hit the nail right on the head for this new president. Mr. President, you're too kind. This is simply what I should do as a citizen of the United States. Josh replied with a big smile, playing the part graciously. For him, spending a bit of money to build a good relationship with the new president was actually a solid investment. Especially since, all expenses were billed to the council. Entertainment expenses, after all, those are globally accepted. And honestly, spending someone else's money to earn political goodwill for yourself, it felt great. As for the unjust treatment you received in France, I've already heard about it. Rest assured, we will definitely help you seek justice. No country or individual can arbitrarily seize the property of an American citizen, Truman stated solemnly. Josh didn't doubt Truman's words because in the original timeline, that's exactly what he did. After signing a new repayment plan with France, the French government prioritized repaying private debts. After all, in a capitalist country, the capitalist's money must be paid back first. The government's money? That can wait. Still, Josh couldn't help but mock inwardly. Sure, other countries can't seize American assets, but when it comes to the US government seizing other countries' assets, they're pros at it. Besides, France already owed the US government money. Truman was just riding the wave, making a gesture that cost him nothing. What Truman didn't know, though, was that Josh wasn't planning to just get his money back through legal channels. France's mainland was beyond Josh's reach, sure, but let's not forget, France still had over 10 million square kilometers of colonial territory. Especially in Africa, colonies like Algeria had contributed heavily to France's liberation. But how did France treat them after the war? Just like they treated the Knights Templar centuries ago. For Josh, there was a lot of room for maneuver here. And speaking of Africa, Josh thought of Wakanda. Vibranium, that stuff had always tempted him. But looking at the current global military strength, it didn't seem like anyone could actually take on Wakanda. Maybe he could trick the French and British into throwing lives at it? A with tilde and omicron, yes. Well then, thank you in advance, Mr. President. Though he mocked inwardly, Josh still showed a grateful expression on the surface. By the way, before I came to Germany, I submitted a bill to Congress proposing the establishment of a new honor medal, specifically to recognize civilians who made outstanding contributions during the war. I believe no one would be more suitable to receive the first medal than you, Mr. Kane, Truman said. Of course, it would be an honor. Josh was slightly surprised by Truman's words, but quickly realized what he meant. The Presidential Medal of Freedom, yeah, that thing. Basically a participation trophy these days, but it was Truman who invented it. Initially, it was used to honor individuals worldwide who contributed to the war effort, and tons were handed out. 80 bald eagles in the US military alone got one. Later, during the American Dream era, it became routine, dozens handed out every year. For regular folks, it was a high honor, but for Josh at this point, kind of meh. Still, if it's the first ever, that's got some novelty to it. After a little more small talk with Josh, Truman moved on to socialize with other guests, and Josh also graciously gave him the stage. The next day, the Weimar Conference officially began. Its main agenda closely resembled the Potsdam Conference of Josh's original timeline. However, the attitudes of the countries involved had shifted significantly. In the original timeline, the US at this stage hadn't fully embraced its role as the world's leader. So even though it had the nuke, it still compromised heavily with the UK, France, and the Soviets on many issues. Especially when it came to consolidating its influence in Europe, it let the UK and France benefit a lot. But now, thanks to Josh's influence, the Council of Nine and leading financial powers had recognized this once-in-a-lifetime chance to dominate the world and started putting real pressure on Truman. Coupled with the early alignment of Austria, a loyal ally whose strength hadn't been significantly diminished, Truman now had far more confidence than in the original timeline. His stance at the conference surprised both the British and Soviets with its toughness. Naturally, the now emboldened Soviets didn't budge an inch. As for the UK's new Prime Minister Italy, he wasn't exactly a strong leader. Even with France in tow, they were forced to keep giving ground. On the European front, the Soviets and the Anglo-French bloc wanted to impose sanctions not just on Germany but on Austria too. Of course, the US wouldn't agree to that. Austria, this obedient little brother, was a dream come true for the Americans while still maintaining its own army. Its defense system was practically wide open to the US, which made American officials feel right at home. With such a great little brother, why would the US let it be sanctioned? That'd be like cutting into its own flesh. There wasn't much the US could do to pressure the Soviets, but the British? Oh, that's a different story. Want to keep your Pacific colonies? Want more economic aid? Better behave. The British folded immediately. At the time, Britain desperately needed colonial income, but its wealthiest colonies were in Asia. Aside from India, most were occupied by the Japanese, and the Brits were counting on the US to help get them back. In the end, the Brits had no choice but to compromise. Seeing the British yield, the Soviets were pissed. They immediately declared that if that's how it was, they were out of the fight with Japan, same as in the original timeline. That's why the Soviets were missing from the Potsdam Declaration. It was just the US and UK. Because at the time, America was suffering heavy losses in the Pacific, and the Soviets wanted to use the war with Japan as leverage to force US concessions in Europe. What they didn't expect was for the US to just drop the atomic bomb. In the original timeline, America dropped the bomb on August 6. The Soviets, realizing things had changed, hurriedly declared war on Japan on August 8, scrambling to grab influence in Asia. Without that nuke, the Soviets likely would have just waited for the US and Japan to bleed each other dry. Still, the Soviet declaration of war did help break Japan's back. In this world, once again, the US and the Soviets had a falling out over the Japan issue. The next day, the US and UK issued the Weimar Proclamation, an ultimatum to Japan. Japan responded by saying they were sick of these proclamations. If you've got the guts, come fight, we're ready for honorable annihilation. Well, what more needs to be said? Out came little boy, fat man, skinny guy, shorty, big guy, bring them all. And no more piecemeal strikes. 6B-29s took off at once. That day, Japan was scorching hot. The highest temperature? 6,000 degrees. Everyone knew someone who was there. But they were all too cooked to speak. What a pity. On the terrace of Neuschwanstein Castle, Josh sighed as he put down the newspaper. The newspaper reported on the nuclear barbecue events being held in 6 Japanese cities. These 6 cities were Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Kyoto, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagoya, but not Edo, Tokyo former name. And that was the reason for Josh's sigh. But there was nothing he could do about it. Increasing the number of nuclear bombs to 6 was already the limit of what he could achieve through his connections. Due to America's own interests and political considerations, Edo was still excluded from the scope of nuclear bombing. However, Edo's situation wasn't any better than it had been in the original timeline, because before the Weimar Conference was convened, the famous barbecue master LeMay, just like in the original timeline, had presented a refined and delicious barbecue to the city of Edo. Because the European war ended early, the Allies were able to deploy more air power to the Pacific, so the scale of the barbecue was even larger than in the original timeline. Even though the furnace temperature was significantly lower, it still reached around 1,000 degrees Celsius. Many familiar folks expressed their joy. It was just a shame that little boy still didn't get to enjoy the taste of this barbecue, which Josh found regrettable. But it didn't matter, just a mere little boy. As one of the leaders of Hydra, Josh didn't believe this punk had a tougher life than Roosevelt or the American Emperor. There would always be another chance. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. Even Manhattan could get bombed by aliens and nearly host a nuclear barbecue. Why couldn't Edo hold a few more? Tossing the newspaper aside, Josh stood and walked to the edge of the tower. Looking down, the breathtaking scenery of the mountains and forests made him feel at peace. In the castle courtyard below, a group of workers was busy working with great enthusiasm. He arrived here 3 days ago. One had to admit when manpower and materials were sufficient, and the workers had some motivation, the work efficiency was simply outstanding. In less than half a year, half of Neuschwanstein Castle was already completed. This efficiency was vastly superior to the days of Ludwig II, when workers frequently went on strike and made demands, and certainly better than the dawdling pace of modern labor. By next year, he could probably bring Margot and their 2 slightly older children here for a vacation. On the other side of the mountain, the old Hohenschwangau Castle had already been fully renovated. Given its smaller size and better preservation, the refurbishment naturally took much less time. Boss, it's done. Just as Josh was surveying his domain, Oilia came running up excitedly. The bears agreed to our terms. Josh turned around and asked, yes? As long as we hand over the complete technical data, they'll recognize our de facto control over the Slovenian region. Oilia replied excitedly. Well, that's great news. A bright smile appeared on Josh's face upon hearing this. Although the European part of World War II had ended nearly half a year ago, that didn't mean all conflicts had ceased. The Cold War standoff between the Eastern and Western blocs meant that many small countries were still mired in struggle. Yugoslavia in the Balkans was one such example. Like many countries, Yugoslavia during the war had been split between the royalist Chetniks supporting the Yugoslav government in exile and the federalist faction led by the renowned Iron Emperor. In the original timeline, Draza Mihailovic led the Chetniks and, at the end of World War II, attempted to surrender to the British and American occupation forces in nearby Italy and Austria to preserve the Yugoslav monarchy. Unfortunately, in the original timeline, the Soviet military presence in Austria was too strong, and the British and Americans had no intention of offending the fierce Soviets over the Chetniks. They simply sold them out. Thus, the Chetniks under Mihailovic were abandoned by the Allies, surrounded by the Soviets and the Iron Emperor, and became an isolated force. By 1946, they were completely wiped out. However, in this world, shortly after World War II ended, and before the Hydra forces within Yugoslavia had been fully purged, Austria's military reached out to the Chetniks and Yugoslav King Peter II in exile in the UK ahead of the Iron Emperor. Austria expressed willingness to accept them and help them re-establish the Yugoslav kingdom, of course, not the full kingdom. Josh wasn't insane enough to go to war with the Iron Emperor and the Soviets over this. But establishing a small Yugoslav kingdom in regions like Slovenia was doable. And the US had tacitly approved of this plan. Without a doubt, this was a risky move that would anger the Iron Emperor and displease the Soviets. But for Josh, Austria, and the US, it was a risk worth taking. Why? because of the estuary. Anyone with basic geopolitical knowledge understands the importance of access to the sea. Austria had always been a landlocked country. Bavaria was also landlocked. Even if the two merged and their national strength increased, lacking a seaport would severely hinder Austria's development. So for Austria to gain access to the sea, it had to expand southward. And to the south, there were only two countries, Yugoslavia and Italy. Italy, having surrendered earlier and now tightly hugging America's leg, was not a viable target. That left Yugoslavia and Slovenia and Western Croatia became top priorities. Fortunately, the presence of the Chetniks provided the perfect excuse for Austria and the US to take action. To gain US support, Austria boldly promised to give the US a military port after success. Since the territory belonged to Yugoslavia anyway, Austria didn't feel any loss in giving it away. As for the original owners, the Yugoslav kingdom and the Chetniks, did they have a choice? Not at all. The Iron Emperor would mercilessly execute them if caught. With Austria and the US, they'd at most lose control over their territory, but in the Iron Emperor's hands, they'd lose their lives. Because of this, during the Weimar Conference, the Soviet and Iron Emperor delegations clashed heavily with the Americans and Austrians. Oilia even got into a private fight with one of the Soviet representatives, who was also a woman. From Ophelia's description, Josh couldn't help but associate this woman named Clairvoyant with the Black Widow, although wasn't the first-generation Black Widow supposed to be Dottie Underwood? Additionally, military forces on both sides faced off intensely in Croatia, though mostly between the Austrian military and the Iron Emperor's forces. The Soviets and Americans didn't directly get involved. After all, World War II had just ended. The US was still in decent shape, but the Soviets were far from recovered. But everything changed when 6 American boys went to Japan to host a barbecue. No doubt, the Soviets started to panic, to the point of selling out the Iron Emperor and agreeing to Josh's terms in exchange for nuclear technology. Of course, the Iron Emperor likely wouldn't give in so easily. He was the first in the Soviet bloc to challenge the Soviets. But without Soviet support, the Iron Emperor alone couldn't stir up much trouble. In any case, even if Josh didn't interfere, Yugoslavia would inevitably disintegrate decades later. Better to let Josh take advantage now. Prepare the plane. I'm going to see Eisenhower. Josh, pleased with the Soviet concession, sprang into action not to deliver the data, but to buy warships. Now that they had a seaport, they'd naturally need a navy. But as a landlocked country, Austria had no shipbuilding industry aside from a few riverboat yards. Fortunately, while in Hamburg, Josh had quietly acquired a decent shipyard. But building warships wasn't easy. It was expensive, laborious, technically demanding, and most importantly, time-consuming. So initially, buying was the only option. Josh's first target was, naturally, the recently divided German fleet. The German fleet had very few ships left, so Josh didn't have many choices. But there was one battleship that was easy to acquire, the one given to the US Navy, the Prinz Eugen. Though Josh didn't have strong ties to the US Navy, purchasing warships didn't require approval from the Navy Department, just a direct line to Eisenhower. Besides, a non-standard ship like Prinz Eugen wasn't of much use to the US Navy anyway. Why else would they have used it for nuclear testing? The very next year after the war ended, in a hotel in the small Austrian border town of Moskendorf, a special meeting was being held in secret. The meeting had 2 delegations. One was led by Karl Renner, the first president of the newly established Second Republic of Austria after the war, known as the Father of Austria. The other was represented by Molotov, the current foreign minister of the Soviet Union and a staunch supporter of the big-bearded leader. The theme of the meeting was to sign a secret agreement. The Soviet side would reduce its military presence in the regions surrounding Austria and recognize the existence of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, acknowledge the kingdom's sovereignty over Slovenia and Croatia, and Austria's right to protect the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. They also pledged not to interfere in any potential regional disputes between Austria, the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, and the Yugoslav Federation. In addition, the Soviets would supply Austria with weapons-grade uranium-235. This idea came up during contact between Josh's people and the Soviets, as Yuri's side still couldn't produce weapons-grade nuclear materials, and Austria had no uranium. But the Soviets? They had plenty. The Soviet-controlled Kazakhstan region was the world's second-largest uranium producer, and the Soviet mainland was also a uranium powerhouse. Of course, the uranium wasn't free. Austria would have to pay for it, but for Austria, backed by Josh, that was pocket change. In return, Austria would provide a complete set of nuclear weapon technical data. The entire negotiation went very smoothly, though it couldn't be made public. From an overall perspective, this secret agreement came at the expense of Allied interests, benefiting both parties without any real losses to themselves. The Soviets essentially sold out their little brother, the Yugoslav Federation. They had no choice. Nuclear weapons were too important to the Soviets. The 6 nuclear bombs dropped by the US on Japan had profoundly shocked the Soviet leadership. Previously, at the Weimar Conference, the big-bearded leader had been smug about how the IS-3 heavy tanks had astonished the American, British, and other representatives. But the U.S. single move of deploying 6 superweapons kept the Soviet leader awake at night, prompting him to issue extreme directives to his weapons R&D department and intensify infiltration efforts in the U.S. For the Soviets, Austria offering complete nuclear bomb data was like long-awaited rain during a drought. By comparison, losing a small ally and a bit of territory seemed utterly insignificant. This was textbook great power chauvinism. Small nations have no diplomacy. Austria, for its part, was trading away the USS monopoly on superweapons. This was a necessary step in Austria's journey to regain great power status and break free from American influence. Previously clinging to the US, opening up to military garrisons and offering military ports, had all been acts of desperation. At the time, Austria, much like Germany, was beset by enemies on all sides. The US was the only country that didn't openly oppose Austria. In the original timeline, Austria had been partitioned and ruled by 4 countries for 10 years. It was only after declaring permanent neutrality that it barely regained its sovereignty and survived in the cracks between the 2 blocks. With diaresis. But Austria couldn't rely on the US forever. Josh was well aware of how ugly things could get once the US solidified its status as leader of the West. Since Josh already controlled most of Austria's resources, he certainly wouldn't sit around waiting for the US to come reap his hard-earned gains. Therefore, nuclear weapons and maintaining a covertly positive relationship with the Soviets were absolutely necessary for Austria. With nukes in hand and V-3 rocket tech purchased from Yuri and virtually unbeatable in this world, Austria would become a solid third global pole. As for whether the Soviets might tear up the agreement, Josh wasn't concerned at all. Even if the Soviets wanted to renege, they'd have to wait until their nukes were built. But even with full nuclear technology in hand, it wasn't certain that the Soviets could develop nukes faster than Austria. After all, in terms of cutting-edge industrial capabilities, Austria wasn't weaker than the Soviets. If Austria's tech capabilities weren't strong, Red Skull couldn't have developed so many Tesseract-powered weapons and nearly taken on the entire world single-handedly. When the negotiations concluded and the Soviet delegation departed with mountains of data, Karl Renner, trembling slightly, returned to the hotel under the escort of guards. Then he entered a nearby lounge, where Josh had been monitoring the meeting's progress throughout. "Thank you for everything you've done for Austria, Josh," Karl Renner said solemnly, shaking Josh's hand. "You're too kind, Uncle Karl. Even though I'm an American citizen now, I've never forgotten my roots are here," Josh replied earnestly, grasping the old man's hand. Though deep down, Josh didn't truly consider himself Austrian, he didn't mind telling a well-meaning lie to this venerable elder. In the past 6 months of war and chaos, Josh had smoothly absorbed the remnants of Hydra by leveraging the US military's influence and had taken control of over half of Austria's political, military, and economic power. Others might not have noticed, but Austria's father of the nation certainly had, and if he wanted to, with his immense prestige in Austria, Karl Renner could have stopped Josh at any time, but he didn't. Instead, he offered Josh great support even though Josh was an American. Not because Karl Renner was part of Hydra, quite the opposite. The Austrian founding father was a staunch Marxist-Leninist and had always been a firm opponent of both the Mustached One and Red Skull. Although those two had once seemed powerful, Karl Renner had never had faith in either of them. In his view, they were both complete madmen. But Josh was different. He didn't exude madness. He was discreet, patient, and everything he did benefited Austria. That's why Karl Renner chose to support him and align with Josh on Austria's foreign policy. And Josh's possession of full nuclear weapon data further convinced the elder that Austria's future lay in this young man's hands. Of course, there was another reason. Karl Renner knew he was too old. Born in 1870, he was now 75 and didn't have many years left. Austria needed a younger, more vigorous leader. And beyond Josh, with his massive influence, Karl Renner couldn't find a more suitable candidate. As for Josh being a capitalist representing corporate interests, Karl Renner didn't care. He only cared whether Austria could become strong again. Besides, Josh's words weren't entirely false. As long as he held Austria's interests in his hands, he and Austria were one. And Austria didn't have deep-seated hatred or conflict with his homeland from a previous life. So Josh, having crossed into this world and taken over his original body, didn't mind making Austria his second homeland. As for the US, that was just a field for harvesting chives, wasn't it? In this harmonious atmosphere, the two shared a meal and discussed Austria's future. Then, feeling his energy fading, Karl Renner left the town with his entourage. Because this was a secret agreement, Karl Renner had come under the guise of inspecting border defenses, so he couldn't stay long. Once he left, Josh also prepared to go as well. Not just leave the town but leave Europe and return to the US. The major consortium's investments in Europe were in place and running smoothly. He didn't need to oversee things personally anymore. Even if something urgent came up, returning from the US would be quick enough. It only took about 2 days by plane, not a big deal. He had stayed this long mainly to settle the peace talks with the Soviets. Now that it was done, there was no reason to linger in Europe. Besides, he had been away for nearly 6 months, and he missed Margot and the kids. Since the third dimension had opened a few months ago, Josh had added a new daily routine beyond interacting with Daenerys, teasing the baby from the third world through the screen. And every time he looked at the baby on the screen, Josh thought of his own 2 children. They were 6 months old now, should be able to say mama, right? He'd acquired shares in Boeing earlier. When he got back, he'd focus on the aerospace industry and try to get satellites up sooner. In an age without satellites, long-distance communication was a real hassle. Not even a proper transoceanic phone call was possible. The C-69 roared as it landed in New York. Go back and spend some quality time with your family. No need to rush back to work. I'm a very generous boss. At the airport, Josh patted Winters on the shoulder as a farewell. Standing beside him were Winters' good friend, Nix, and Josh's good friend, Aldo. After the foot basin chicken, a derogatory term for Japan, had to surrender because of 6 American children, it essentially marked the official end of the Second World War in this world. Thus, the United States began downsizing its military. There was no choice nowadays, the US military had expanded to an exaggerated scale, and over time, even the financially strong US couldn't afford it. However, the downsizing was not done all at once. First, the numbers were too large to be cut in one go. Second, there was still a need to guard against the bear, Soviet Union. So, the first group to be downsized were primarily those soldiers and officers who had been involved in combat for the longest time. This included most of the veterans and officers from the 101st Airborne Division, where Winters served. Winters, along with his friends Nix, Aldo, and most of E Company's veterans, were also on the list for downsizing. Of course, compared to regular veterans, officers like Winters and Nix, who were more outstanding, could still stay in the military if they volunteered, but both Winters and Nix were already tired of war and chose to retire. Aldo, on the other hand, had long since lost interest in the military. So, after hearing about the three's situations, Josh took the opportunity to bring them back and Winters accepted Josh's invitation. After visiting his hometown in Pennsylvania, he would work for Josh. Of course, Josh wasn't asking this war hero to do anything illegal. After all, Winters was not a Hydra agent, and it was practically impossible for him to join Hydra. Josh's invitation was for Winters to work at Boeing. But don't think that Winters was just a mid-level officer, he was also a top business graduate from the Franklin and Marshall College. Although it was a small private liberal arts college, not as prestigious as the top universities, it was still decent. With Winters' military experience, working as a middle management at Boeing at this time was definitely no problem. In contrast, Aldo was different. In the future, he would become Josh's true confidant, just like Vito. As for Nix, he was a rich second generation. His family owned a large fertilizer company, so he didn't need Josh's special attention. In the original timeline, Winters went to work in their family business as a high official, but now Josh was picking him up halfway. Epsilon. However, Josh's empire was far larger than Nix's family's, so Nix couldn't really say anything, even though he was Winters' good friend. After sending Winters and Nix off, Josh and Aldo returned to the plane and headed back to Chicago. Aldo, being a solitary man, didn't really care whether he went back or not, so he simply decided to return to Chicago with Josh. Once back in Chicago, Josh planned to have him take over part of the Blackwater gang. But this was not about dividing Dick's power. Josh didn't plan on touching Dick's businesses. What he intended was for Aldo to separate the military training system from Blackwater and legitimize it, officially establishing a PMC company. That is, a private military contractor. Creating the real Blackwater company. With Josh's connections with the military, the scale and power of this Blackwater company would be far beyond the original Blackwater in the past timeline. In the original timeline, Blackwater was known for its reputation but was actually not a major player in the US PMC industry. They only took on dirty and exhausting jobs, and sometimes took the blame for the Department of Defense. But the Blackwater of this world, Josh believed, would become the most terrifying private army in the world. The journey back to Chicago was smooth for Josh and his group. After handing Aldo over to Vito for arrangements, Josh couldn't wait to find Margot, who was reading in the yard. A passionate young man and a long-absent woman, needless to say, it was bound to be an explosive night. They kept going until they were both too tired, with the sun having set by the time they were done. What? Children? Those two were just a fluke, and with a whole bunch of servants, led by Francesca, taking care of them, there was no issue. This time you're back, you won't leave so soon, right? Margot lazily lay in Josh's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her finger and asked. Basically not. The business over there has mostly gotten on track. Even if there's an issue, I can solve it in a few days by going there occasionally. There won't be such long business trips anymore. Josh kissed her gentle forehead and gently stroked her golden hair. That's good. Margot happily snuggled closer to her lover. Margot, Josh called softly. Yes. Margot looked up in confusion. Then, Josh unexpectedly pulled out a heart-shaped diamond ring, grabbed her left hand's middle finger, and slid it on. Margot froze. It wasn't because the ring was expensive, although it was beautiful and the diamond was fairly large, but compared to the pink diamond Josh had given her before, it wasn't much. The key thing was the finger it was placed on. The left middle finger was the finger for engagement rings. Josh was proposing to her. Josh, it's so sudden. After a while, Margot snapped back to reality, a little overwhelmed. She had imagined similar scenarios countless times, but she always dismissed them in her mind. One reason was because Josh was still young, and the other was because Josh was too outstanding, so outstanding that it made her feel inferior. Just look at Carter's fate for a sense of how women in this era were treated. In the past, when Margot had more money than Josh, it was fine, but as Josh's businesses grew larger and more terrifying, it was impossible for Margot not to feel a sense of crisis, especially since she was a widow. She never expected happiness would come so suddenly. Soon? I think it's already time. We've known each other for 2 years, and the child is almost able to talk. It's time to get married. I've already thought about it. First, an engagement, and then when our child is a little older, the Neuschwanstein castle should be about finished, and we'll hold the grandest wedding there. We'll get the best designers in the world to create the most beautiful wedding dress, and then you'll wear that pink diamond jewelry. Josh held Margot as he slowly shared his plans, making her beautiful eyes sparkle. Just imagining that scene would make countless women fall for it. While Josh whispered sweet nothings in Margot's ear, describing their future blissful married life, Margot, who had been tired from overwork, was suddenly rejuvenated. With a quick move, she pushed the slightly bewildered Josh onto the mattress and climbed on top of him. And then, a series of indescribable actions took place. For the next period, the couple, who had been apart for a while, was in an almost constant state of passion. It wasn't until over half a month later, when Josh received a notice for the board meeting, that he reluctantly left the tender warmth of their bed and headed to New York. In the spacious conference room, the 9 members of the council were seated across from each other. Thanks to his efforts in getting Josh into the council and other matters, Wilfred Malik had now truly regained his family's position within the organization and earned the right to sit at the top. Of course, if the seating arrangement were to be ranked, he still sat at the very end. The lighting in the conference room was dim, but it was actually daytime. The curtains were tightly drawn, and only a few dim lights were turned on. Without a doubt, this was to accommodate Hugh Jones. However, this wasn't because the council knew that Hugh Jones had become a vampire. When Hugh Jones went missing in Europe, aside from Josh, the only others who knew were his subordinates, including Major General Fletcher and some senior officers under him. As for the ordinary soldiers carrying out missions, most of them had no idea what was going on. Therefore, aside from Josh, the other council members were unaware of Hugh Jones's transformation into a vampire. At the time, Hugh Jones had simply relinquished his shares in Boeing, partly as a gift to Josh, and partly as hush money. In Hydra, they know their own business. If other council members found out that he had become a vampire, while it might not lead to direct retaliation, exclusion, and coercion could certainly be possibilities. So, to avoid trouble, Hugh Jones was reluctant to let other members know about his condition. After returning to the US, he mostly avoided these colleagues, and any unusual behaviors, such as being unable to be exposed to sunlight, were explained away by claiming that he had contracted a strange illness while in Europe. Of course, he wasn't about to go so far as to kill Josh and Josh's subordinates to keep this secret. First of all, even if his vampire identity were exposed, it would only bring trouble, not death, so there was no need to start a conflict with Josh over such an issue. Secondly, during his non-conscious periods, he still had memory, and he had encountered the magnetic storm infantry and the prowler dragon. He knew Josh was not as simple as he appeared. Both sides had learned a little harmless secret about the other. This situation didn't distance their relationship but instead provided an opportunity for deeper cooperation. In a sense, Josh had gained another ally besides Malik. Although calling him an ally might not be entirely accurate, at least he could be considered a friend. It was like someone who would stand by you when things can't be said, but at least wouldn't casually sabotage you. Today, we've gathered for 3 main things. The first is the paperclip and rebirth plans, the second is about Howard Stark, and the third is about Zero Material, said Thomas, the chief, scanning the 9 members present before speaking. His words made everyone's expressions turn serious. First, regarding the 2 plans, I won't go into detail as everyone already knows. The reason I bring this up is that Dr. Zola has returned to our fold. While it's still far from restoring his freedom, he can already provide us with some assistance, Thomas said. The paperclip plan was the U.SS initiative to seize high-tech German and Hydra scientists for their own use, mainly war criminals who had served these 2 factions. Scientists who hadn't served in the war, however, the US couldn't force them to work for them. And without a doubt, as Red Skull's former right-hand man, Zola was the number 1 person in this plan. Previously, Josh had tried to have Oilia make contact with Zola, but the Strategic Scientific Reserve's strict oversight made it impossible even for Oilia to find the right opportunity. However, after returning to the US, Hydra's level of infiltration in various sectors far surpassed Josh's, making it much easier for the Council to establish contact with Zola. Josh could only watch helplessly. As for Reinhardt, also known as Whitehall in the future, he had already been secretly assassinated by Oilia. While Reinhardt was a scientist, his research was more oriented towards mysticism, so the Strategic Scientific Reserve didn't pay much attention to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained locked up until the 1990s before being released. With Diary Success. The rebirth plan was simple. It was the real name of the super soldier program that had created Captain America. We know about these 2 matters, but what is the connection between them? While there are some blood samples of Captain America, we can't get our hands on them, said Hugh Jones, who was wrapped tightly. There were very few blood samples left from Captain America, only a small amount preserved by the military and the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Hydra, while still not as pervasive in the US as it would be in the 21st century, could not access them. That's right, normally, that would be the case. We can't get Captain America's blood samples, but we can, however, get Schmidt's. Thomas smiled and said. The others immediately understood. The world's first super soldier wasn't Captain America, but Red Skull. If Captain America left behind blood samples, it only made sense that Red Skull did as well. And indeed, this was the case. Where did the serums used on Vito and Bucky, the half-finished products made by Zola, come from? Of course, they couldn't have been reverse-engineered from Captain America's blood. The source was clear, it was Zola who had reverse-engineered them from Red Skull's blood. Upon hearing this, Josh couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. When Thomas suddenly brought this up, could it be? Of course, while Schmidt's blood samples and experimental serums were mostly destroyed during the war, Dr. Zola told me that there are still 2 test subjects alive in this world, and speaking of this, Josh, you should know better than us. As Josh had expected, Thomas's words immediately turned to him. The 2 test subjects Zola mentioned were undoubtedly Vito and Bucky. With Zola as the source, Josh could not hide the truth. I see, so Vito and Bucky had already been modified back then. Josh immediately feigned a look of realization and said, so Zola's plan is to continue researching them? That won't do. Vito is my trusted confidant, very important to me, but if you're going after Bucky, then I don't mind. In this situation, it was almost impossible for Josh to protect both of them, especially Bucky, who was Captain America's friend, a member of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and an enemy of Hydra. So, choosing between the 2, it was clear who Josh would protect. It's good that you have no objections. After all, the Rebirth project is of great significance to us. Upon hearing Josh's stance, Thomas and the other old men looked at him with appreciative eyes. For them, the biggest obstacle to taking action against Bucky wasn't the Strategic Scientific Reserve or other law enforcement agencies, it was Josh, an internal member of the council. After all, everyone in the world who knew Bucky knew that it was Josh who had rescued him. If Josh didn't oppose it, the matter would be simple. The second matter is about Howard Stark. I have to say, he's a genius. Many of his inventions could change the world. But unfortunately, he's not one of us. According to the intelligence we've gathered, many of his researches, once revealed, will have a disruptive impact on the industries we currently control. We must take countermeasures. Since Josh didn't object to the Bucky matter, Thomas immediately moved on to the next topic. Just eliminate him, what's the need for countermeasures? Hugh Jones snorted. It's not like we haven't done it before. At Hugh Jones' words, everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward him. Why? Because before this, almost everyone knew that Hugh Jones and Howard had a good relationship. When Howard discovered vibranium, the council had attempted to attack him, trying to seize that small piece of vibranium. However, after the first failure, there was no further action because Hugh Jones had spoken up for Howard within the council. Howard's rapid rise was also partially due to the help of Roxxon. But now, judging by Hugh Jones' words, was he planning to eliminate Howard? This puzzled the other council members. Only Josh's gaze toward Hugh Jones seemed thoughtful. Had Hugh Jones discovered that he had been cuckolded? That's right, as a vampire, Hugh should be very sensitive to human scents. So, it made sense that he had detected another man's scent on his wife. Howard is not the same as before. Killing him would probably be difficult, but we can try to restrict him from other aspects. Seeing that Hugh Jones didn't object, Thomas nodded. The situation in today's meeting was a bit unexpected. 2 issues that involved high-level council members, which should have been the most troublesome, had been resolved in record time. However, as he said, because of Howard's powerful inventive abilities, he was highly valued by the Pentagon and the White House, so assassination wasn't a good idea. On the other hand, Josh knew very well that this was probably the storyline in Agent Carter Season 1, where Howard was declared a traitor. Josh hadn't seen Season 2, but he was familiar with the events of Season 1. It was exactly the events from Season 1 that allowed Howard to rise and eventually become the leader of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. In other words, any action the council took against Howard was likely to fail, and not only would it fail, but it would also contribute to the evolution of the Strategic Scientific Reserve into SHIELD. But Josh wasn't planning to change this outcome. After all, he had no real connection with Howard, so he didn't care. That brings us to zero matter, which was discovered during the first nuclear test in New Mexico. After the nuclear explosion, something resembling a spatial portal appeared. It led to the disappearance of a military team, and only some fluid-like black matter was left behind. The military named it Zero Matter, and Isodyne Corporation also collected some. The council plans to invest some funding for its development and research, and for now, Isodyne will take the lead. Do any of you have interest in participating? Thomas asked. However, his gaze was mostly directed at Josh, Hugh Jones, and Malik. Because aside from Thomas's First National Bank and Calvin Chadwick's Isodyne, only they had enough financial resources. The others were mostly involved in politics or the military, with little economic power. I'll pass. My focus will be on space exploration. It's time-consuming and costly, and I don't have the energy for other things. Josh was the first to decline. It was half true and half false. If he said he wasn't interested in Zero Matter, it would be a lie. But he wasn't interested in getting involved with Isodyne. Oh, no wonder you bought Boeing shares from Hugh. If you have any projects related to Chase, feel free to send them my way. I also have some shares with First National, so we can cooperate. When Thomas heard that Josh was focused on the aerospace industry, he nodded. Everyone sitting here was not short-sighted. Even though the aerospace industry was still in its early stages and the space industry was almost non-existent, everyone understood the importance of this sector. But, as Josh said, it was a field that consumed huge amounts of time, energy, and money, with little immediate return. So, most capitalists were hesitant to invest too much energy into it. Usually, it was the government that had the ability to lead such efforts. Now that Josh was willing to dive into this, the council wouldn't actively hinder him, but they also wouldn't offer strong support after all. Such a big spender on scientific research was hard to come by. I can provide some funding, equipment and personnel support. Hugh Jones also spoke up. I can't. The penetration work on SSR is progressing slowly, so I need to keep an eye on it. Malik shook his head. His primary mission was to infiltrate the Strategic Scientific Reserve, so he had no time for research. Then it's settled. Rohkan will cooperate with Isidine. If there are no other objections, the meeting is adjourned. Seeing no one else speaking, Thomas made the final decision. Josh greatly liked the council's meeting style, straight to the point when there's something to discuss, and no unnecessary chatter when there's not. After the meeting, the 9 members left the conference room through 9 different small doors. The exits of the 9 small doors led to different places, some to the hotel on the left side of the club, some to the restaurant on the right side, and others directly to the street behind the club. On the outside, apart from some normal business meetings and exchanges, there was almost no public contact between the 9. The industries appeared to have only regular business dealings, like any normal corporate interaction. So, even if someone faced a mishap one day, it would not link back to the other council members. Josh, after leaving through a small door, found himself in a private room on the 2nd floor of the club where Vito and another bodyguard were waiting. Aldo had already left to join Blackwater, so it was unlikely he would appear to guard Josh. Just as Josh sat down in the room, intending to drink some coffee before leaving, the door knocked. Vito opened the door, and it was Malik. "Why are you here? Aren't you worried the old man will find out?" Josh asked, surprised. "I want to buy another batch of the serum." After Vito closed the door, Malik sat next to Josh and whispered, "You've used it all up? I remember leaving you with 20 vials before I went to Europe." Josh widened his eyes upon hearing Malik. As a hidden ally within the council, one of the conditions Josh gave Malik was to provide him with a certain amount of serums each year. "Don't ask." Malik's face showed some awkwardness. "I accidentally attracted a mysterious organization. In the past 6 months alone, I've been attacked more than 10 times. If it weren't for the potions you gave me, I might not have been able to stand in front of you." "Oh, is that true? Why didn't you report it to the council?" Josh was surprised. This was truly a strange story. Since Hydra was formed, they had mostly been the ones doing the assassinations, so being targeted for assassination was a rare occurrence. "This is my personal matter, and I also got something from them," Malik said mysteriously. "What is it?" Josh raised an eyebrow. No wonder Malik hadn't reported it. It seemed like he was planning to keep it all to himself. "A very powerful biochemical potion. It can give a person extreme combat ability for a short period of time, similar to your beastification potion, but with much stronger side effects. It only lasts for about 10 minutes, and after that, it turns into a puddle of liquid. The remaining liquid is highly contagious and deadly, but luckily it doesn't last long and doesn't spread. It will break down automatically in about an hour," Malik explained, then added, "Of course, compared to your beastification potion, it's still lacking. Though the combat ability is about the same, it's..." "Sounds interesting. You've probably gathered some clues about that organization by now, right?" Josh nodded slightly, then asked. "Not much. All I know is that they're called the 12 Houses, and they likely come from Europe. The potion is also called 12 Houses," Malik said. "Really? 12 Houses?" Josh, who had just taken a sip of coffee, nearly choked. "What's wrong? You know this organization?" Malik was surprised. "I know a bit, but not more than you," Josh admitted, since it was too obvious. Of course, the 12 Houses here had nothing to do with the powerful organization in the comics. It was more like a hybrid of an intelligence agency and a terrorist group, similar to Leviathan. And Josh only knew a little about it. For example, the potion Malik mentioned had appeared in the MCU before Agent Carter came out, in a short 10-minute film. In that film, Carter was investigating a vial of the 12 Houses potion, then received a call from Howard inviting her to help restructure the Strategic Scientific Reserve and form SHIELD. That story would likely happen after Agent Carter Season 1, since the last scene of the short film had Howard and Dum Dum Dugan watching Bikini Girls, and bikinis only appeared in the second half of 1946, while Agent Carter Season 1 was set in early 1946. Then, hearing that Josh also knew about the organization, Malik's eyes lit up. "Don't get any ideas. I just know about them, but I have no dealings with them." Josh rolled his eyes, cutting Malik off before he could continue, but didn't completely reject the idea. "However, if you want the beastification potion, it's fine. Just pay for the excess. After all, that money is small change for you." "Good. That's good." Although Malik was disappointed that he couldn't get Josh involved in his own tranche, he had still achieved his main goal. Since his goal was accomplished, Malik didn't linger too long. As Josh had said earlier, it wouldn't be good if the council's old men noticed how close the two of them were. But just a few minutes after Malik left, as Josh was about to leave, the door knocked again. Opening the door, it was someone completely wrapped up. "Well, it wasn't Hugh Jones. Who else could it be? You must have come early, huh?" Josh raised an eyebrow when he saw Hugh. As a vampire, Hugh was highly sensitive to human scents. The meeting had finished, and he could have knocked on the door earlier, but he had clearly waited until now because he noticed Malik's presence. "Yes, I've been waiting for a while." Hugh didn't deny it. He walked in, removing his mask, hat, and other light-blocking gear, revealing his slightly pale face. These things didn't matter indoors. He was afraid of sunlight, not regular light, and there were no UV lamps in the club. But don't worry, there's no one else here. Hugh added. I believe you. Most of the council members are probably too busy to monitor everyone. How's it been lately, adjusting? I only have red wine here, don't be picky. Josh asked, signaling Vito to pour a glass of red wine. Of course, I'm not picky. Vampires can still eat human food, we just can't digest it. Hugh waved his hand. As for life as a vampire, it's been bearable, except for that damn woman and Howard Stark. You'll get used to it. But let's talk about what you need from me. It can't be that you want me to kill Howard. Josh, not wanting to get into personal matters, could only laugh awkwardly and pretend to be unaware. That's not it. I came to you because I discovered something after coming back. There are vampires in the US, and quite a few of them. I need your help. Hugh Jones said. You want to subdue them? As soon as Hugh Jones spoke, Josh had a pretty good idea of what the other party was aiming for. In this world, vampires do not have any aristocratic hierarchy like in novels. There are no distinctions like dukes, counts, or barons. Most vampires just retain their titles from their human life or disguise them, which has nothing to do with their power level. There is not even a clear distinction of power levels. The only somewhat clear point is that, in most cases, the older the vampire, the more powerful they are. However, bloodline vampires, with external help, do have the potential to kill even those ancient, founding-class vampires. So, for Hugh Jones, a newly turned vampire, wanting to subdue other vampires in the US, even some of the older ones, is not an unrealistic goal. In fact, as long as there's enough military power, it wouldn't be impossible to make someone like Dracula, a top-tier ancient vampire, work for you. That's right. After learning more, I found out that the vampire clan has quite a significant influence in the US, and they often hide among us. It's a powerful force, but as you know, my strength is limited, and the armed forces under my control are also limited. So, I need your help to sell me a batch of those electromagnetic weapons. Of course, if you're willing to sell me the technology, that would be even better. Hugh Jones candidly admitted his goal. I don't quite understand. While ultraviolet light is indeed the best weapon against vampires, artificial ultraviolet is not exactly advanced technology. With the industrial capability of the Rockcon group, you shouldn't need to buy electromagnetic weapons from me, should you? Josh furrowed his brows and asked. Back in Europe, Josh and Hugh Jones had experimented with some lower-level vampires. Among non-supernatural substances, things like garlic extract and silver have some level of harm to vampires, but they only inflict certain degrees of damage, not necessarily a fatal one. For instance, silver weapons only have a guaranteed kill effect if they sever or pierce a vampire's brain or heart. Otherwise, if you simply cut a vampire with silver, it would just injure the vampire rather than causing them to disintegrate like in movies. Garlic is similar. Plain garlic only causes vampires to feel fear or pain, but it's only garlic extract that can cause enough damage to be lethal. As for holy water, crosses, maybe the real stuff exists, but Josh hasn't encountered anything useful so far. Other chemical toxic substances can also harm vampires, but these substances are also dangerous to the user. After comprehensive testing, ultraviolet light has been found to be the most effective for killing vampires, at least for regular ones. And ultraviolet light has been artificially created since the early 20th century. In this age, it's not cutting-edge technology. If the Rockcon group couldn't create it, Josh would never believe it. With tilde. That's true, but those vampires aren't primitive. They also use guns and bombs. Once they discover that my people are using ultraviolet devices, they'll prioritize targeting the devices. Also, without a fixed power source, my useless subordinates can't make batteries that can maintain high-powered ultraviolet lights. Hugh Jones said with some frustration. Now Josh understood. The claims about ultraviolet light device protection were just excuses. Hugh Jones had his eyes on the battery technology used in the electromagnetic blast infantry armor. The energy used in the magnetic blast infantry armor obviously cannot be generated from nowhere. It mainly relies on the advanced battery technology installed in the armor. While this battery technology is nowhere near the arc reactor, in terms of efficiency, even 21st century battery technology would pale in comparison. In this era, it would be considered black tech. More importantly, the armor's batteries are equipped with the unique regenerative feedback current loop technology from the Red Alert World's Soviet faction. Anyone who has played Red Alert knows that the Soviet power plants are powered by something called a magnetic energy reactor. But to be precise, the magnetic energy reactor is not a traditional power generator, it's a secondary generator. What does that mean? The device itself is essentially just a large battery, but the key part is that it has a regenerative feedback current loop installed. When the reactor discharges, this device uses the voltage generated during discharge to create a new current. To put it simply, it generates electricity from electricity. However, the new current will be significantly weaker than the original current. So this isn't a perpetual motion machine. It doesn't violate the law of conservation of energy, and its output is much lower than a standard turbine generator. The only advantage is that it improves the utilization of electricity by 30 to 40%, significantly reducing the cost of power, while also boosting the battery's endurance by 30 to 40%. Well, that one advantage alone is incredibly impressive. The energy industry is already a high-profit sector, so this tech essentially increases profits by 30 to 40%. So you're after my battery technology? My friend, your Rockcon group is in the energy business, so I'm sure you understand the massive profits here, Josh said with a smile. Whether it's the battery technology or the regenerative feedback current loop, either one of these could revolutionize the global energy industry. Can the Rockcon group just gobble it up? I certainly understand, but new technologies also require huge investment to develop, and there will be all kinds of obstacles along the way, won't there? But if I have a strong partner, things would be different. Hugh Jones smiled confidently. Hey, you think you've got me figured out? Josh scoffed when he heard that. Of course, the problems Hugh Jones mentioned exist, but would Josh care about them now? No, don't misunderstand me. I'm not threatening you. What I'm offering will definitely satisfy you. Hugh Jones quickly shook his head. Oh, tell me more, Josh said, intrigued by what Hugh Jones said. 15% of Rockcon Energy Group's shares. Hugh Jones made his offer. Goodness, Josh was genuinely shocked. This offer was beyond what he had expected. Although Hugh Jones had offered shares in Rockcon Energy Group, not the entire Rockcon Group, well, the difference is just the word energy, the value is worlds apart. After all, Rockcon Energy is only a part of Rockcon Group. However, while Rockcon Energy doesn't represent the entirety of Rockcon Group, it is the most crucial part. It includes all of Rockcon Group's oil, coal, gas stations, power plants, and all related upstream and downstream industries. Rockcon Energy's operations make up 40% of the total relevant industry in the US. 15% of those shares is no small sum. Energy is not just any industry. It has a large number of key points to control. Even in a so-called free market like the US, the complexity is high. Even if Josh started his own energy company, it would be hard to guarantee that he would keep over 50% of the shares with normal business methods. As for 100% ownership, forget it at that point. It might be easier to conquer the entire US by force. So even though Josh's battery technology is advanced enough, trading it for 15% of Rockcon Energy Group's shares is still a great deal. After all, it's just battery technology, not resources or power generation technology. Of course, there's an important point here. While Josh seems very wealthy now, he doesn't have enough capital or energy to invest in the energy sector. But with the regenerative feedback current loop technology, 15% suddenly starts to feel a lot more meaningful. Not enough. Josh shook his head. Josh, don't be too greedy. Seeing Josh refuse, Hugh Jones furrowed his brows. No, I'm not being greedy. It's just that there's another technology involved here. Josh then introduced the regenerative feedback current loop technology. Now I understand. That 15% does seem a little low. Hugh Jones realized and quickly made a decision. In that case, let's make it 30%. That's a very fair price. I can't find a reason to refuse, but if I remember correctly, you yourself own less than 30% of Rockcon Energy, right? Josh said with a nod. Though Hugh Jones was one of the founding members of the Rockcon Group and the current head, as mentioned earlier, the energy industry is a national lifeline and is nearly impossible to be fully monopolized by a single family or individual, unless they are the rulers of that country. Therefore, the entire Jones family doesn't hold more than 50% of Rockcon Energy, and Hugh Jones personally holds even less. That's right, I can't provide that much, but I can convince the other shareholders to pool together and offer you the full 30%. Hugh Jones said confidently. Well, that's fine then. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Josh smiled and immediately extended his hand. He shook Hugh Jones's cold hand, sealing the deal. After sending off Hugh Jones, there were no more visitors. Looking at the sky, it was already nearing evening. Josh planned to head to Brooklyn to see another old friend. The friend of Josh who was said to live in Brooklyn naturally referred to Peggy Carter, who theoretically should be residing in the apartment once belonging to Captain America. Keep driving, don't stop. However, as the car approached the street near that apartment, Vito, who was in the front passenger seat, immediately felt something was wrong and instructed the driver. The driver, upon hearing this, did not stop and instead continued driving at a steady speed, bypassing the area near the apartment. What's going on? Josh asked with a slight frown. Boss, it seems like someone is tailing us over there, Vito said, his expression slightly serious. Josh froze upon hearing this. Peggy Carter was being followed? But given her line of work, this kind of thing wasn't unexpected. Find a place to stop. You go take a look and find out who it is, Josh said thoughtfully. Yes, boss. Vito nodded, and once the car stopped, he got out. He casually walked toward the direction of the apartment, pretending to be just a passerby. Josh closed his eyes inside the car, resting and waiting. However, it took only about 10 minutes for Vito to return with an odd expression. Boss, I found out. It's someone from the council. Before Josh could even ask, Vito spoke up. Someone from the council? Aren't they after Bucky? Why are they tailing Carter? Josh asked, puzzled. After the meeting, he had reminded Vito that, although the council members had all stated that there would be no trouble with him, who knew if some irrational person working under them might act up. Although the higher UPS in the council were generally reasonable, due to the nature of the organization, there could always be a few unhinged individuals. A little caution was never a bad thing. I've looked into it. Mr. Barnes and Ms. Carter are now colleagues and partners, and they both live in the same apartment. So while they were keeping an eye on Bucky, they ended up following Ms. Carter as well, Vito explained. Bucky and Carter are living together. Josh was stunned for a moment. Wow, is this what we call a good friend? I'll take care of your wife? No. Mr. Barnes just moved out of his home after returning to New York and became Ms. Carter's neighbor. Vito quickly clarified, realizing Josh had misunderstood. Josh now understood. Bucky and Carter had become colleagues, partners, and neighbors. Although there might not have been anything going on between them yet, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. And in a way, this was his fault. In the original timeline, only Peggy Carter would have joined the Strategic Scientific Reserve's New York division at this point. However, because Josh had brought Bucky back, things had changed. Bucky, as Captain America's best friend and a key member of the Howling Commandos, naturally became a high-ranking field agent in the Strategic Scientific Reserve after the war. ENGO. His position was certainly far superior to that of Agent Sosa from the Agent Carter series. In this case, if other agents, including the director, wanted to push Peggy Carter aside, they would have to deal with Bucky's willingness to cooperate. Josh should have realized this earlier, but he hadn't paid attention to the situation between Carter and Bucky, so he overlooked it. He just didn't know whether this change would be good or bad. Boss, do you want them to withdraw? Vito asked, looking at Josh who seemed deep in thought. Have Carter and Barnes returned to the apartment? Josh asked. No, from what I heard, Ms. Carter and Mr. Barnes are dining at a self-service restaurant 2 streets away. They basically do this every day, Vito replied. A self-service restaurant was actually an early type of fast food joint, known for being cheap and convenient. Although Peggy Carter was a woman, she had no problem wielding a sword or a gun. But cooking? Not so much. Bucky, even more so, had grown up in a relatively affluent family and had only learned to handle field rations during his 2 years of military service. So after work, they both ate fast food cheap and convenient. Did they say when they plan to act? Josh continued asking. Yes. They plan to act after Mr. Barnes and Ms. Carter finish their dinner and return. The apartment building is relatively isolated, and only Ms. Carter and Mr. Barnes, along with a few other tenants, live there, so it's not easy to stir up a commotion, Vito nodded. And after dinner, the human body will be burdened, so it's a perfect time to strike. In that case, we'll wait. You can go watch them. If anything unexpected happens, you can help. Remember to use the drugs so you won't be recognized. Josh ordered. Understood, I'll make sure nothing happens to Ms. Carter and Mr. Barnes. Vito nodded seriously. That's nonsense. I'm asking you to help the council. Carter and I are friends, but just regular friends. It's not like I'm going to mess up the council's business over this. Besides, Bucky's life or death has nothing to do with us. Josh rolled his eyes and scolded lightly. But honestly, Carter and Bucky, this combination, I really don't think the people the council sent are going to have much luck. Haha, I got it. Vito scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing Josh's words. He had thought Josh was trying to help Carter and Bucky. Go ahead, but be a bit gentle. Bucky's tough, so it's fine if you go all in, but with Carter, try to knock her out. Don't go too hard and end up killing or seriously injuring her. If Steve comes back one day, it could cause trouble. Josh waved his hand. Boss, you mean Captain Steve Rogers is still alive and could come back? Vito was surprised when he heard Josh. Who knows? This world is far more complicated than we can see. Josh sighed. Vito was left stunned by Josh's words. Oh well, he decided to just focus on his job. He quickly got out of the car and went to find a hidden spot with a clear view. Soon, he found an ideal spot. Meanwhile, Josh instructed his bodyguard who was driving to park in a concealed location and wait for news. About 10 minutes later, Carter and Bucky's car slowly pulled up to the apartment building. Bucky, do you feel that? As soon as the car stopped, Carter asked warily, while her hand reached into her open briefcase to grab a pistol. Yet, there are more unknown rats around. Bucky, sitting in the driver's seat, reached for his waist. Although he had lost his left arm, Howard Stark had specially designed a prosthetic arm for him, which wasn't much different from the Winter Soldier's metal arm in the original timeline. So, he didn't have any issues driving with one hand. From their conversation, it was clear they had noticed something was off around the apartment building. So, Josh's concern that the council's attempt to capture Bucky might fail was not without reason. Clang clang clang, sizzle sizzle. The ambushers, hidden in the apartment building, also noticed the vigilance of Carter and Bucky in the car. Immediately, several smoke bombs were thrown from corners on both sides of the street and landed beside the car. Soon, thick smoke enveloped the entire vehicle, and the 8 ambushers, wearing gas masks, emerged from their hiding spots, armed with baton-like weapons, and surrounded the car. Their target was a living Bucky Barnes, so they naturally couldn't use lethal weapons. From the way these people moved, it was clear that most of them had a military background. However, they had clearly underestimated Bucky and Carter, both battle-hardened agents. When the 8 approached the car, they were surprised to find that it was empty. Just as the 8 of them exchanged glances, Bucky and Carter, who had also put on gas masks, had already used the smoke to sneak up behind 4 of them on one side. Bucky grabbed the heads of 2 men and slammed them onto the car roof with a thud. The 2 men were immediately dazed. Then, Bucky swung the prosthetic limb that Howard Stark had specially designed for him, delivering a strong blow to the shoulders of the two men. The two large men immediately collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Carter also refused to be outdone. She delivered a strong kick from behind to one large man's groin, and there was a faint sound of cracking eggs. One of the nearby partners turned around, and Carter's hefty agent's hard-shell toolbox smashed into his face. Then she kicked the back of his knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. Carter then turned again, grabbed the hair of the man clutching his groin in pain, and slammed his head into the car door. The man immediately groaned and passed out. Before the man behind her could get back up, Carter spun around again, and her toolbox smashed into his face once more. In just a few seconds, Carter had taken out two large men, almost at the same time as Bucky. Bucky gave her a thumbs up. On the other side of the car, the remaining 4 attackers were furious. Even Vito, who was hiding in the corner of the second floor of the apartment building and spying on the situation, couldn't help but cover his face, not knowing whether to praise Bucky and Carter's strength or to mock the incompetence of the council's hired attackers. As expected, his boss was wise, knowing that these useless agents sent by the council wouldn't be of any use. Without hesitation, Vito quietly stripped off his clothes and took out a syringe from his pocket, injecting it into his neck. Below, the remaining 4 attackers were quickly knocked to the ground by Bucky and Carter working together. "Who are you people? Why are you attacking us?" Bucky grabbed the collar of one still conscious attacker and slammed him onto the car, questioning. I, monster." The attacker could only look at Bucky in extreme fear. Just as Bucky thought the man was insulting him, he suddenly felt someone poking him from the side. He turned to find Carter, pale-faced, staring behind him. Omicron yes. "What's wrong, Carter? What's making you look so, holy sh*t?" Bucky turned around and was about to say something, but upon seeing what was behind him, he immediately cursed. Behind him was a creature over 2 meters tall, with a massive build, resembling a giant lizard. Its emotionless vertical pupils were staring fixedly at him. It was Vito, now fully transformed into his beast form. Realizing the situation was dire, Bucky immediately reached for his gun. But Vito was faster. He swiped a slap that sent Bucky flying through the air, landing 7 or 8 meters away before crashing hard to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Meanwhile, Carter had already drawn her gun and was firing rapidly at Vito. Vito, instinctively, slightly raised his claw, and despite the powerful M1911 shooting at close range, the bullets only slightly penetrated the keratin on his claws, getting stuck in his muscles without causing any damage. After Carter emptied the magazine, Vito casually flicked his hand, sending the bullets clattering to the ground, leaving Carter dumbfounded. Without waiting, Vito swung his tail, hitting Carter's abdomen. She was immediately thrown through the air. Vito was confident in his control over his strength, knowing this blow would just keep Carter from getting up but would not leave her permanently injured or dead. After all, Josh had only asked him not to kill or maim anyone, and the bullets Carter fired had made Vito feel some discomfort. "Wake your people up, you useless idiots." After knocking Carter aside, Vito spat at the still conscious council agent and scolded, not worried about being recognized after his transformation since both his appearance and voice had changed significantly. He then turned his attention to Bucky, who was trying to rise up and had somehow pulled out a grenade. Having seen Carter shoot earlier, Bucky was planning to use the grenade to teach this monster a lesson. But Vito wouldn't give him the chance. As soon as Bucky removed the safety pin, Vito jumped forward and swiped his tail, sending the grenade flying into the air where it exploded. With a mocking glint in his eye, Vito grabbed Bucky by the neck and lifted him up, tearing off Bucky's prosthetic arm and tossing it aside. Then, with a swift turn, he slammed Bucky onto the engine hood of his car. The powerful impact knocked Bucky unconscious. "Clean up and get out of here." After taking care of Bucky, Vito gave the order to the council agents who were trying to wake up their comrades. Even the dimmest of them realized that this giant creature had come to help them. Although they had no idea why Vito was helping, they were too focused on completing the mission. They immediately called for reinforcements and hurriedly threw Bucky onto the car, speeding off. Vito, meanwhile, stepped toward Carter, who was lying on the ground, struggling to rise. "What are you?" Carter asked weakly, looking up at Vito. But she would never get an answer. All she saw was Vito's claw slowly raising before it descended toward her. Resigning herself to her fate, Carter closed her eyes, expecting a searing pain. Instead, she felt a heavy blow to her neck and immediately lost consciousness. When Carter woke up again, she found herself in a hospital room. Panicking, she tried to move, but her whole body ached, and she seemed to be tightly bound. "Don't move. You're severely injured." A familiar magnetic male voice spoke from beside her. Turning her head slightly, she saw none other than Josh Kane, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. "Mr. Kane, where am I?" Carter asked, touching her head, feeling confused. "You're in the Presbyterian hospital room," Josh replied. "Just call me Josh. We're friends, aren't we?" "All right, Josh. Did you bring me here?" Carter asked again. "I know what you're asking. I was on a business trip to New York. After dinner, I went to see you. When I arrived, I found you unconscious at the bottom of the apartment building, so I took you to the hospital," Josh explained. "What happened? When I got there, I almost thought I had returned to Germany. You broke 3 ribs, but luckily, there was no internal bleeding. Well, your chest is pretty swollen, but I can't exactly say that." Someone attacked us. Among them was a giant lizard-like monster, about 2 stories tall. Bucky, wait, Bucky was taken. Josh, we need to inform my colleagues and tell them this. Carter suddenly remembered that Bucky had been captured and became agitated. Calm down, Carter, calm down. Whatever happened, your most important task now is to recover, Josh said. I've already sent someone to notify your colleagues. By the way, aren't you working for the Strategic Science Corps? Why did I find a business card for Bell Telephone Company in your suitcase? Josh said this with feigned confusion, although he obviously knew that Carter had been working for the Strategic Science Corps and that Bell Telephone was merely a cover. However, he couldn't say that out loud. You're right, I'm still working for the Strategic Science Corps, and so is Bucky. But the Strategic Science Corps is a confidential organization, so we need some cover, Carter replied, clearly trusting Josh. She felt there was no need to hide anything from him, especially since he had saved her life this time, and they had been semi-colleagues in Europe. I see. Well, just as Josh was about to continue, the door to the hospital room suddenly slammed open. A group of men in suits, carrying standard-issue briefcases like Carter's, stormed in. The 2 bodyguards who should have been outside the door were now pinned to the wall, held at gunpoint by 2 other men. Who are you? Josh immediately stood up and demanded. But these men were very rude. One of them grabbed Josh's hand, twisted it, and slammed him against the wall of the hospital room, then began to search him. Damn it, do you know who I am? Josh yelled angrily, his voice filled with intense emotion. However, neither the men who barged in nor Carter lying on the bed could see that. Despite the harsh words, Josh's expression was completely calm. Not only Josh, but the 2 bodyguards at the door were also acting calm and collected. Though it seemed like they were subdued, in reality, they were completely unfazed. The anger was all just an act. Because these intruders were none other than agents from the Strategic Science Corps New York branch. Just because Josh was young and a boss didn't mean he was powerless. Despite his busy years, Josh never neglected his physical training. He frequently practiced martial arts with bodyguards like Vito. He was not someone who could be easily taken down. If it came to a real fight, Josh might still not be able to beat these agents in combat, but it was impossible for them to subdue him so easily. The reason he was pretending to be helpless was to lower suspicion. After all, his appearance at the scene had seemed too coincidental from an observer's point of view. Pretending to be weak helped lower their guard and would also allow Josh to later use his official connections to present himself as a victim and subtly shift blame onto the Strategic Science Corps New York branch. It also allowed Carter to feel guilty and trust Josh more, creating an opportunity for Josh to manipulate SHIELD through Carter in the future. Director, don't do that. Mr. Kane is my friend. Carter, lying in the hospital bed, struggled to rise and said to the leader of the group, Roger Doley, the director of the Strategic Science Corps New York branch. Yes, Agent Carter, I know he's your friend. But that doesn't clear his suspicion. Once we confirm his identity, Agent Kuzminski will release him, Director Doley said nonchalantly. Listen to me, Director. Mr. Kane is no ordinary person. He's a guest of President and General Eisenhower. Carter urgently explained. Including Director Doley, most of the agents, being veterans of the Pacific Front, didn't know about Josh, but how could she not know? If Josh were really offended, the entire Strategic Science Corps New York branch might be in serious trouble, but when they heard Carter's words, no one believed her. A young man, no older than 17 or 18, a guest of President and General Eisenhower? What a joke! It was clear that Josh had been too low-key since returning to the US, and in this era, information didn't spread as quickly. Unless one had connections in Europe, it was normal for them not to recognize him. Wow, it seems like Agent Carter knows quite a few special men from the war, huh? A guest of President and General Eisenhower. Agent Kuzminski, who was holding Josh, didn't take it seriously and even pushed Josh harder, almost making him laugh. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Just as Carter was about to panic, a squad of police rushed into the hospital room, pointing rifles and handguns at the agents in the room. As the director of the Strategic Science Corps, Roger Doley was stunned. Did these police go crazy? But when he saw the sheriff leading the group, who then began beating up Agent Kuzminski, Doley's heart sank. Carter's words couldn't possibly be true, could they? Creak. A rare military jeep in the streets of New York stopped in front of Police Plaza 1, downtown Manhattan, where the New York Police Department headquarters is located. Major General Phillips, director of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, stepped out of the vehicle with a gloomy expression, walking into the headquarters building with his deputy. His face, of course, wasn't looking good. A distinguished agent was mysteriously attacked, and not only was Bucky Barnes captured, but the entire Strategic Scientific Reserve New York branch ranging from the director to the action team leaders and members, a total of over a dozen people was arrested by the police and taken to the police station. Now, he, the director from Washington, had to come all the way here to bail them out. This made the entire Strategic Scientific Reserve a laughingstock among Washington's various departments. Yet, Phillips was powerless. Because the American political system worked like this, what's the use of a military intelligence agency? Local institutions like the city government and the police department aren't part of your system. If they don't respect you, they just won't. Especially now, the Strategic Scientific Reserve was merely one of many intelligence agencies under the Department of Defense. Although it had accumulated a great deal of credit during World War II, its position wasn't high because its responsibilities overlapped with many other intelligence agencies, and it even faced the risk of being disbanded. It was nothing like the future SHIELD, which wielded immense power. In terms of scale, even the New York Police Department was larger. This also led to a problem. Many of the Strategic Scientific Reserve's operations were illegal under the U.S. domestic judicial system. Normally, if the local law enforcement wasn't offended, they might turn a blind eye, but if they were provoked, they wouldn't just arrest you, they might even shoot you on the spot, and there would be nothing you could do. It wasn't like they could impersonate another department. In the future, SHIELD might casually impersonate the FBI, but that's because of its powerful leadership, and the FBI was weak enough to be forced into cooperation. But in this era, the FBI was at its peak, and its director was Edgar Hoover, a man so powerful that even the new president dared not offend him. Phillips, a mere major general, would have to be crazy to have his man impersonate the FBI. After identifying himself and explaining his purpose to the police at the entrance, Phillips was led to the police chief's office, enduring the strange gazes of the officers. After some difficult negotiations and a series of guarantees and compromises, he was grudgingly allowed to retrieve his people, though his expression grew even darker. New York Police Commissioner Tate, on the other hand, happily escorted the Washington guest out of the office. They were actually familiar with each other because Tate had been a senior officer a year ago. After being injured and retiring, he came back to America to recover and, after recovering, became a police officer. He had just been appointed as the new head of the New York Police Department by the mayor earlier this year. Due to the independence of the U.S. judicial system in different regions, the position of local police commissioner is actually a civilian appointment made by the regional chief executive, formally titled the Commissioner of Police. So, theoretically, even without a police background, someone with a solid background could be appointed as the head of the police department. For example, the 26th President, Theodore Roosevelt, served as the New York Police Commissioner in 1895, even though his only experience in law enforcement was a 6-month stint as a deputy sheriff in North Dakota in 1885, which had nothing to do with the New York police system. AO Thailand bot yes. In most cases, though, mayors would select people from within the police force for this position. But despite knowing each other, Tate wasn't going to give Phillips too much face. After all, the existence of the Strategic Scientific Reserve New York branch was essentially infringing on Tate's authority as the head of the New York Police Department. However, since the Strategic Scientific Reserve was a secret organization, Tate couldn't overtly suppress it without solid evidence. And this time, due to Dooley's arrogant behavior, Tate not only got the chance to take action but also to make a favor with the wealthy Josh, which meant he came out ahead. How could he not be happy? But now that Phillips had arrived, the time was right. It would be difficult to handle if he offended them completely, so the goal was to make sure the job got done. When Phillips was led to the detention room, he found a group of senior agents from the New York branch, led by Director Dooley, practically hiding their heads in shame. However, in front of the officers who were watching the scene, Phillips, though trembling with anger, held it in and silently retrieved his people. It was already humiliating enough. If these officers saw them making a scene, the New York branch could be shut down entirely. Everyone, come in for a meeting, Phillips announced as he led the group back to Bell Telephone Company headquarters, then walked into the conference room. A bunch of useless fools. Now you realize you're embarrassing yourselves? You think the country is a small pond where you can do whatever you want. Once everyone was assembled, Phillips could no longer hold back and lashed out at Dooley and his team. Dooley and the other agents lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. Now, I announce the new personnel appointment. Agent Sosa. Phillips looked at a young male agent in the corner, a very handsome agent who, among the few high-ranking agents not involved in the incident, stood out. But from the cane by his side, it was clear why he hadn't been involved. He was a cripple and couldn't go on field operations. Yes, sir. Sosa, surprised to hear his name, stood up. During the next period, you will temporarily assume the position of director of the New York branch. As for you all, everyone except Dooley receives an internal warning. As for you, Agent Dooley, you are suspended. Pack your things and come with me to visit Mr. Kane. If you can't get his forgiveness, be prepared to face a military tribunal. Phillips announced, dismissing Roger Dooley from his post and appointing the untainted Sosa as the acting director. There was no way around it. While Phillips didn't want to use a cripple, due to the severity of Bucky's capture, when Dooley went to the Presbyterian hospital, he had brought almost all of the senior agents with him. So, without Josh's forgiveness, Phillips couldn't appoint any high-ranking agent related to the matter as the head of the New York branch. The reason was simple. Even though he had bailed everyone out, the situation was far from over. The New York Police Department was merely playing the role of a law enforcement entity in this case. The real turning point was with Josh. If Phillips got Josh's forgiveness, there would be no issue. But if Josh pressed charges, every one of those agents who had been arrested would have to face a military tribunal. Although the immediate priority was to obtain Josh's forgiveness and prevent this tycoon from filing a lawsuit, Phillips was not foolish enough to take Dooley directly to Josh's door. After all, Phillips didn't have much of a relationship with the once mighty European tycoon. In fact, upon closer examination, there might even be some conflict between them. When the nightlight drug was stolen, Phillips had sent both the military police and Carter to arrest and investigate Josh. Therefore, in order to obtain the tycoon's forgiveness, it would be best to find a middleman. Originally, Peggy Carter would have been the most suitable middleman, but by the time Phillips arrived in New York, he had already visited Peggy Carter and knew that the female agent had suffered serious injuries. If she were to act as a middleman, it would only add fuel to the fire. So, he had to find someone else. After much thought, Phillips could only think of two options. One was Howard Stark, another tycoon in the business world. However, as soon as this option appeared in Phillips' mind, it was dismissed within 3 seconds. The problem was that although Howard was a business tycoon and a super inventor, and he had many followers in the US, most of his followers were ordinary citizens. But in the wealthy community, Howard's reputation was somewhat tarnished. Especially the falling out he had with Hugh Jones from RockCon a few months ago. Others might not know, but as an intelligence officer who had worked with Howard, Phillips knew some of the inside details. It was said that Josh's fiancée was also a stunning beauty. If Howard, this teddy bear, were to do something out of line because of Phillips was truly afraid that one day Josh would bring the army to block his door. Josh's relationship with the army was very close, and as a member of the military, Phillips knew this very well. So, in the end, he was left with one last option. That was Major General William Ross, who was currently on leave at home. Yes, it was the same William Ross, Josh's old friend. With the European troops beginning to demobilize, Major General Ross, one of the first commanders to engage in the war, was granted leave. However, the real reason he was granted leave was because his wife was pregnant. William Ross' wife was not American, but Bavarian. Before the European War, William Ross had been married but had divorced. So during the European War, Ross had been a bachelor. This current wife was someone he had met during Operation Eagle's Nest in Bavaria, and she was only 18 years old. Moreover, Ross was very secretive about his personal life, and apart from a few close confidants, very few people knew about it. It wasn't until early this year, after Josh had spent a month in Europe, that Ross was granted leave and returned to the US to marry his young wife. Then, just a few days after the wedding, they found out that his young wife was pregnant. Now, it was already July, and Ross was still on leave. But the military didn't mind granting him leave, as there had been a major reduction in forces, and it was difficult to arrange positions for officers, especially generals, who couldn't easily be retired or demobilized. Therefore, the Pentagon was eager for them to take more time off. Although Phillips and Ross had a somewhat ordinary relationship, they had cooperated in the past against the enemy. Thus, Phillips immediately took Dooley to Ross' house on Long Island. When the servant reported Phillips' arrival, Ross was actually surprised and looked at his guest across from him. Coincidentally, this guest was none other than Josh, whom Phillips had come to see. "Josh, what do you think?" Ross hesitated and asked Josh whether he should meet Phillips. Given Josh and Ross' relationship, it was obviously inappropriate for Josh not to visit him while in New York, especially since Ross' wife was pregnant, and he should at least send a gift, particularly since the wife was, in a way, Josh's fellow countrywoman. During this visit, a small unexpected event occurred. At Ross' invitation, Josh became the godfather of Ross' unborn child. At first, Josh hesitated about whether to accept the role of godfather for the child. However, when Josh learned the name Ross had chosen for the child, Josh immediately agreed without hesitation. The child's name was Thaddeus E. Ross. Yes, that's right, the future father-in-law of the Hulk, the Red Hulk in the comics, and in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Secretary of Defense, the well-known General Ross. Goodness, Josh felt that the situation was getting stranger by the minute. Rebirth as the godfather of Red Hulk? Rebirth as the father-in-law of the Hulk? The godfather? It sounded odd, but why did it feel strangely thrilling? Although General Ross mostly appeared as a semi-antagonist in the Marvel series, it must be said that he had a lot of influence. After causing such a huge stir, he was still rising in ranks, which meant his backing was extremely powerful. Wait, if Josh became this guy's godfather, wouldn't that mean his strong backing was, in fact, Josh's? Josh couldn't help but realize this after the fact. Let's not worry about whether this will become a reality, but isn't this a good omen? Thus, Josh agreed. Seeing that Josh was willing to be the godfather, William Ross and his young wife were naturally overjoyed. William Ross was actually getting older, nearly 50. In peacetime, becoming a major general at 50 would be an impressive feat. However, in wartime, there were plenty of generals under 50. For example, the renowned General Li Mei, born in 1906, was only 39 years old and was already on the same rank as William Ross. Another example was General Ridgway, who was the same age as Ross but had already become a lieutenant general 2 years ago. In comparison, although William Ross had earned some credit, his upward mobility was quite limited, especially when compared to those genius officers. If he lived long enough, he might eventually earn the rank of general through seniority. Otherwise, lieutenant general was likely his ceiling. However, if he could gain additional special support, the situation might be different. And clearly, if his relationship with Josh could improve further, the benefits for him would be enormous. Moreover, when his child grows up, whether he joined the military or pursued another career, having a godfather like Josh would be an incredible advantage. This is a good thing. Phillips is able to firmly hold his position as the leader of the Strategic Science Corps because his connections are powerful. Doing a favor for him will be beneficial to you. Although Josh's main purpose in pressuring the Strategic Science Corps was to target Peggy Carter, who would later become a high-ranking official in S.H.I.E.L.D., running into Phillips in William Ross' house was purely a coincidence. However, he didn't see any reason not to take advantage of the opportunity.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.